Chapter 20 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. The Days of the Northmen. In the days after the death of Charles the Great, while his grandsons and their sons were fighting over his lands, the Northmen, or Danes, whom he had dreaded so much, were sailing the seas and attacking the countries of the West in greater numbers than ever. They would sail up the mouths of rivers, attack the cities, carrying off all the best things from the houses and the richest treasures of the churches. Then they would sail away again. In this way they sailed up the mouths of the French rivers and the rivers of the north of Germany. They came to England, too, and robbed and burned for many years. Then there came a time when these fierce men of the north came and conquered and did not go away again. They were great tall men, fierce and uncivilized, and still, of course, pagans. In fact, they were very much like the Franks and the Angles and Saxons who had overrun Gaul and Britain 400 years before. In France, the Northmen nearly took Paris for their people, but they were driven back by Count Robert the Strong. The French kings, the descendants of Charles Martel and Pepin and Charles the Great, had become weak and stupid, just as the family of Clovis had done. One of them who ruled both Germany and France for a time was called Charles the Fat, and he went mad before his death. Another of this family who was king of France was called Charles the Simple. A king like this was of no use against the fierce Northmen, but the counts of Paris helped these weak kings just as the mayors of the palace had ruled for the family of Clovis. Under Rolf or Rollo, a fierce chief, the Northmen were allowed to settle down in the land round Rouen, which they had seized and which became the Duchy of Normandy. Rolf was called Rolf the Ganger, or Walker, because he always went on foot, as no horse was strong enough to carry him. The Northmen showed themselves very clever in learning the ways of the new countries they settled, and in Normandy especially showed themselves a brave and brilliant people. Meanwhile, other Northmen, or Danes, as they were generally called, had settled down in England. The great King Alfred. When they began to attack England in earnest, the kings of Wessex had for the first time joined all the little kingdoms into which England had been so long divided into one kingdom. There were still kings of Northumbria and Mercia, but they were under the king of Wessex. When the Danes came, it was the king of Wessex who had to fight them. It was as king of Wessex that the great King Alfred fought the Danes and kept them from conquering the whole of England. After many years of fighting, Alfred made peace with the Danish king Guthrum, but even then he had to give up the whole of the east of England to the Danes. It was called the Danelaw, and in it the Danes settled down and lived at peace with the English, just as the other Northmen had done in Normandy. Guthrum, the Danish king, had been baptized, and Alfred was his godfather. All the Danes, of course, became Christians like their king. Alfred was able to rule his own people in peace. In some ways he was very much like Charles the Great, but he was a better man in many ways, especially in his own private life. Like Charles, he made good laws and tried to keep his people safe and happy. He himself wrote things in English which they might read. It was he who began the English chronicle in which the history of England began to be written down for the first time. Like Charles, he set up schools and monasteries. He built ships, too, to keep England safe from any more attacks. Alfred was the greatest of the early English kings. The kings who came after him tried to go on with his work, and in time they conquered the whole of England, even the part which had been given to the Danes. The last of these great kings was Edgar the Peaceful, and it is told of him how 6 under-kings rowed him up the River Dee to the church of St. John at Chester. But after Edgar came the weak king Ethelred the Unready. The Danes, who had now settled in kingdoms of their own in Norway and Sweden and Denmark, began to come again, and Ethelred, instead of fighting them, gave them money to go away. Then he did a very dreadful and foolish thing. He had many of the Danes who were already in England murdered on St. Brice's Day in the year 1002. The Danes from Denmark came to punish Ethelred, and he was driven out of the country. Danish kings now ruled England, the most famous being the great King Canute, who was almost a saint. But not many Danes came with him, and they did not alter the English ways of doing things or the English language. After a time, England got English kings again, the last of them being Edward the Confessor, who was a saint, but a weak king. After him, Earl Harold took the throne, but was killed by the Norman Duke William at the Battle of Hastings. So the Northmen again ruled England, but the story of William the Conqueror will come later on. While the Northmen were attacking the West countries, the Magyars, a wild tribe like the Huns, were attacking Germany on the east, and the Saracens were overrunning Sicily and Italy. One result of all this danger, and also of the disorder after the empire of Charles the Great was divided up, was the growth of what is called the feudal system. In the feudal system, all the land of any country belongs to the king. He gives large pieces out to his nobles, who must do him homage for them. They, in their turn, give their lands out to other men, knights and others who become their men, and have to do them homage and fight for them, just as they have to do homage to the king and fight for him. The poorest people of all under the feudal system were serfs. They were not exactly slaves. They lived in a small piece of land on which they could grow things for themselves, but they also had to work on the land for their lords. They could not be sold like slaves, but they were not free to go from one master to another, but had always to stay on the land and work for the lord who owned it. They could not do anything, such as get married or sending their children to school, without permission from their lord. There were not many schools then, of course, but sometimes even the sons of serfs were chosen to go to the schools at the monasteries. Generally they would become monks, but this could only be done with the permission of the lords. In the days when enemies like the Danes were threatening the lands, it often seemed safer for free men to put themselves under the protection of some great lord who lived near. They would give their land up to the lord and receive it back as his man. It was in this way that the feudal system grew. Although the king was supposed to be at the head of all, for many years it was the great lords who had all the power. This was so in France, and also in Germany, where some of the counts, whom Charles the Great had set up to rule different parts of the country, took the lands for themselves when he died. In England, when William the Conqueror came, the feudal system had begun to grow, chiefly through the power which the great nobles got during the weak rule of Edward the Confessor. All through the early Middle Ages, when the great nobles everywhere were fighting against each other, the poor people suffered very much. The church did all it could to make things better for them. When on their deathbeds, men were persuaded to set their serfs free. Feudalism was useful in the days when it first grew up, and when the rich men fought for the poor against the enemies of both. But it meant that every great lord was a soldier and, in some ways, a king. He could always call his knights to fight for him against some other lord, and the people were made miserable by the continual fighting. The church tried to make things better by getting the great nobles to agree to a truce of God. This meant that they would stop fighting for some fixed time. It might be from Wednesday evening to Monday morning in each week, or from the beginning of Lent until after Easter. Or again, the lords might be asked to promise that they would not attack priests or merchants or Jews or women. It must have been a great relief to the people when the lords agreed to a truce of God. In the early Middle Ages, every gentleman who was not a priest was a soldier, and many were called knights. Though they were often cruel to each other and to the poor people, the best of them were kind and good, especially to women. The church tried to teach the knights to do what was right, and sometimes a knight was given his sword and armor with the blessing of the church. Often he had knelt through the whole of the night before praying in the church. The worst sides of feudalism were put down later in the Middle Ages when the kings grew stronger, especially in England and France. In France, Hugh Capet, the Count of Paris, became king in the year 987. At first he had very little more power than the Duke of Normandy or the other great feudal lords in France, with their strong castles and their armies ready to fight for them. But in time the French kings grew stronger and stronger, and were able to keep those great lords in order, and joined the whole of France into a strong and great kingdom. The end of the Dark Ages. In Germany, the descendants of Charles the Great were dead, and one of the dukes of the four great duchies into which his German lands were divided became king of Germany. One of the greatest of these was Otto, son of Henry the Fowler of Saxony. It was he who, in the great battle of Lechfeld, at last conquered the Magyars, who settled down and mixed with the people in Hungary, which now became a kingdom. The Magyars became Christians, and 50 years later had a saint for their king. New kingdoms were being made all over the north and east, where at last the people were settling down as they had already done in the west. We have seen how the Danes had made the kingdoms of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. The Slavic kingdom of Poland was made in the 10th century. Then northern pirates attacked the country we now call Russia and mixed with the Slavonic tribes to form a great kingdom there. And all these new peoples became Christians in a very short time, for missionaries from east or west went to convert them. Russia was converted by the Eastern Church, to which it has belonged ever since. With the settlement of all these peoples, one of the great dangers which had threatened the nations of the West all through the early Middle Ages was over. All this time, Italy had been full of disorder. The north had been broken up among several dukes. The popes ruled Rome and the middle of Italy, while the south was divided between the Greeks and Saracens. After the death of Charles the Great, the popes had seemed more powerful than ever. Pope Nicholas I especially was very much like the popes who came later in the Middle Ages, and who claimed power over kings and bishops alike. But by the time of the Emperor Otto the Great, the popes had become very weak and wicked, and Otto made up his mind to go into Italy and put all things right again. He first interfered in the north, where a great struggle was going on for the Lombard crown. Otto went to the help of a young and beautiful woman, Adelaide of Burgundy, whose husband had died while he was trying to have himself made king. Adelaide was put in prison by one of his enemies. Otto now went into Italy, took the crown for himself, and being a widower himself, he married Adelaide. 10 years later, in 962, when he had gone to Italy for a second time, he had himself crowned emperor by the Pope, John XII, who had begged for his help against his enemies. Otto was anxious to set up good popes again, and did so. He was the friend of the monks of the new order of Cluny, which was doing its best to make the church and the people better and holier. The monastery of Cluny in the middle of France had been set up by William the Pious, a French duke, and under its abbot, Otto, had been made very strict. Many of the Benedictine abbeys had by this time forgotten to do most of the things which they were told to do in the rule of St. Benedict. But the abbot of Cluny set up new monasteries and got some of the old ones to join him. All the monasteries belonging to Cluny had to obey the abbot of Cluny. The old Benedictine monasteries had been quite independent from each other, so that if an abbot was not good or did not mind the rule, there was no one to keep him in order. The monks of Cluny did not work in the fields like the Benedictine monks had done, but they had longer time for prayers and lived very simply. The setting up of this new order of monks shows that there was a new feeling for religion growing up at the end of the Dark Ages. The spread of the order helped to make the feeling stronger. In a short time, the church everywhere became stronger and better. The new popes were quite different from the popes before Otto the Great was crowned emperor. With the Cluniac Reform, as it was called, a change seems to have come over the times, and we find ourselves in the Middle Ages proper, with their great soldiers and saints and wonderful churches and castles and schools and monasteries. It is a time above all of wonderful adventure and romance, and we must now tell something of its story. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Story of the World, a simple history for boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Glover. The Story of the World, a simple history for boys and girls, by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 21. The Great Pope Hildebrand. The greatest time in the Middle Ages was the 13th century, that is, the time between the years 1200 and 1300 AD. It was the time of great popes and great kings and saints. But for 200 years before this, people had been becoming more civilized, and times were changing. These changes took place in all the countries of Western Europe, but perhaps they are more easily noticed in England. In the year 1066, there happened in England a great thing, which helped to bring these changes about. This was the Norman Conquest, when the great William, Duke of Normandy, came over to England and had himself crowned King of England. Edward the Confessor, the last real English king, had been brought up in Normandy, and loved the Norman people and the Norman ways. He was a very good man, a saint in fact, and had a very gentle face and a long white beard. He was a friend of Duke William of Normandy, and promised that he should be King of England when Edward died. As he had not any children to reign after him, Duke William was a tall, dark man, with a handsome but stern face and strong like a giant. When the news came to him that Edward of England was dead, he cried out, "Then England is mine." But the English had chosen for their king an English earl named Harold. He was a short, fair man, with a handsome face and smiling blue eyes. He had long fair hair hanging in curls to his shoulders, for that was how the young Englishmen wore their hair at the time. They had sometimes beards too, but the Normans had short hair and shaven faces. When William heard that Harold had been chosen King of England, he was very angry, and made up his mind to come and take England from him. He was especially angry because a short time before, Harold had been wrecked on the coast of Normandy, and William had made him promise to help him in making himself King of England. If he had not made this promise, William would not have let him go, so Harold promised. But he did not feel that he was bound to keep his promise, and now he had been chosen king himself. William got together a fleet and went over the sea to fight Harold. Harold was fighting another enemy in the north of England, when he heard that William, with a great army of Norman soldiers, was at Hastings in the south. He at once marched south, and the great battle of Hastings was fought. Both sides fought splendidly, but the English were tired with their long march. At the end of the day, only the soldiers of Harold's guard were left fighting around him beside his standard, where he had set it up at the top of the hill. Then, at last, William told his foot soldiers to shoot high above the heads of the Englishmen, so that the arrows might strike their heads and faces. An arrow pierced Harold's eye, and he fell at the foot of his standard. He was killed immediately, and his friends with him, and so William won England for himself. He had the body of Harold put under a heap of stones on the cliff at Hastings, but it was afterwards taken away and buried by the priests of the Church of Holy Cross at Waltham, which Harold had built. For Harold was a good man and brave. The Norman conquest of England. William the Conqueror was a religious man too, and he made great changes in the church in England. The Archbishop of Canterbury Stigand had his church taken away from him, and a holy monk named Lefranc from the Abbey of Bee in Normandy was made archbishop instead. He was very strict, and made all the priests in England live better and stricter lives. A great many Norman priests and monks came to England too, and did great good for the people. But there were other changes, which made the English people very unhappy. Nearly all the great English nobles were killed, and their lands were given to William's Norman friends. For 200 or 300 years, all the rich people in England were Normans and spoke French. A great many French words, changed a little, were added to the English language. The Normans had much finer manners than the English, whom they looked down on. But after a time, the Normans began to mix with the English and learned their language, and in the end, the Norman settlers and the English they had conquered became one people. The Normans were much more civilized than the English, and they taught the English many things. They were great builders and built beautiful stone churches all over England, some of which remain to this day, for they were very strong as well as beautiful. One way of telling a Norman church from those built in the later Middle Ages is that the arches of the Norman churches were round, and later they were pointed. Great feudal castles, too, were built all over England, but William the Conqueror was one of the first kings in any country to keep the feudal lords in order. They dared not rebel against him, as the feudal lords in France and Germany were always rebelling against their kings, nor would he let them fight among themselves and disturb the people. William tried to rule the English people well, but he could be very cruel. When the English in the north of England rebelled against him, he marched against them, and killed all the people, and burned every house, and destroyed every living thing, so that for years the whole country of Yorkshire was as bare as a desert. William the Conqueror, when he came to England, brought with him a banner, sent to him with his blessing, by the great Pope Gregory VII, who is generally called Hildebrand, and was one of the best and greatest of all the popes. Since the days of Emperor Otto, there had been several popes. Sometimes the emperors had chosen them, and sometimes they had not taken any notice of them. But when Hildebrand became pope in 1073, the Emperor Henry III had got much power over the popes. Hildebrand, who was a monk, was very anxious to make the church better, but he did not think it was right that even a good emperor should be more powerful than the pope. He thought indeed that the pope should be the head of all Christian countries, and that kings and peoples should do what he told them. This was why he thought he had the right to take the kingdom of England from Harold and give it to William the Conqueror. But when William became king of England, although he was very good, and helped the holy Lefranc to make the church better, he did not think he was bound to obey the pope in every way. But with the emperors who thought themselves greater than the popes, there were struggles for many years. The first great struggle between an emperor and a pope was between Hildebrand and the Emperor Henry IV. Hildebrand was a little man and rather fat. He stammered when he spoke, and he had a rather dull face, except for his glittering eyes. He was not a great scholar, but he was a great ruler. His one idea was to make the world better, and he thought that only the Pope, as head of the Church, could do this. All over Europe, the feudal lords were fighting one another, and kings and princes were often not much better. Hildebrand offended Henry IV when he said that bishops should not receive the ring or crozier, the crook which was always given to a bishop, from princes or nobles, but only from the Pope, or somebody in his place. In those days the bishops were really great nobles too, and received lands like the other great nobles.
The kings thought that it was only right that, as the lands came from them,
so should the ring and crozier, to show that the bishop owned the king as feudal lord. So the Emperor Henry IV was very angry when Hildebrand forbade this. Henry was a young man, tall and handsome.
He had become king of Germany when he was only a boy, 6 years old.
His father, Henry III, had died then. Henry III was one of the greatest of the emperors, and in his time
the different peoples who lived in Germany
had been kept well in order, and the people of the north of Italy, which still belonged to the emperor also. But while Henry IV was a boy, disorder had come again. Henry belonged to the Swabian people in South Germany, and the Saxons of North Germany tried to break away from his rule. Henry was still having trouble with these people when the Pope gave his order about investiture, as the giving of the ring and crozier to the bishops was called. Henry sent an angry letter to the Pope, saying that he would not obey him in this, and telling him that he was no pope but a false monk. Hildebrand then declared that Henry should no longer be emperor, and so war broke out between the two. But the Saxons again rose up against Henry, and the German nobles said that Henry must give in to the Pope. The Pope had excommunicated Henry too,
which means that he said he could not belong to the church until he was forgiven.
At last Henry saw that he would have to ask pardon of the Pope. He was told that he must remain quietly at a place in Germany until absolution was sent by the Pope. Meanwhile, he was almost an outcast, with no honors shown to him as a king, and not even allowed to go to church. For many weeks he waited, and then could bear it no longer. He made up his mind to go over the Alps, although it was winter time and very cold, and beg pardon from the Pope. The Pope was at Canossa, and the story used to be told that outside the gate of the castle, there, Henry had to stand 3 days with bare feet in the snow, until at last the Pope forgave him. In any case, we know that Henry had to beg hard for forgiveness, and it was 3 days before the Pope would agree. Even then, he still said he had the right to take Henry's kingdom from him, and shortly afterwards, the messengers, whom the Pope had sent to Germany, did choose another king. Henry fought against the new king, Rudolph of Swabia, and got the bishops of Germany and Italy, who were friendly to him, to elect a new pope, who was called Clement III. So now there were 2 popes and 2 emperors. Then Henry marched into Italy and into Rome, where Hildebrand shut himself up in the castle of St. Angelo. He sent for help to a great Norman prince, Robert Guiscard, who had conquered the south of Italy and made it a kingdom for himself.
The Saracens had to give in to him,
and at last the Greek exarch of Ravenna had to give up that city. From this time, the Eastern Emperor had not even one city in the west. At the same time that Robert Guiscard was winning South Italy, his younger brother Roger conquered Sicily and ruled it till he died in 1101. His little son Roger ruled after him, and when he had grown to be a man, and his cousin, the son of Robert Guiscard, died, Roger II got South Italy too, and joined them together as one kingdom. Roger won more land still in South Italy, and among other places, he won the beautiful city of Naples. Later, his kingdom was called the Kingdom of Naples and Sicily. The Normans had always been very friendly to the Pope, and Robert Guiscard went to Gregory's help. A Norman army marched to Rome, and instead of attacking, Henry burned the city and killed many of the people, and then marched away again. It was the 3rd time in history that the great city had been attacked and burnt by enemies. But the Normans, who were of course Christians, did far more harm than the Gauls so long ago, or the heathen Goth Alaric. Hildebrand followed the Normans to Salerno, and there died soon afterwards. As he lay dying, he said, "I have loved God and hated iniquity, therefore I die in exile." And it was true. Hildebrand only behaved as he did to Henry, because he was anxious to have good bishops, and so make the church better. But he did not understand that it would have been much better to try to do this in some other way, by helping the Cluniac monks and the other new orders of monks which were growing up. For good men everywhere were, like Hildebrand himself, anxious for a new time, when men should be better, and there would be an end of bloodshed and misery, and all priests and peoples and kings, and nobles too, should join together to lead good and peaceful lives. Hildebrand did not understand that the kings and princes of Europe would never agree to hold their kingdoms from him. He made a great mistake, but all the same, he was a very good and noble man, and one of the greatest of the popes. The popes who came after Hildebrand were good men too, and the work he had begun went on. They were not so fierce as Hildebrand, yet Henry IV was never forgiven. His eldest son, Conrad, was encouraged to rebel against him, and when Conrad died, his other son Henry did the same. He raised the Saxons in rebellion against his father, and was called king by the Pope. Henry was growing old and tired. His life had been one long struggle. In his younger days, he had not lived a very good life, but he had grown better as he grew older. His sons and many other people thought that it was not wrong to rebel against him, because he was excommunicated, and therefore an outcast. Henry had struggled against his elder son, but when the younger turned against him, he threw himself at his feet, and begged that, at any rate, his sins should not be punished by his own child. He tried hard to get the Pope's forgiveness, but would not give up his kingdom, and so at last he died, and was buried with his ancestors, in the beautiful church at Liege, which he himself had built. But the Bishop of Spire ordered that his body should be taken up again, and for 5 years it was kept in a chapel at Spire, and then at last buried in the cathedral there. But before Henry's death, great things had been happening in Europe, which showed, even more than his sad life did, the great power of the popes. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stephen Rue. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls, by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 22, The Crusades. Chapter 22, The Crusades. It was in the days of Pope Paschal that the Emperor Henry IV died. But before him there had been the great Pope Urban II, and under him began the most powerful thing that happened during the Middle Ages. This was the beginning of the Crusades, when knights and soldiers from all of the countries of Western Europe joined together and went to the east to fight the Mohammedans and win back from them the Holy Sepulchre, or tomb of our Lord, which they had taken. At first, all the countries conquered by the Arabs had been governed by one ruler, but afterwards there had been 2 caliphs, one in the east at Baghdad, the beautiful city on the Tigris which the Eastern Caliph made his capital, and one in the west. Then, after many years, the caliphs began to lose power, and many Muhammadan kings made little kingdoms of their own, and forgot to obey the caliphs any more. Soon after the year 1000, some Turks from the middle of Asia poured in great numbers into the lands of the Muhammadans in Asia, and soon conquered them. These Seljuk Turks, as they were called, because they told tales of a great heroic leader they once had whose name was Seljuk, were a very fierce people related to the terrible Huns who had tried to destroy Europe in the days of Attila. The Turks became Mohammedans, but were much fiercer than the Arabs had ever been. They conquered Palestine and Syria, and this was how they took the Holy Sepulchre from the Christians. Before this, Jerusalem had belonged to the Muhammadans of Egypt, who had allowed the Christians to pray at the Holy Sepulchre. In the Middle Ages, people very often made long journeys or pilgrimages to pray at the graves of saints and martyrs, and pilgrims went in great numbers, especially to the Holy Sepulchre of Christ at Jerusalem. But the fierce Seljuk Turks were very cruel to the pilgrims and very disrespectful to the Holy Sepulchre. When the people in the west of Europe heard of these things, they were very angry, and it was this which brought about the Crusades. The First Crusade was in the year 1096, and for 200 years after this, from time to time new crusades were preached and fought. The great preacher of the First Crusade was a Frenchman called Peter the Hermit. He was a priest who lived a very strict life, and about the year 1093 he made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, and there saw how badly the Christian pilgrims were treated by the Turks. He came back to Europe and told Pope Urban II all about it, and asked his permission to preach to the people and get the soldiers of Europe to go and save the sepulchre from the Turks. The Pope gave him permission, and Peter traveled all over Italy and France telling the people the things he had seen. He was a little man with a thin, pale face, but bright, eager eyes. He wore only a shirt and a pilgrim's cloak, and he rode on a donkey, holding in his hand a cross. People gave him money and presents, but he gave it all to the poor again, and ate just enough to keep himself alive. The people grew very excited when he talked to them, and every man who made up his mind to go to the east to fight the Turks wore a badge in the shape of a red cross on the right shoulder, and he was called a crusader, or a soldier of the cross. The Pope himself went to a place in France called Clermont, and there he called a great meeting, called a council, of bishops and princes and nobles, to whom he talked about the crusade. He spoke to a great crowd of the poorer people, too, asking all who could join the crusade. The people shouted as he finished his speech, "It is the will of God!" Great nobles and captains offered themselves for the crusade, and the soldiers chose which leader they would follow. But before the real crusaders were ready to start, an impatient crowd set off to the Holy Land under Peter the Hermit and a captain called Walter the Penniless. They had no order, and they did much harm and destruction in the countries they passed through. They never reached even Constantinople, but were killed by fierce tribes in the east of Europe. Only Peter the Hermit lived to tell the tale. Meanwhile, on the 15th August, 1096, the army of the First Crusade set out for the east. Among the great nobles who led their soldiers on this crusade was Robert, Duke of Normandy, the eldest son of William the Conqueror. The Conqueror was now dead, but Robert had not been made King of England. He was Duke of Normandy, and William the Red was King of England. But Robert was a soldier more than anything else, and had practically sold Normandy to William to get money for the crusade. Many of the princes and nobles were good and religious men, but many, too, went on crusade because they loved fighting and adventures. These were Norman nobles from the south of Italy, and French nobles like Raymond of Toulouse and Godfrey de Bouillon, Duke of Lower Lorraine. Godfrey de Bouillon, the hero of the Crusades. Godfrey was the real hero of the crusade. The Crusaders marched through Germany and Hungary to the gates of Constantinople, where the Eastern Emperor wanted them to help him win back some of his land, which the Turks had taken from him. But the Crusaders were thinking of quite other things. For 9 months they besieged the city of Antioch, but took it at last. Then they marched on to Jerusalem, and as they came in sight of the holy city, which they had come to win, the Crusaders fell on their knees. Then they took off their armor and walked with bare feet like pilgrims to the city. But it was a month before they could break their way in, and then the Crusaders showed no mercy. They were cruel enough in their wars with each other at home, but with the enemies of Christ, they were more cruel still. The Muhammadans were cut down and killed in their streets, and the horses of the Crusaders were up to their knees in blood as they went to the Holy Sepulchre. There the leader prayed, with hands and feet bare, and Godfrey dressed in a robe of white linen. The nobles now had to choose a king to rule over Palestine, with his capital at Jerusalem. Robert of Normandy was chosen first, but he loved better to fight than to rule, and so refused. So Godfrey was chosen and agreed to do the work of a king, but he would not wear a crown, he said, in a city where his king had been crowned with thorns. Then most of the knights and soldiers went home again, while Godfrey stayed to rule his kingdom, and so ended the First Crusade. Godfrey de Bouillon died before a year was past, and his brother Baldwin became king of Jerusalem in his place. Godfrey and his friend Tancred were the greatest and best of the knights who fought in the Holy War. Many of the others were not good men, but the lives of men like Godfrey show us the better side of the times. Not very many knights remained in the East after the First Crusade, but the new ones were always going out. Baldwin ruled Jerusalem for 18 years, and after him, his nephew, another Baldwin. All this time, there was fighting with the Muhammadans, but the kingdom of Jerusalem was well and strongly governed. But after the death of Baldwin II, when the Counts of Anjou got the crown, things were different. One of these kings was a leper, and the others were only children, and the feudal lords, among whom the land had been divided, became very disorderly. Many of these lords had married women of the East and lived in luxury which they learned from the Eastern peoples. Their children and their children's children forgot the ways of the West and were very different from Godfrey and Tancred and the Knights of the First Crusade. In fact, the defense of the Holy Sepulchre and the fighting against the Muhammadans was now chiefly done by some knights who really became monks. That is to say, they lived the lives of monks during times of peace, not marrying, but living together in a monastery and spending most of their time in prayer, while in the time of war, they lived as soldiers. There were two orders of these knights at Jerusalem. The knights of one order were called the Templars because they made their first monastery near the place where the great Temple of Solomon had once been. The other was the Order of St. John, or the Hospitallers, who were so called because they set up a hotel or hospital where poor pilgrims to the Holy Sepulchre could eat and sleep. In the year 1145, the Turks attacked the city of Edessa in the northeast of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Edessa was ruled by one of those feudal knights who had given themselves up to pleasure, and he did not even try to save the town. But when the news came to Western Europe, the Christians were very indignant, and so the Second Crusade was made ready. The man who did most to persuade princes and people to join this crusade was the great monk Saint Bernard, who was the most important man of his time. The two chief leaders in the Second Crusade, which started for the East in 1146, were the Emperor Conrad and the French King Louis VII. But the Second Crusade was quite a failure, and Louis and Conrad soon came home again. The Kingdom of Jerusalem grew weaker and weaker, while the Turks grew stronger. At last there arose a great hero among the Turks called Saladin. In some ways, although he was a fierce Mohammedan and hated Christianity, Saladin was very like the best of the Christian knights. He was very fond of children and gentle to women. Though he was fierce in fighting, he was not cruel to his prisoners. His soldiers loved him and would do anything for him. The people of Western Europe were shocked to hear, in the year 1088, that Saladin had conquered the Christian kingdom and taken Jerusalem himself. It was this news which brought about the Third Crusade. King Richard of the Lionheart. The Third Crusade was almost as great as the first, though it did not win much in the end. The Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, or Frederick with the red beard, who was one of the greatest of the emperors, joined it. So did Philip Augustus, one of the greatest of the French kings, who had by this time become strong rulers, able to keep the French feudal lords in order. The great hero of the crusade on the Christian side was the King of England, Richard Cesar de Lion, or Richard of the Lion Heart, as he was called, because he was so brave. Many dukes and nobles joined the crusade too. Frederick Barbarossa had been crowned emperor when he was about 30 years old by Pope Adrian IV, the only Englishman who was ever a pope. Adrian's name, before he became pope, was Nicholas Breakspere. He had been a poor student at one time. Frederick was one of those emperors who thought that the emperor should be above the pope, and he nearly quarreled with Adrian by saying that he would not hold the pope's stirrup to help him get off his horse, but in the end, he did it. But later on, the pope and the emperor had many quarrels. A great many important towns had grown up in the north of Italy, and some of these, especially Milan, did not want to be under the emperor, who still kept the north of Italy as well as Germany. But Frederick took a great army into Italy and practically destroyed Milan. He quarreled too with the new pope Alexander III, and soon after his friends tried to set up another pope, who was called the anti-pope. Once during the quarrel, he marched to Rome, had the anti-pope set up in the palace of the popes, and got him to crown his wife Beatrix. After many years, the other cities joined together into a league called the Lombard League and helped to build up Milan again. When the emperor came again on one of his many visits from Germany to fight them, there was a great battle. The men of Milan fought round a sacred car on which was a figure of Christ. The best soldiers had been picked out to defend the car, and they were called the Company of Death. This time the towns won, and the emperor had to give them a great deal of freedom, though he still kept a sort of power over them. Frederick then gave in to the pope and was received again into the church, for he had, of course, been excommunicated. In the great piazza, or square in Venice, he knelt at Pope Alexander's feet, and the pope raised him up and gave him the kiss of peace. It was just 100 years since Henry IV had asked for forgiveness at Canossa, so again the pope had won. Frederick, then, had a stormy life, and was an old man when he joined the Third Crusade. He led his great army by land, while Philip and Richard took theirs by sea. But as the German army reached a stream just before crossing into Syria, the brave old emperor was drowned. The river was flowing very quickly, but the emperor spurred his horse into it, and was carried away and drowned. The people of Germany were full of sorrow, for he had ruled them well, and they had loved him. He was a very handsome man, with long yellow hair curling over his ears and with a long red beard, from which the Italians called him Barbarossa. He had a clear white skin and bright eyes and a merry smile. Long afterwards, the German people looked back on his reign as a time of great peace and joy. They said, indeed, that he did not die, but was only sleeping, and would come one day to rule them again. The other leaders stopped before the town of Acre, and besieged it for 2 years. There was fierce fighting, and Richard of the Lionheart, who had come late, showed his great courage when, although he was ill, he had himself carried among the soldiers, so that he could give them orders in the fight. The black standard of Saladin waved proudly above the city, though Saladin was not there at the time. With Richard's help, Acre was soon taken, and the Crusaders were now free to march to Jerusalem. But Philip Augustus was anxious to get home again and give himself up to the work of making France stronger. Most of the French soldiers went home with their king. Richard led the rest of the Crusaders after this, and won many battles against Saladin, but he could not win Jerusalem, and at last he made peace with Saladin. The Christians had lost the kingdom which they had won in the First Crusade, but were allowed to keep a little land on the coast round Jaffa, and pilgrims in small numbers were allowed to visit the Holy Sepulchre. Before he turned homewards, Richard was taken to the top of a hill, from which he could see the white buildings of Jerusalem glistening far off in the sunshine. But Richard put his shield before his face. He could not bear to look at the holy city, which he had hoped to win again for the Christians. For 100 years after this, there were other crusades, though not so great as the first and third. But Jerusalem was never really won back, and is in the hands of the Mohammedans still. Richard started for home, but it was a long time before he reached England, for he had many adventures on the way. Saladin died the next year. One reason why the Third Crusade was not a great success was that the leaders were jealous of each other. Although Richard was so brave and splendid a knight, he was not easy to get on with, for he wanted to have things all his own way. One of the leaders who had quarreled very bitterly with Richard was Leopold, Duke of Austria. Richard had to pass through Leopold's country on his way home. He dressed himself up as a pilgrim, but someone found out who he was, and he was put in prison by the Duke. After a time, Richard was given over to the new emperor, Henry IV, the son of Frederick Barbarossa. The emperor kept him in prison for 2 years. A story is told that no one in England really knew what happened to Richard until his minstrel Blondel found out where he was. A story is told of how Blondel traveled from castle to castle all over Germany, and at last, he rested outside the castle where Richard was shut up. He heard his master's voice singing an old French song. Blondel, in great excitement, sang a verse of the song, hoping that Richard would hear him, and he did. Richard was glad, for he knew that Blondel would go back to England and tell the English people of the troubles of their king, and so he did. Richard's wicked brother John was looking after England and did not want the king to come back, but in the end he had to pay the ransom of a great sum of money which the emperor asked for, and Richard was at last set free. He did not live long after he got back to England. For years after his time, the Mohammedans told tales of his great courage and strength, and in Syria, if an Arab's horse jumped or seemed frightened, the Arab would say to it, "Why, do you think it's King Richard?" At the same time that the Christians and the Mohammedans were struggling in the East, a great struggle was going on too between the Christians and the Moors in Spain. We have seen that Spain was the only country in Western Europe, except the south of Italy, which was won by the Mohammedans. The Normans had conquered South Italy again, but for hundreds of years nearly all Spain belonged to the Moors. Charles the Great had, however, driven them as far south as the Ebro, and little Christian kingdoms had grown up there. In time, these began to grow stronger, and by degrees to push the Moors farther and farther south, so that by the end of the 13th century, they only had a little strip of land in the south, and nearly all Spain was Christian again. The great hero in this struggle between the Moors and Christians in Spain was a man named Ruy Diaz, but who has always been called by the Spaniards the Cid, which means the Lord. He was born not many years after the year 1000 and spent his whole life in fighting. The people of Spain tell that he always fought for the Christians, but other people have said that he sometimes fought for the Moors. At any rate, he won many marvelous victories over the Moors, and he died still fighting them, when he was an old man, about the time of the First Crusade. The Spaniards tell that their hero was kind and gentle, as well as brave. Once, they say, he was returning after a victory, which he had won over 5 Moorish kings. He saw a poor man suffering from the dreadful disease of leprosy, which so many people had in the Middle Ages. The leper was lying on the road begging for pity, but the Spanish knights passed him by, all except the Cid, who lifted him up and took him home on his horse, fed him, and put him to sleep in his own bed. In the night the Cid awoke, and the leper was no longer there, but a beautiful figure stood beside him and spoke to him, telling him that he was Saint Lazarus, and had only appeared to him as a leper, and he promised him that he should win in his battles against the Moors. The Spaniards told, too, how when the Cid lay dying, he heard that a great Moorish army from North Africa was coming to Spain. He told his soldiers that when he died they must not cry out or mourn, so that the enemy would know what had happened, but they must dress him in his armor, put a sword in his hand, and tie him sitting on his horse, and he would once more lead them to victory, though he was dead. And so he did. His soldiers fought around their dead leader, and the Moors were defeated in a great battle. And after this, the Christians went on conquering until the Moors were driven out of Spain. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Frame. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 23, The Monks and the People in the Time of the Crusades. In the early days of the Crusades, when the soldiers of the cross were fighting in the East, many interesting things were happening among the people left at home. We've seen that in all the countries of Western Europe, there were people who were anxious to live better lives. New monasteries and convents were built where men and women who wanted to pray and live in peace could go. Especially in France this happened, partly perhaps because the feudal lords were so powerful in France while the king had not yet got much power. Great new orders of monks rose up, for sometimes a monk, seeing the faults in the older monasteries, would set up a new monastery with new rules by which to keep from these faults. One of the greatest of these new orders was one founded by Saint Bruno. At first, Bruno was head of the school belonging to the cathedral at the French town called Rheims. In those days, there were no schools, except those belonging to the cathedrals and monasteries, and as a rule, only boys who were going to be priests or monks were taught to read and write. Bruno was very good and pious, and when the new Archbishop of Rheims, who was named Manasses, did wrong things, Bruno scolded him. But the Archbishop was very angry, and Bruno had to go away from Rheims and hide for a long time. Then, when Manasses died, the priests at the cathedral chose Bruno to be their archbishop, but the French king, Philip I, would not agree to this. Rheims was in that part of France where the French king had real power. Philip was a very wicked king, and Pope Hildebrand had told him so plainly, while later Pope Urban excommunicated him because he sent away his Queen Bertha after he had been married to her for 20 years and took another wife. Naturally, Philip did not want an archbishop who was a saint like Bruno. However, Bruno did not mind at all, but went into a wild part of the country near a town called Grenoble and built there a new monastery. He made quite a new rule for his monks. Instead of doing everything together, like the earlier monks eating in a large room called the refectory and sleeping in another large room called the dormitory, St. Bruno and his monks each had a little house of his own. Each monk lived and ate and slept in his own house and only went with the other monks at those times when they prayed in the church. The monks never spoke and lived the very strictest of lives. The monastery which St. Bruno built near Grenoble was called the Grande Chartreuse. Afterwards, he went to Calabria and Italy and built 2 more charter houses, as monasteries of this order were called. The order was called the Carthusian order, and soon it spread over the countries of Western Europe. It never became less strict like many other orders. There is a Carthusian monastery in the south of England even now, where the monks live exactly the same kind of life that St. Bruno and his monks lived 900 years ago. There were lay brothers also in the order who did not spend so much time in saying prayers, but did the work of the monastery and grew things on the land. The monks of the Grande Chartreuse found out how to make a certain kind of wine, which is called chartreuse, and nobody else has ever found out exactly how it's made. There was another great order of monks, which was begun about the same time as the Carthusians. This was the great Cistercian order, which also began in France. A holy monk named Robert set up a Benedictine monastery at Molem in the north of Burgundy. He tried to make his monks keep the rule of St. Benedict properly, but they thought he was too strict, and would not. So, very sadly, Robert left them with just a few of the monks and went to a lonely place called Citeaux in the south of France. He began another monastery there. The Great Saint Bernard. At first, there were only Robert and his few friends. One of these was named Stephen Harding and was an Englishman. Afterwards, he was made a saint. Soon people began to hear about the splendid lives which the monks of Citeaux lived, and one day there came to the monastery a young French nobleman named Bernard. He had with him 30 of his relations, and he begged that they might all become monks. This Bernard was the great Saint Bernard, who became the most important man of his time. So many men came to be monks at Citeaux that the monastery would not hold them, and so little bands of monks were always going away to set up new monasteries in other places. Saint Bernard himself did this and became head of a monastery at Clairvaux. He is often called Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. But all the monasteries of the Cistercian order were under the abbot of Citeaux, and he in his turn had to take the advice of the abbots of the 4 other chief monasteries of the order. One of these was Clairvaux. The Cistercian monks gave up the black robe of the Benedictines and wore white habits. They are often called the white monks, though the Carthusians and some others of the new orders wore white too. The Cistercians always built their monasteries in wild country places far from the towns. For instance, when they came to England soon after the year 1100, They set up many of their monasteries in the wild districts of Yorkshire, and soon they turned these places into the most beautiful spots in the country. For the Cistercians were always very clever in growing things, and in many places, too, they covered the land with sheep. The wool of the sheep was sold to be made into cloth. The Cistercians often became very rich, but they were very kind to the poor, and were not allowed to spend much money, even on their churches. At first especially, their churches were built very plainly, and were not allowed to have towers or spires because these were not necessary. There were no silver or gold crosses in their churches, but only painted crosses made of wood. But though the Cistercian monks lived such strict and quiet lives, they soon spread all over Europe. St. Bernard was greater, indeed, than any pope, and the popes and bishops of the time were glad of his advice on all sorts of things. He lived a very strict life indeed, and ate so little food that after a time he became so weak that he was sick every time he took any food at all. But this did not prevent his praying and preaching. He traveled through France and Italy, preaching to the people who crowded to see and hear him. When once more an anti-pope was struggling with the real pope, it was St. Bernard who got the anti-pope to give in, and so made peace in the church. St. Bernard was very severe with anybody who was against the church in any way. In his time, when people were thinking more and more about religion, there were some men and women who began to believe things which the church said were wrong. These people were called heretics, and were sometimes punished and even killed. St. Bernard had no mercy on such people, and was always anxious to have them punished, for he thought that they did much harm to the people by teaching them the wrong things. There were many heretics in the south of France. There was one man called Pierre Dubry, who was a priest, but had done something very wrong and so was not allowed to live any longer as a priest. He wandered about the south of France preaching against the priests and saying that what they taught was wrong. He made a great bonfire of crosses and statues which he said it was wrong to use, but the people were so angry they took him and burned him alive. There was another man, too, named Peter Valdez, a rich merchant belonging to the French city of Lyon. He was excommunicated, but long after his death his followers wandered about France and Italy preaching against the church. These heretics were sometimes called the poor men of Lyon. The chief heretics in the south of France were called the Albigenses, because Albi was one of their chief towns. St. Bernard was full of sorrow and anger against the heretics, and he blamed it all on one man. This was the famous Abelard, whose life story is one of the saddest and strangest in all history. He was born in Brittany, and like St. Bernard himself, he belonged to a noble family. While he was still a young boy, people saw that he was going to be very clever. In those days, the schools were still joined to the monasteries and cathedrals, but some of the schools had become more famous than others, and when the news spread that a good teacher was to be found at any particular place, scholars would crowd to his school. Abelard, when he was a young man, went from one great school to another. Before he was 20, he was at the school belonging to the Cathedral of Notre Dame at Paris, listening to the lectures of a famous teacher called William of Champeaux. But Abelard soon showed himself much cleverer than his master. He asked questions which William could not answer, and soon the students left their old master and followed Abelard from place to place. At last he set up his school on the Mont Sainte-Geneviève, the famous hill in Paris looking down on the cathedral. Abelard's teaching was very clear. He said that people must not believe what they were told just because they were told, but that students should see the reasons of the things they believed. He said that the older teachers had not really tried to make things clear, but lighted a fire not to give light, but to fill the house with smoke. After a while, William of Champeaux found that he had no pupils at all, and so gave up teaching in disgust. Abelard was afterward made a canon, as a priest belonging to a cathedral was called, of Notre Dame at Paris. One of the older canons named Fulbert had a young niece living in his house. Her name was Heloise, and she was very beautiful and very clever. She could read Latin and even Greek, and Abelard used to help her in her studies. After a while, Abelard and Heloise loved each other very much, and in the end, they were married to each other. Fulbert was very angry about it all because a priest was forbidden to get married. He was still more angry when Heloise told people that they were not married. She did this because she was afraid that it would do harm to Abelard if people knew that he had married her. In the end, Eloise became a nun, and Abelard fled away from the anger of her uncle to a monastery. He left the monastery of Saint Denis outside Paris because he quarreled with the other monks. Even now that he was a much sadder and wiser man, he could not help teaching what he thought was the truth. He made the monks very angry by saying that some of the things they said about their patron saint were not true, but only old tales. He still gave lectures, and crowds followed him. After a while, he set up another monastery in a lonely spot, but left it again, and Heloise then went with some nuns and lived the rest of her life in this convent of the Paraclete, as it was called. She always loved Abelard and wrote the most beautiful letters to him, which we may still read. St. Bernard hated the teaching of Abelard, not so much for the things he said as for the independent spirit which he encouraged. To St. Bernard, his questioning and arguing about the things which the Church taught seemed little better than the teaching of heretics like Pierre Dubry or the poor men of Lyons. At last, St. Bernard got a council of bishops to meet at the town of Sens in France, and they said that Abelard's teaching was heresy. Abelard appealed to the Pope, that is, he would not agree that he was wrong, and offered to go to Rome and let the Pope judge the case. On his way, he stopped at the monastery of Cluny, which then had for its abbot a great and good man called Peter the Venerable. Here Abelard became very ill, and Peter, although he was as devoted to the Church and its teaching as St. Bernard himself, was very gentle and kind to Abelard. Indeed, Abelard begged to be received as a monk of Cluny, and very soon afterwards he died. Heloise asked that his body might be buried at her convent of the Paraclete, and so it was. Years afterward, when she died, an old woman, her body was buried beside that of the man she had loved all her life. Afterwards, they were moved from place to place for different reasons, but now they rest in one grave in the great cemetery of Père-Lachaise at Paris, and there visitors may see it any day. Some of Abelard's pupils became the greatest teachers of the time and were honored by the Church, for although they taught the same things as Abelard, they taught in a different way. But one of Abelard's pupils, a man called Arnold of Brescia, a town in North Italy where he was born, had a very sad ending indeed. He was a canon regular, that is to say, he belonged to a church where the canons lived like monks, although they did the work of ordinary priests. Arnold was very discontented with the church as it was. He said the priests should not have any money at all, but should live on what the people gave them. He said, too, that it was not right that the Pope should rule the city of Rome. It was quite right, he said, that the Pope should rule the whole church in religious things, but in things of this world he should have no power. He went to Rome and got the people to rebel against the Pope and set up a government of their own. One Pope fled away from Rome altogether, and for a time Arnold of Brescia got his way. But when the English Pope Adrian IV had crowned Frederick Barbarossa, the emperor took Arnold of Brescia prisoner and gave him up to the Pope. He was tried for heresy and found guilty. He was killed and his body was burnt. The ashes were thrown into the river Tiber for fear the people who had followed him and loved him should carry them away and keep them as relics of a saint. 2 years before St. Bernard himself had died, he had called Arnold the armor-bearer of his master Goliath, meaning Abelard. St. Bernard was the greatest man of his age. His one fault was his severity to men like these, but this did not come from any cruelty, but because he was afraid of the harm they might do to the church and the people. Naturally, St. Bernard was very gentle and tender. He wrote some beautiful hymns in Latin which are still sung in the Catholic Church. They've been put into English and are sung in other churches too. England after the Conquest. We've seen how English dukes and kings took part in the Crusades. The English people, too, shared in all the changes which were going on in the other countries of Western Europe. Monks from the new orders came to England, and monasteries of Cistercians, Carthusians, and regular canons were spread all over England. England had her saints, too, in the 12th century. The two greatest were St. Anselm and St. Thomas Becket. St. Anselm was a monk from the same Abbey of Bec in Normandy, from which William the Conqueror had brought Archbishop Lanfranc. Lanfranc died soon after the Conqueror's son, William Rufus, or the Red, became king. The Red King was not only strict like his father, but he was wicked and cruel. For a long time he would not have a new archbishop at all, but he became ill, and was then so frightened that God would punish him that he asked Anselm to be archbishop. Anselm was very gentle and good. When he was abbot of Bec, the other monks were not always pleased, for if he saw poor and hungry people, he would give away the food in the monastery, never troubling about the fact there would be nothing left for himself and his monks to eat. Anselm did not want to be Archbishop of Canterbury. He knew that as soon as the Red King was well again, he would forget all about God and would be cruel once more to the church and the people, and he thought that he would never be strong enough to struggle with such a king. He said that it would never do for a poor sheep like himself to be put to the plow with a wild bull like Rufus, instead of the two strong oxen, William the Conqueror and Lanfranc, who had worked together so well to make the English church better. But the bishops made him give in, and almost carried him to the church to be made archbishop. Everything happened just as St. Anselm expected. When the Red King got well again, he behaved just as badly as ever, and in the end, St. Anselm fled away to France, and stayed there till the Red King died. Then his brother, Henry I, who was called Beauclerc, or the Scholar, became king. He was a clever man and a good king, and he wrote and asked St. Anselm to come back, like a father, to his son Henry and the English people. He came, and together Henry and he did all they could to make the people and the priests better. Priests had been forbidden to get married, but in the days before the Norman conquest, nearly all priests had wives. But now this was strictly forbidden. Henry himself and his wife, good Queen Maud, gave a great deal of money to set up new monasteries. The king and the archbishop had one quarrel about investitures, the thing which the emperor and the pope were quarreling about at the same time. In England it was soon settled. Bishops were to have the ring and crozier given to them by the archbishop, but were to do homage for their lands to the king. The struggle was settled between the pope and the emperor in the same way a few years later. Henry's only son was drowned as he was sailing from France to England in the White Ship. The prince had given the sailors a great deal of beer to drink in his honor, and the nobles and ladies had danced on the deck of the ship in the moonlight, but the sailors were not paying attention to their work, and though it was a beautifully still and clear night, they let the ship strike against a rock. It was wrecked and everyone was drowned, except one poor butcher who clung on to a floating piece of wood. When Henry heard of the death of his son, he was broken-hearted, and people said that he never smiled again. He got the nobles to promise that they would have his daughter Matilda for queen when he died. The English had never had a queen to rule them without a king before, and some of the nobles broke their promise and crowned Henry's nephew, Stephen, king. Then for nearly 20 years, Matilda and Stephen fought. Stephen was a weak man, and the nobles did just what they liked. They built strong castles all over England and fought with each other. The people lived in misery, and the monks who wrote their chronicles, the only books of history which there were in those days, give long and terrible stories of the sufferings of the poor people when the cruel nobles took all they had from them and prevented them from growing things on the land. It was the only time that the feudal lords had things their own way in England, and the people could understand what the French and German people suffered until strong kings saved them from the nobles. In the end, it was settled that Matilda should give up her right to the crown, but that her son Henry should be king when Stephen died. And so it was. Henry II was a strong king. He soon put an end to the disorders of feudalism and made all the nobles pull down most of the castles which they had built in the time of Stephen. He tried to bring order in the church too, and it was this which brought about a great quarrel with Thomas Becket, who is now looked upon as one of England's greatest saints. Before William the Conqueror came to England, priests and other people had always been tried and punished for doing wrong things by the same judges. But William had said that the church should have courts of its own, and priests should be tried in them only. This had been done. But the punishments in the church courts were not so severe as in the other courts. In those days, everyone who could read was called a clerk, and could say that he would be tried in the church courts. Henry thought this was bad, for clerks could even commit murder and only have the easy punishments given by the church courts. So he wanted to have clerks tried first in the church courts, and if they were found guilty, he said that they should be tried again in the ordinary courts and be punished just like other people. Becket, who was the Archbishop of Canterbury, said this was not fair. Becket had at first been Henry's chancellor, and had been so lively and fond of pleasure and so friendly with the king that Henry thought that if he made him archbishop, he could have things all his own way in the church. But he found out his mistake. Becket did not want to be archbishop, but once he had said yes, he made up his mind to live like a saint. He gave up all his old amusements and spent his life in work and prayer. When Henry tried to get him to agree to his new arrangements for the church, there was a terrible quarrel, and Becket, like Anselm before him, fled over the seas to be safe and peaceful. After 6 years, he was allowed to come back. Henry was in France, and heard there that Becket had punished some of the bishops for doing things without his permission while he was away. Henry flew into a terrible fit of anger and said, "Is there nobody who will rid me of this insolent priest?" 4 of his knights who heard him immediately went out, crossed the sea to England, and as the archbishop was in his cathedral just before vespers or evensong, they attacked him, knocking him down dead with his brains dashed out on the stone floor. When the monks of the cathedral took up his body to make it ready to be buried, they found that the archbishop wore under all his splendid robes a shirt made of prickly hair, which he always wore to do penance for his sins. The people honored him as a saint, and later he was called a saint by the church. Henry was full of horror when he heard the news. He often had these terrible fits of anger and said things which he did not mean. When he got back to England, he wanted to do penance at the archbishop's tomb in the cathedral. He felt that he had committed a great sin, and he must have remembered, too, that Thomas Becket had once been his dear friend. He knelt at the tomb, dressed only in a shirt. He got the monks to scourge him with a whip, and then knelt alone praying at the tomb during the whole night. For hundreds of years after this, pilgrims came in crowds to pray at the tomb of St. Thomas Becket, and it was soon covered with their offerings of gold and jewels, and became the richest shrine in England. After this, Henry did not dare to interfere with the church courts, but in time, the worst kinds of crime, whether by priests or people, came to be tried in the ordinary courts. The Great Charter. There was another struggle between an English king and the Archbishop of Canterbury, which is even more important than the story of Thomas Becket. After the death of Henry II, England was ruled by Richard of the Lionheart, the great knight and crusader. He died soon, and his wicked brother John became king after him. John was a handsome man and clever, but he cared for no one but himself. He was very cruel, and once when a noble rebelled against him, he starved the man's wife and child to death. He made the people pay great sums of money in taxes and spent it on his own pleasures. Another thing which made the English people very angry was that John let the French king win Normandy from him. This seemed a great disgrace, but after this the English kings thought more of England and less of Normandy, and stayed more in England instead of always sailing over to France. John had a great quarrel with the Pope. This Pope was Innocent III, the greatest since Hildebrand. There was a quarrel between the king and the monks of Canterbury about choosing an archbishop, and in the end, the Pope chose one himself. This was a good priest named Stephen Langton. John said he would not have him for an archbishop, and then the Pope put all of England under an interdict. This meant that the churches were closed. There could not be any services. Babies could not be baptized, and men and women could not get married. All this seemed very dreadful to the people. For 5 years, John would not let Stephen Langton come to England. Then the Pope said he should be king no longer. This terrified John, and he gave in. The interdict was taken off the country. John gave up his crown and took it back from a cardinal who took the place of the Pope. Stephen Langton came and was made archbishop. He immediately began to help the nobles to force King John to rule better. They wrote down many things which the king was to promise to do, and these promises were afterwards called the Great Charter. The nobles got together an army and marched to meet the king at London, but he fled to Windsor. At last he saw he must give in, and at a place nearby called Runnymede, he signed the Great Charter. But he never meant to keep his promises. When he had signed the charter and the nobles had gone, he threw himself on the ground, shrieking in anger. Afterwards, he got Pope Innocent to set him free from his promise. Then the nobles said they would take Louis, the son of the French king, to be king of England instead of John. A French army came to England, but soon John died. He had been nearly drowned in crossing the Wash, and his crown and jewels were lost in the water with his other luggage. Afterwards he was ill, and made himself worse by eating fruit and drinking cider, and so died. The nobles then joined together and made John's baby son, Henry, king. It was said that he was crowned with his mother's bracelet. There was much trouble sometimes after this, but after the Great Charter, no English king ever dared again to treat the English people so badly, and it was chiefly Stephen Langton whom the English people had to thank for the signing of the Charter. So we see how in England, just as in other countries of Europe at that time, the monks and priests took a leading part in history. In the century which followed, we shall see greater kings and soldiers and greater saints still. End of chapter 23. The monks and the people in the time of the Crusades.
Chapter 24 of the Story of the World, a simple history for boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Story of the World, a simple history for boys and girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 24. The 13th Century. At the beginning of the 13th century, the Western Church was ruled by the greatest of all the popes, Innocent III. We have seen how Pope Innocent interfered in affairs in England, but in all the other countries of Europe it was the same. He was a very handsome and noble-looking man. He belonged to a noble Roman family and became pope when he was only 37 years old, which was young for a pope. He lived a good life and was very kind and gentle, though sometimes his fierce temper would break out. He believed that the pope should rule over all the world and that the kings should obey him, or if they did not, that he could take their kingdoms from them as he had threatened to do with John. Pope Innocent was the first pope who was really able to do these things, and indeed he was the last, for no pope after him was able to behave in this way. The kings and people were ready to obey the pope in religious matters, but would not agree that he was over them in other things. Yet Pope Innocent used his power well. King Philip Augustus of France was growing more and more powerful. It was he who won Normandy from King John, and he made the feudal lords obey him, so that France became a strong kingdom like England. But Philip Augustus was not a good man. He married a young Danish princess called Ingeborg, but the day after the marriage he sent her away and said he would not have her any more for his wife. He then married another lady. Pope Innocent was very angry and sent word to the French king that he must take back his proper wife. Philip Augustus would not, and so France, like England, was put under an interdict. Then the king gave in, and soon after, when the new wife died, he took Ingeborg back, but it was 20 years before he behaved to her as though she was really his wife. All this time Innocent would not be friendly with the king, but after this they became great friends. Innocent was very anxious that the Crusades should go on, and so they did through all the 13th century, but though great men joined them, there was never any real success. One great result of the Crusades was that there was much more trading between East and West, and in time the ships of Venice, the city which had grown up among the lagoons in the north of the Adriatic Sea, got most of this trade. Venice became rich and important. At the same time, the Eastern Empire lost a great deal of its trade and was becoming weaker and weaker. Its emperors were weak and stupid men. Now, when in the year 1203 the Fourth Crusade was begun, it was arranged that the Venetian ships should carry the Crusaders to the east. But instead of sailing to Palestine, the Venetians attacked Constantinople and made themselves master of it. Constantinople was a most beautiful city, full of great buildings and statues and treasures, some of which belonged to the great days of the Roman Empire. The Venetians robbed the churches and other buildings and sent back some of the greatest treasures to help them make their own beautiful city still more beautiful. Most of the northern Italian cities were independent by this time. Venice was a republic and was ruled by a duke, the Doge as he was called, chosen by the people. Every year, at the same date, the Doge, sitting on a throne in a beautiful ship, hung with scarlet and gold stuffs, sailed through the canals of Venice into the harbour. There the Doge dropped a golden ring into the water, saying, "We wed thee, O sea, in token of our true and eternal dominion over thee." It was a blind old Doge called Dandolo who led the Venetians against Constantinople on the Fourth Crusade. Pope Innocent was not pleased that the Crusaders had attacked a Christian city instead of the Mohammedans, but he comforted himself, for the Church of the Eastern Empire did not obey the Pope, and now for nearly 60 years Constantinople was ruled by princes from the West, just as the Kingdom of Jerusalem had been. In the end, the Greeks won their empire back, but Crete and other islands belonged to the Venetians for hundreds of years. Every year Venice grew richer and more beautiful. Marble palaces and churches were built along her canals, and even now, when the city is no longer great, visitors gliding in gondolas, as Venetian boats are called, along her canals are filled with wonder at their beauty. Pope Innocent was always trying to stir people up for a fresh crusade, and in his time people must have been talking continually about the Holy Land. The Children's Crusade. In the year 1212, at a time when no one seemed to be taking any notice of the Pope's requests, a young French shepherd boy called Stephen made up his mind to lead a crusade himself. He got together thousands of other young boys, and they marched south to Marseille on the coast of France. Stephen promised those who followed him that he would lead them over the seas without wetting their feet. But most of these children, for they were only boys, were carried off by slave dealers and sold as slaves in Egypt. About the same time, a boy called Nicholas from Cologne in Germany got together an army of young boys and led them into Italy, meaning to go on to the Holy Land, but no one knows what became of them. These expeditions were called the Children's Crusade, and Pope Innocent said to the men whom he wanted to go to the Holy Land, "The very children put us to shame." At last, a new crusade did start. The Fifth Crusade had for its leader the Emperor Frederick II, who was one of the greatest men of the Middle Ages. He was the grandson of Frederick Barbarossa, and his father was the Emperor Henry VI. His father died while he was a baby, and his mother Constance died soon afterwards. She was a Norman, and from her he had the kingdom of Sicily. While he was a boy, Pope Innocent looked after Frederick. He was brought up at Palermo, and he was a very clever and nice-looking boy. He learned all he could from the Greeks and Arabs of Sicily, and knew so much that people called him the wonder of the world. Pope Innocent died when Frederick was only 20. Although Frederick had been brought up by a pope, this did not prevent him from quarrelling with the popes who came after. Indeed, the quarrel between the emperor and the popes was perhaps bitterer than ever under Frederick II. Frederick pretended to be a good Christian, but people said that he did not really believe the things which the Church taught. He made friends with the Arabs in Sicily and South Italy, and lived in great luxury like they did. He gathered scholars and poets together in his palace, and even studied the use of medicines. He had a great number of camels brought from the East, and the Sultan of Egypt sent him a present of an elephant, which people thought a very curious and wonderful animal. Very few people had ever seen such a thing, although 400 years before, Charles the Great had had one too. The Pope after Innocent was called Honorius III. He had once been Frederick's teacher, and was always very gentle with him. But Frederick only made use of his friendship to please himself. He got the Pope to agree to his son becoming emperor after him, although he had promised that he would not make him emperor and king of Sicily too, as the Pope thought that this was too much power for one man. All that during the time of Honorius, Frederick was promising to go on crusade. but he never did. Then the new Pope, Gregory IX, at last lost patience and excommunicated Frederick for not keeping his promise. Then at last Frederick led a great army to the east, and now the Pope was angry again, for he said that a man under sentence of excommunication should not dare to fight in the Holy War. There was practically no fighting, but Frederick made a 10 years' peace with the Mohammedans, and Bethlehem, Nazareth, and Jerusalem were handed over to the Christians. Frederick crowned himself King of Jerusalem, but no priest could be got to go through the services of the church for him. Frederick then went back to Italy, where he found the Pope's armies in Apulia, part of his kingdom in South Italy. Frederick soon drove them out, and then at last peace was made between the Pope and the Emperor. Frederick cared much more for Italy than he did for Germany. In his kingdom in the south he made himself a despot. No one else had any power at all. But in Germany he let the great lords do what they liked, and although his father and grandfather had done a great deal to join the German states into one kingdom, Frederick let them become almost independent, and it was this which helped to keep Germany broken up for hundreds of years into little states, instead of being one nation like France or England. Frederick's son Henry, who was to be emperor after him, rebelled against his father and was shut up in prison in Apulia. There he was to stay until he died. But he escaped, and, as he preferred to die rather than be caught and put in prison again, he drove his horse over a high precipice and so killed himself. Frederick had a long struggle too with the towns of northern Italy and won great victories over them, and he quarrelled once more with the Pope. Frederick invited all kings and princes to join him in fighting against the Pope, for he said the Pope wanted to take all power from them, but the other kings took no notice. Pope Gregory, in his turn, said that Frederick was wicked in his life and a heretic in his beliefs, and tried to get the Germans to rebel against him. He even offered the emperor's crown to the brother of King Louis IX of France, but the French nobles told the Pope that he could not give or take a king's crown except with the advice of a general council, that is, a meeting of bishops from different parts of the world. Pope Gregory did try to get a council together at Rome. The ships of Genoa were to carry the bishops to the council, but Frederick had nearly all the greatest towns on the coast of Italy on his side. Chief of them was Pisa. They got together a fleet and captured the Genoese ships. The bishops were carried off to Naples and were tormented with hunger and thirst and then thrown into prison. Frederick was even going to attack Rome when Pope Gregory died. A new pope, Innocent IV, was just as bitter as Gregory, and the emperor again threatened to attack Rome. Innocent fled to Lyon in the south of France and there called a council, which said that Frederick should be emperor no longer. King Louis of France tried to make peace, but the enemies were too bitter. Rebellion broke out against Frederick in different parts of Germany and Italy, and in these later years of his life he lost instead of winning battles. Frederick grew very unhappy and began to look on everyone as his enemy. He thought that his faithful friend, Peter della Vigna, who had always served him well, had turned against him, and he had his eyes put out. He then dragged him with him, dressed in rags, wherever he went, until in the end Peter killed himself. Frederick's favourite son, Enzio, was taken prisoner by the people of Bologna, one of the North Italian cities which fought against him, and the emperor was told that he was to be kept in prison all his life. Soon after, Frederick became very ill and died. It was said that he made peace with the church and had himself dressed in the habit of a Cistercian monk, and so died peacefully and happily. Others said that he died cursing and in the greatest misery, but probably this is not true. Frederick II was the last of the great emperors who struggled against the great popes. When Frederick II died, his son Conrad ruled as king in Germany. He sent his brother Manfred to rule Sicily for him. But the Pope was no more friendly to Conrad than he had been to Frederick. He offered Sicily to different people, among them Henry III of England, who gladly paid large sums of money to the Pope, who promised Sicily to Henry's second son, Edmund. A crusade was preached against Conrad, and fighting began, but before long the emperor died, leaving a little son called Conradin. Manfred then fought and won Naples and Sicily for himself, but the Pope now offered the crown of Sicily to Charles of Anjou, the brother of King Louis IX of France. Charles led a great army against Manfred and killed him. Conradin was now 15 years old. He was a brave and handsome boy, and he made up his mind to march from Germany and win back the kingdom of the two Sicilies from Charles of Anjou. He took with him his dearest friend, Frederick, Duke of Austria, and a small army, but he was taken prisoner, and he and his friend had their heads cut off by Charles' order. Charles of Anjou was a cruel ruler, and the people of Sicily and South Italy hated him. They hated him too for his cruelty to Conradin. As Conradin was going to lay his head on the block, he had thrown down his glove, which was the way a knight invited another to fight, and had declared that the German people would wash out in French blood this insult to their king. It was not very many years before the Sicilians themselves took a terrible revenge on their French rulers. A French soldier insulted a Sicilian girl on the street, and her lover stabbed him to the heart. It was the signal for an attack on all the French in the island. The massacre began as the church bells were ringing for vespers, and went on through the whole night. It was always afterwards spoken of as the Sicilian Vespers. Soon after, Pedro of Aragon, the husband of Conradin's cousin, fought Charles and won Sicily from him. French rulers still governed Naples, but in a few years this too went to a Spanish ruler. Conradin was the last of the family of Frederick II. After his death, the 7 German princes, who had the right of electing the emperor, chose foreigners like Richard, Duke of Cornwall, the brother of Henry III of England, or Alfonso the Wise, King of Castile. But at last they saw that they must elect a German prince, so that the emperor could keep order between the states. But after Frederick's time, these rulers were German kings, and hardly interfered at all in Italy. The great towns of northern Italy began each to conquer the smaller towns round them, and soon Venice, Milan, and Florence was each the capital of a little Italian state. St. Louis of France. King Louis IX of France, who had tried to make peace between the Pope and the Emperor, was very different from Frederick. He was a saint, and a splendid king besides. He too had become king as a baby, when his father Louis VIII, the son of Philip Augustus, died. His mother was a Spanish lady, Blanche of Castile. She was a very brave and determined woman, and when the feudal nobles, whom Philip Augustus had kept in order, tried to get their own way again, she soon put down their rebellion. She looked well after her boy, and had him carefully taught and trained, so that he was not at all spoilt by being a king so soon. He loved his prayers, and when he was grown up, he would get up at midnight to go to matins in the church, just as the monks did. His nobles indeed grumbled, because they said he wasted so much time in prayer, but he reminded them that they wasted more time still in gambling and hunting. But St. Louis was not sad or gloomy. He was always good-tempered and patient, and could not bear people to say unkind things about each other. He hated swearing or rough ways of speaking. Every day he brought 100 poor people to eat at his table. For himself he took any food which was set before him, and always added water to his wine. He went to see sick people in their homes, and would wash the feet of beggars, and even nursed lepers. Yet St. Louis found plenty of time too to rule his country well. He was strong and healthy, taller by a head than any of his knights, finely shaped with bright eyes and long fair hair. He loved his children very much, and was a splendid husband and father. He kept France orderly and happy, and although he was strict with the feudal lords, he never cheated them or used them roughly as his grandfather Philip Augustus had done. There was never a better king or a nobler knight than St. Louis of France. St. Louis went twice on crusade. The first time was in the year 1248. 4 years before, the Christians had again lost Jerusalem, and this time they lost it forever. It was the Sultan of Egypt who had captured it, and it was against him that St. Louis led his army. St. Louis was a brave soldier and a good leader, but the swampy lands of the mouth of the Nile were difficult to cross for soldiers who were not used to them. The heat was dreadful, and there was very little food. A plague broke out among the soldiers, and soon St. Louis was taken prisoner. His whole army laid down their arms, but nearly all were killed. Only St. Louis and the rich lords were kept alive and set free when a large ransom was paid. Then St. Louis went on to the Holy Land, but he would not go to Jerusalem, for, like Richard of the Lionheart, he could not bear to see the Holy City when he knew that he could not win it back for the Christians. St. Louis brought back to France a crown of thorns, which was said to be that with which our Lord was crowned, and the lance which pierced his side, and the sponge which moistened his lips. He built a beautiful little chapel in Paris in which these relics were kept. It is called the Sainte-Chapelle, and may still be seen today. After St. Louis came back from the crusade, he always wore quite plain woolen clothes in winter, and robes of dark-coloured silks in summer. The Christians still had Antioch and the other cities of the kingdom of Jerusalem, but they were always quarrelling among themselves. At last the Sultan of Egypt took Antioch too, and threatened Acre and the other cities. Once more St. Louis got ready to go on crusade, but he died on the way in the year 1270. His last words were, "Jerusalem, Jerusalem." His followers sadly carried his body back to France. Charles of Anjou, the cruel king of Sicily, was with St. Louis when he died at Tunis. Charles was only anxious to win something for himself from the crusade, and made peace when the ruler of Tunis promised to pay the double of the tribute to the kings of Sicily, which he was already paying. Edward of England, the son of the English king Henry III and grandson of King John, sailed up to join the crusade, just as the treaty had been signed. He was very angry and sailed off with his own 13 ships to Acre. He stayed in the Holy Land a year, but once more Charles of Anjou arranged for peace with the Sultan of Egypt. The Sultan tried to have Edward secretly killed with a poisoned weapon, but he was wounded and not killed. His good wife Eleanor sucked the poison from the wound and so saved his life. The end of the Crusades. Edward left the Holy Land to come back to be King of England when his father died. He was the last great Western prince who really went on crusade. A year or two later, the Pope preached a great crusade, but died before it started, and the crusade was given up. In a few years more, even the few places which remained of the Kingdom of Jerusalem were taken by the Mohammedans, and only a few ruins remain today to tell the tale. The Crusades may seem to us to have failed altogether, but after all great things had been done in them, and though some of the men who joined them were selfish and ambitious, many others were very noble. It was a splendid thing that the kings and princes of Europe could agree to go together and fight for their religion in far-off lands. It was a pity that they could not always agree, and that the journeys were not arranged better. If only the kingdom of Jerusalem had been kept in the hands of Christians, the Turks, who have since conquered Greece and other parts of Eastern Europe and ruled them very cruelly, might have been kept out of Europe altogether. Edward of England, the last of the great Crusaders, was called Edward I when he became King of England. There had been other kings named Edward, but not since the Norman conquest, and it was from that time that the kings were now counted. But by the time Edward became King of England, the English and the Normans in England had become one people. Edward was an old English name, and Edward I was a real English king. In his reign, the English language began to be used in the courts of law. Before that, French had been spoken there. Edward was a fine, handsome man like St. Louis, taller by a head than ordinary men. He was not a saint, but he was a very good man. Even when he was a boy, he had been very wise and sensible. His father, Henry III, the son of John, who was crowned King of England while still a baby, had not been a very good ruler. He was a good man, but not a wise king. He loved poetry and artistic things, and in those days the French people knew much more about these things than the English did. Henry filled his court with Frenchmen. Some of them were wicked and greedy men, and very cruel to the people. At last, a great English nobleman, called Earl Simon de Montfort, made up his mind to fight the king and make him send away the foreigners and rule England properly. Earl Simon took the king prisoner, and the young Edward too, but after a time Edward got away, and he himself got together an army and fought against Earl Simon. A great battle was fought at Evesham in the south of England, and Earl Simon was killed. Then Henry was able to rule England again, but Edward told him that Earl Simon was quite right in wanting him to send the foreigners away, and so Henry ruled England with Edward's advice until he died. And when Edward became king, he too remembered the lessons he had learnt from Earl Simon, and ruled England well and wisely. So, although Earl Simon died in a struggle against his king, England ought to be very grateful to him, for he fought and died for the sake of his country. One great thing Edward learned from Earl Simon. Ever since the Norman conquest, the kings of England, when they asked advice at all, had called a meeting of the great nobles. But Simon de Montfort got each county to choose men to send to Parliament, and told some of the chief towns to do so too, and so the ordinary people began to have a share in the government of the country. King Edward saw that this was a good thing, and so he did the same, and this is how our Parliament really began. Edward I was a very brave soldier. He was anxious to win Wales and Scotland and join them to England. In his time, Wales, whose people were descendants of the Britons, who had been driven west by the English when they first came to this country, was ruled by princes of their own. Edward made the princes pay tribute to the English king, and afterwards, when they rebelled, he conquered Wales, and it has belonged to England ever since. He tried to do the same with Scotland, but Scottish heroes like Robert Bruce and William Wallace fought hard for their country, and all his life Edward was fighting to win Scotland, but never did. He died on his way with an army to Scotland, and told his son, who became Edward II, to carry his body with him to battle, and never to bury it until Scotland had been won. But Edward II was a weak and foolish king. He took no notice of his promise, and soon Scotland was quite free from England, and remained so for 300 years longer, when a Scottish king became King of England too, and so joined the two countries. But in spite of his failures, Edward I was perhaps the greatest of our old English kings, and one of the noblest knights of his time. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. The Story of the World. A simple history for boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Story of the World. A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 25. St. Dominic and St. Francis. We have already seen how full of great men the 13th century was. There were great popes like Pope Innocent III, great kings like St. Louis of France and Edward I of England, and great emperors like Frederick II. But the greatest men of all in that wonderful time were two saints, St. Francis of Assisi and St. Dominic. Both these saints founded new orders which were different from the older orders of monks, and did work especially needed at the time. The stories of the two saints are very much alike, and yet very different. St. Francis was born in a little town called Assisi, among the hills in the middle of Italy. His real name was John Bernardone, but his father, who was a cloth merchant, called him Little Francis, or the Little Frenchman, and the boy kept the name when he grew up. In those days there were not, of course, any big shops like there are today. Merchants travelled from place to place selling their goods, and Pietro Bernardone, the father of St. Francis, travelled a great deal in France. Pietro gained a good deal of money, and the little Francis was always well dressed. He was a merry little boy with dark skin and laughing brown eyes, and he was always the leader in fun and mischief with the other boys of Assisi. But as he grew up into a young man, he grew very serious indeed. It was a time when men were growing more religious, and Francis could think of nothing else. His father was very angry once when Francis, who was helping him with his business, sold a great deal of cloth and gave the money to a priest to help him to build again his poor little chapel, which was falling into ruins. Pietro now said he would have nothing more to do with him, and took him before the Bishop of Assisi to have him disinherited, that is to say, that nothing he possessed should ever go to his son. Francis said that this only made him understand better than ever that he had no father except his Father in heaven. He took off his clothes, saying that he would have nothing at all which came from his Father on earth. The bishop gave Francis a cloak, and for the next few years Francis lived as a beggar in Assisi, nursing the sick and helping the poor. When he was a boy, he had had a great horror of the terrible disease of leprosy, but now he made it his special duty to take care of the lepers. There was a little old chapel in the flat land below the hills of Assisi. It was called the Chapel of St. Mary of the Angels. One day, when St. Francis was hearing Mass there, he suddenly thought of the words of our Lord in the Bible, which told the apostles to preach the gospel and to carry neither gold nor silver, nor money in their girdles, nor bag, nor 2 coats, nor sandals, nor staff. It seemed to Francis that these words were spoken to him, and though he was not a priest, he went up to Assisi and began to preach to the people. Other young men joined him, and when there were 12 of them all together, Francis said, "Let us go to Rome and ask the blessing of the Pope." And so they did. With bare feet and dressed only in rough brown frocks, with a rope tied round the waist for girdles, they went to Rome, and Pope Innocent III blessed them and agreed to their way of living, and St. Francis went back happily to Assisi. Many of his old companions who had laughed at him and thrown stones at him when he first began to live like a beggar, now followed him. It was very difficult not to love Francis, for he himself loved everybody and everything. His great wish was to live just as our Lord had lived, and to be as meek and gentle as possible. Perhaps no one who has ever lived has been so nearly perfect as St. Francis was. He loved poverty for Christ's sake, and was never happier than when quite without food. No Franciscan, as the men who joined the new order were called, were allowed to carry money. They had to beg for food, and if no one gave it to them, then they must go without, and be glad for Christ's sake. Yet St. Francis was always joyful and even merry. He would sing as he tramped barefoot along the dusty roads of Italy, for soon the Franciscans began to go from place to place to preach. He said that poverty was his lady and his bride, and he loved her more than any man could love a wife. Franciscans were soon travelling in all the countries of Europe. They were called Friars Minor, or Little Brothers. Wherever they went, they lived as St. Francis had taught them. All over Western Europe now, towns were growing up, and in most of them there were very poor people. It was in the poorest parts of the town that the Franciscans built their houses and churches. At first these houses were very plain, although the 13th century was the time when the great Gothic churches, with their pointed arches and beautiful carvings and statues, were being built. After a time, the Franciscans forgot some of the things St. Francis had told them, and built fine churches too, but not at first. The Franciscans preached in plain, simple language so that the people could understand easily, and so they taught and comforted the people whom the ordinary priests had often left quite to themselves. The older orders of monks had often become very rich by this time, and also they had their monasteries chiefly in the country. The Franciscans travelled too into far-off countries. St. Francis himself went to the Holy Land and preached on the way to the Sultan of Egypt. Before the century was over, Franciscans travelled right across Asia and preached at the court of the great Khan, the ruler of a people called the Mongols. St. Francis lived the last years of his life at Assisi, preaching and praying. His chief thought was of the terrible sufferings of our Lord, and before he died, in some mysterious way, his own hands and feet and breast had on them wounds like those made by the nails and lance in the body of Christ. When St. Francis died, his body was buried at Assisi, and a great church was built above his tomb. On the walls there may still be seen wonderful paintings by Giotto, one of the earliest of the great Italian painters. In them we may see stories of the life of St. Francis, and there is one very beautiful picture which shows St. Francis taking the Lady Poverty for his bride. After the death of St. Francis, the Franciscans still went on with their work, but in time they came to use money and to live very much like the older monks, though they always went on doing good work among the poor, and even in England today we may still find the friars of St. Francis doing the work which St. Francis and his companions did 700 years ago. St. Dominic lived and did his work at the same time as St. Francis. He was a Spaniard and belonged to a noble family of Castile. Very early he became a priest and a regular canon. While on a visit to the south of France, he made up his mind to spend his life in preaching against the heretics there, who were called the Albigensians. Although these people thought that they were much better than ordinary Christians, they taught some very dreadful things. They thought that everything about the body was bad and that only the soul was good. They even thought it was a noble thing to starve oneself to death or to kill babies and so free their souls from their bodies. St. Dominic went about preaching better things to these heretics, and other young men joined him. They wore a white frock with a black cloak and were soon called the Preaching Friars. St. Dominic, like St. Francis, wished his friars to be poor, and for a long time they lived very much like the Franciscans. But their chief work was preaching against heresy. St. Dominic was very gentle, like St. Francis. He would spend his nights on the stone floors of a church, only stopping in his prayers to go quietly to look at his friars as they lay sleeping, and to cover them up more warmly. He could not bear to see other people suffering, and would cry from pity. He had a very noble and beautiful face, and his friars said that a heavenly light shone round his head. He had very beautiful hands. St. Dominic's preaching did not put an end to the heresy of the Albigensians, and in the end the Pope preached a great crusade against them. Simon de Montfort, the father of the great Earl Simon, who fought against Henry III, led this crusade, and in the end the Albigensians were nearly all killed, and so their heresy died out. But St. Dominic himself did not take any part in the crusade. He trusted altogether to preaching the truth, and hated the idea of fighting. Both the Dominicans and Franciscans often preached in the open air, and great crowds of people would gather round to hear them. The Black Friars, as the Dominicans were soon called because of their black cloaks, were always good scholars, and very soon they became the greatest teachers of philosophy and theology in all the countries of Europe. The schools, like that at Paris where Abelard had taught, had now been turned into universities. In the universities, the teachers banded themselves together and got privileges from kings and popes. There were soon universities in most of the great towns where great teachers had taught in the 12th century. Scholars and teachers from Paris had come to England and set up schools at Oxford, which soon became a university too. Cambridge became a university soon after. In Italy and Spain, too, the universities spread. Still, as in the old days, scholars flocked to the place where a great teacher of any subject could be found. At Paris or at Oxford, there were not only French or English students, but many foreigners as well. It was not long before the Grey Friars, as the Franciscans were called, and the Black Friars too, were found teaching in the universities. The greatest philosopher and teacher of the 13th century was an Italian Dominican friar called Thomas of Aquino, and now generally called St. Thomas Aquinas. He wrote a very wonderful book on philosophy and another on theology. He wrote too some wonderful and beautiful Latin hymns. The Franciscans too were great hymn writers. An Italian Franciscan, St. Bonaventura, wrote a wonderful Latin hymn called the Dies Irae, or the Day of Wrath, which is still sung in Catholic churches today. Another great Franciscan was an Englishman called Roger Bacon. The Franciscans studied the uses of herbs and medicines to help them to cure sick people, and Roger Bacon was the first man in the Middle Ages who said that people should try to find out all about the world and things in it by making experiments. That is, doing things and seeing what would happen, instead of just believing the teaching which was passed on from one generation to another. Roger Bacon's way of studying science has been followed now for many years, but in his own time his teaching seemed very dangerous. He was even kept in prison for 14 years, but was let out before he died. There were nuns, too, belonging to both the new orders. The Franciscan nuns were called Poor Clares, from the name of St. Clare, who was the first woman to follow St. Francis. She was only a girl of 17 when she begged St. Francis to give her the habit or frock of a Franciscan. She belonged to a noble family of Assisi, and her father was very angry, but Clare was determined to lead the life she had chosen. Her sister Agnes and many of her friends and relations joined her, and they had their convent at the little church of San Damiano, outside Assisi, which St. Francis had given his father's money to rebuild. There St. Clare lived with her nuns, dressed in rough frocks, like the friars minor with bare feet, and there she lived the strictest of lives. The Poor Clares lived always in their convents and gave up all their time to praying and working. There are many convents of Poor Clares still. Then, too, people in the world who were married and had children, or for some other reason could not become monks and nuns, were joined to these orders and called tertiaries. They had to live as good lives as they possibly could and say certain prayers, and when they died they had the privilege of being buried in the habit of a Franciscan or a Dominican, according to which order they belonged. So St. Dominic and St. Francis and their friars played a very important part in the lives of the people in the later Middle Ages. The great poet Dante. There was one other great man born in this century whose name is better known to people today than even those of St. Francis and St. Dominic. This was the great Italian poet Dante. We have seen how the North Italian towns at last made themselves practically free from the emperor's rule and governed themselves. Venice became a republic, governed by men chosen from a few noble families. Others, like Milan, soon fell into the hands of despots and were ruled by one family who passed on power from father to son for many years. The beautiful city of Florence on the river Arno was at first a democracy. In nearly all these cities there were quarrels always going on between different sides. Sometimes one side would be for the Pope and the other for the Emperor, and long after the struggle between emperors and popes was over, the names of Ghibellines and Guelphs, as the supporters of the emperors and those of the popes were called, went on. A little after the middle of the 13th century, there was born in one of the great families of Florence a little boy called Dante Alighieri. Dante grew up in the beautiful city of Florence and loved it dearly. He tells us himself how, when he was a boy of 9, he met at a children's party a little girl just a little younger than himself. She was dressed in a simple frock of a beautiful red colour, and from the moment he saw her, the boy thought her the most beautiful thing on earth. He always loved her, but though she grew to be a woman in Florence, he only met her again once or twice. She married another Florentine, and died before she was 30 years old, but Dante never forgot her, and he wrote about her afterwards in his wonderful poetry. He himself married a Florentine lady and had 4 children. He had an important place in the government of his city, but when he was 35, the party to which he did not belong got power in Florence, and Dante was banished from the city he loved so much. An order was given that if he came back, he should be burnt to death. His wife stayed in Florence, but Dante spent the rest of his life wandering from city to city in Italy. He was always welcomed and honoured by the rulers of other cities, but he was always homesick for his own beloved Florence. At last he was told that he could go back if he apologised and paid a fine, but he said he would never go back unless he was to be received with honour. He spent his years of exile in writing poetry. His greatest poem is called the Divina Commedia, or the Divine Comedy. It was the first great poem of the Middle Ages written by a poet in his own language. Dante, like all the scholars of the time, had been trained in Latin, which was the language used by all scholars, and of course the language of the Church. But Dante chose to write in his own beautiful Italian language. In the Divine Comedy, Dante described the life after death as it was imagined to be by the men of the Middle Ages. The great poem was divided into 3 parts, describing hell and the punishment of lost souls, purgatory and the sufferings of those good people who had died before they were perfect, and heaven and the joy of good people freed from all stain of sin. Dante described himself as passing in a vision or dream through all this, and it is Beatrice, grave and beautiful, who leads him through the courts of heaven. Everything which the great philosophers and theologians like St. Thomas Aquinas taught about God and religion is to be found described poetically in this wonderful poem. The language itself is very musical and beautiful, and everyone who really wants to understand the Middle Ages should read it through. Dante died at last in Ravenna and was buried there. In later years, the Florentines would have given a great deal to have his body buried in his own city, but the people of Ravenna would not give it up. One of Dante's great dreams was that all Italy should be joined together as one nation, but that did not come until nearly 500 years after his time. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 26, The Black Death. The men who lived in the 14th century were different in many ways from those of the 13th. It was not a time of great saints. The Crusades were over. Sometimes a prince or noble would get ready to go on a new crusade, but never went. There were great kings in the 14th century, but they were not such splendid men as St. Louis of France or Edward I of England. The great popes, too, had passed away. They no longer quarrelled with the emperors about ruling the whole world, for they soon found that they had no real power in ordinary matters over kings and princes, but only in matters of religion. For 70 years, indeed, the popes lived at Avignon in the south of France instead of at Rome, and were very much under the power of the French kings. In 1294, Boniface VIII became pope. He was full of the old ideas of Hildebrand and Innocent III about the greatness of the popes. He gave an order that in no country should priests pay any sort of tax to the state. Edward I of England, although he was a good and pious man, was very angry at this, and made the priests pay their taxes all the same. Philip the Fair of France, the grandson of St. Louis, was very angry too, but Boniface took no notice. The next year he invited pilgrims to come from all parts of the world for a great feast in honour of the apostles. People came in thousands and thousands, and Boniface was delighted. It took 2 men working all the time to shovel the offerings of money from the tomb of St. Peter. Meanwhile, the quarrel between the Pope and the French king went on. Philip declared that France was independent of the Pope. Boniface replied by threatening to take the French throne from Philip. At last, Philip sent some of his servants to attack Boniface in his palace at Agnani, up in the mountains near Rome. These men burst into the palace, threatened the Pope, and kept him prisoner for 3 days. Then his Italian friends went to his help. But Boniface had received a dreadful shock, and a few days after he died. He understood at last that the Pope was not all-powerful, and his heart was broken. Another Pope was elected, but died almost immediately. People said that he was poisoned by some figs sent to him by the servants of the French king. The next Pope was a Frenchman, and it was he who chose to set up his court at Avignon, a town in the south of France, but which had been given to the Pope. For 70 years the popes were Frenchmen and lived at Avignon. The Italians and the people of the other countries of Europe did not like this, because it gave the French kings too much power over the popes. People mocked and said that the Pope was really a prisoner, and afterwards this time in the history of the popes was always called the Babylonish captivity, a name taken from the 70 years during which the Jews had been kept captive in Babylon. The 100 Years' War. It seemed a very strange thing to people in the 14th century to have the popes living at Avignon, when they had lived at Rome during so many hundreds of years. But many other strange things happened too, and there was a great deal of discontent and excitement. The English and French people began a great war with each other, which lasted altogether for 100 years. Sometimes it would stop for a few years, but never for very many. It was called the 100 Years' War. It caused the greatest misery to the French people, and though for many years the English won most of the battles, it did them no good in the end. The war was begun by Edward III of England, the grandson of Edward I. Edward was like his grandfather in many ways, but he was not such an earnest man. He was a great knight and a good soldier, but the knights of this time were very frivolous and luxurious. They wasted days and weeks in tournaments, and were very vain and extravagant in their dress. They loved fighting for its own sake. When his uncle, the King of France, died, Edward III said that he ought to be king because of his mother, who was the sister of the king. In France, women could not inherit the crown, and in any case there were other women with a better right than Edward's mother. But Edward really wanted an excuse for fighting the French. There were many reasons for the French and English disagreeing at the time. Ever since the days of Henry II, the English kings had had land in the south of France, and the French kings were always trying to win it from them. Then, too, the French and the English were both building more ships, and the sailors of the 2 nations often quarrelled on the seas. The first great fight of the 100 Years' War was between the French and English fleets, and the English won. After this, the English were always greater at sea than the French. Edward's way of fighting the French was to land in the north of the country and march along, burning every village he came to. If a French army faced him, he would fight it, win a victory, march on, and then come home. But he never really made any use of his victories. Perhaps he knew that he had no real chance of winning France. His greatest victory of all was at the Battle of Crécy in 1347. This was won by the English archers, who fought on foot. These archers were men of the middle and poorer classes of Englishmen, and there were always a good many in Edward's armies. The French armies were chiefly made up of knights who fought on horseback. The archers were men from Genoa in Italy, who fought with old-fashioned crossbows, while the English used the longbow. When the English archers shot at the French horses and knights, these were immediately thrown into disorder. Often the ground was soft and swampy, and the horses could hardly get along. As the years went on, nearly all the fighting in France was done by Edward's eldest son, the Black Prince. He led great armies, burning and destroying, through the south of France, causing the greatest misery to the people. In 1356 he won the great battle of Poitiers and took the French king prisoner. The prince waited on the king at table and treated him with the greatest respect. The knights of the 14th century were always careful about these things, yet they could be terribly cruel. The Black Prince himself burned the town of Limoges to the ground and had all its people killed because they had offended him. King John was carried to England, but allowed to go back to France to try to collect his ransom. But France was miserably poor through the war, and he could not get enough money. So he went back to England again and died a prisoner. In the year 1360, peace was made between England and France. The English king gave up his claim to the French throne, but was given the Duchy of Aquitaine, which covered nearly half of the south of France. For the next 10 years there was peace. Edward III was now growing old, but the Black Prince died the year before him in 1376. Before he died, nearly all of Aquitaine had been won back by France. Edward III had grown very weak and foolish in his old age. He had never been a very good man, and in his old age he gathered round him wicked men and women. One woman stole the rings from his fingers as he lay dying, and left the old king to die alone. It is hard to believe that this was the same king who had been so gay and merry a few years before. It was Edward III who set up the Order of the Garter. It became the greatest honour to be made a Knight of the Garter, and it still is. Yet the beginnings of the order were very peculiar. Once at a ball at the court of Edward III, somebody picked up a garter, and Edward immediately said that he would set up an order of knights who should wear a garter on the left leg as their special badge. It is sometimes said that Edward set up the Order of the Garter in honour of the taking of the French town of Calais by the English at the beginning of the 100 Years' War. The English had been besieging this town for many months, when at last it sent to ask for mercy from the king. Edward, who was very angry, said he would only let the people of Calais go free from punishment if they gave their city up, and also sent to him 6 of their chief men, dressed only in shirts, with ropes round their necks, and the keys of the city in their hands, and he would do what he liked with them. 6 of the chief men of Calais offered to do this, and came before Edward and his queen Philippa. But the good queen was full of pity for them, fell on her knees crying, and begged the king to let them go free, and so he did. When Edward III died, his young grandson, the son of the Black Prince, became King of England. He was called Richard II. He was only a boy of 16 when a great rebellion of the poor people of England broke out. It was called the Peasants' Revolt. The peasants in different parts of England rose in revolt against the rich owners of the land. Often they took scythes and other things with which they worked on the land for weapons. The peasants of Kent had for their leader a man called Wat Tyler. He persuaded them to march to London so that they could tell the king their troubles. When they got to London, the boy king rode to meet them and promised to try to make things better for them. But Wat Tyler, who must have been a bad man, led his men into the city, and they burned houses and killed every servant of the king they could find. The next day Richard rode out to meet them again. He was a tall, slim, handsome boy, and looked very brave and noble as he faced the peasants. Wat Tyler rode up to speak to the king, but he looked as though he was going to strike him, and the mayor of London, who was with the king, drew his dagger and stabbed him to the heart. He fell dead, and the mayor was afraid that the peasants would attack the king. But Richard rode bravely up to them and talked to them, while the mayor rode off and brought some soldiers to protect the king. The peasants, now that their leader was dead, went back to their homes again. The thing that they had complained about was a tax which the king had tried to collect from them. They said they were too poor to pay it. They had other troubles too. 3 times during the 14th century, a terrible plague of sickness called the Black Death had spread over the countries of Europe from the east. People died in hundreds. Half the people in England altogether died of it, and especially the poorer people. In those days there were not, of course, nearly so many people in any country as there are today. In the whole of England there were not as many people as there are now in London. After the Black Death, the rich landowners found that there were not so many people as before to cut the corn and work on the land. Sometimes whole fields of corn had to be left to go bad because there were no labourers to cut it. Then the labourers, seeing that, asked for more wages. In the early days after the Norman Conquest, the labourers had not had money wages, but had had small pieces of land for themselves, and were bound to work several days each week on the land of their lord. They were serfs. But for many years the lords had been letting the serfs go free, and were paying wages to the labourers. Now some of them wanted to make the labourers serfs again. Altogether the lords, and the labourers too, were very discontented with the changes caused by the terrible Black Death, and it was really this which brought about the peasants' revolt. There were even some people who said, as people called socialists say now, that there should not be rich people and poor people, but that all should be equal. One man, who was a priest and named John Ball, went about the country saying, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" He was called the Mad Priest of Kent. Another of these preachers was called Jack Straw, and another Grindcob. They were all taken and hanged before the end of the peasants' revolt. Some people said too that the peasants were encouraged by another priest named John Wycliffe, but he had not really had anything to do with the revolt, except that he taught that priests should be poor, and that the church in England was too rich, and sent out priests of this kind to preach to the people. John Wycliffe was a teacher at Oxford, and a very clever man. Besides teaching that the church should be poor, he said too that the bread and wine, which the church taught were changed into the body and blood of Christ in the Mass, were not really changed. This was heresy, and Wycliffe was taken before the Archbishop of Canterbury to be examined on these things. He either denied that he had said them, or explained them in some way to which the Archbishop agreed, and so Wycliffe went safely back to his church at Lutterworth, where he lived for some years saying Mass and working as a priest, and then died. But for many years there were men who went on teaching these heresies of Wycliffe. They were called Lollards, and some of them were burnt to death in the 15th century. After the peasants' revolt, people settled down again, and as time went on, the quarrel between the landowners and the labourers died out. By the end of the Middle Ages, all the serfs in England were free, and all the men who worked on the landowners' farms were labourers who were paid with money. In France, too, during the wars of Edward III, there had been much discontent among the peasants. When King John of France was a prisoner in England, a terrible rebellion of the peasants broke out, which was called the Jaquerie, as Jakes or James was an ordinary peasant name in France. The soldiers, who had no more fighting to do after the Battle of Poitiers, went about stealing from the people. The nobles, who had been taken prisoners by the English, made the people on their lands pay a great deal of money towards their ransom, and the French peasants had suffered from the terrible Black Death too. The French Parliament, which was called the States General, had very little power in France, and now they tried to get more, thinking they could help to make things better for the people. The Dauphin, as the French king's eldest son was always called, made promises which he did not mean to keep, and one of the chief men in Paris, called Etienne Marcel, got the people of Paris to attack the nobles of the court. Marcel himself forced his way into the palace and killed 2 of the greatest men of the court. Then all over France the peasants rose. The feudal castles were burnt, and great numbers of the nobles and their wives were killed. The French peasants had always been much more badly treated by their lords than the English, and now they took a terrible revenge. The Dauphin's wife and her ladies had shut themselves up in the town of Meurs, and an angry crowd of peasants were attacking it, when they were attacked themselves by Gaston Phoebus, Count of Foix, and his friends. He fought heroically, and the serfs were scattered. After this they lost heart, and they were dreadfully punished, hunted down like wild beasts, and killed in thousands. The Jacquerie in France was a far more terrible thing than even the peasants' revolt in England. The first great English poet. Yet though the story of the 14th century seems a sad one in many ways, it was the time when the first great English poet, Geoffrey Chaucer, lived and wrote. By this time there were French poets writing in French. In Italy, Petrarch had followed in the steps of Dante and written poems in the beautiful language of Tuscany, the part of Italy round Florence. Petrarch's best poems are his sonnets, in honour of Madonna Laura, a lady whom he loved, and who died of the plague in 1348. In England, at the end of the 13th century, some of the chroniclers of the monasteries had begun to write in English instead of Latin. In the next century, Wycliffe wrote his opinions in English and also translated part of the Bible into English. The poem called The Vision of Piers Plowman was written in English too, but Chaucer wrote the best poetry of all. He was born in London and was the son of a wine merchant. He himself had work at the court of Edward III and Richard II, and it was for the lords and ladies of the court that he wrote. But he wrote about what he saw around him, and his poetry, which is very musical and beautiful, is full of fun too. His chief work was the Canterbury Tales, in which Chaucer described a number of pilgrims on their way to the tomb of St. Thomas Becket at Canterbury. He makes each of them tell a tale. By reading these poems, we can get a true idea of what life in England was like in Chaucer's time, and at the same time enjoy the first beautiful poetry written in English. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Frame. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 27, The End of the Middle Ages. After the popes had been at Avignon nearly 60 years, Pope Urban V made up his mind to go back to Rome. While the popes had been away, Rome had become very poor and miserable. The houses in the outer parts of the city were left empty, and the people crowded to the center of the town. One or two of the great noble families got all power over the city, until Rienzi, a young Roman, the son of a hotel keeper and a washerwoman, persuaded the people to try to set up again the old Roman Republic. He really made himself head of the city and sent messengers to the other Italian cities to ask them to put themselves under the leadership of Rome. Two princes in Germany were fighting as to which of them was really emperor. He ordered them to let him judge between them. At first, the people admired Rienzi and treated him as a hero. He lived in the greatest luxury and was full of wild plans. But at last, the people turned against him, and an angry crowd surrounded his palace. He tried to escape, dressed like a poor man, but the people recognized him and killed him immediately. After this, there was still much misery and disorder, and the Romans were delighted when Pope Urban V came back to Rome. All the best people of the time were glad. The poet Petrarch and St. Bridget of Sweden and many others had begged the Pope to return to the city of St. Peter. But Urban V soon went back to Avignon. He was persuaded to do so by the French cardinals, who loved Avignon, where the popes had a splendid court and lived very magnificently. But at last, in the year 1377, Pope Gregory IX left Avignon and went back to Rome, where the popes have remained ever since. The person who did the most to persuade the Pope to go back was St. Catherine of Siena. Catherine was the youngest of the 25 children of a dyer who lived in Siena, one of the beautiful towns of North Italy. When she was only 7 years old, Catherine made up her mind never to marry, but to give all her time and strength to religion. When she was only a young girl, about 17, she became a Dominican tertiary and for a time lived very quietly by herself. But when her father died, she went back to take care of her mother, and ever afterwards she was surrounded by friends whom she was always helping. Great statesmen from all over Europe took her advice, for she was very wise as well as good. She wrote the most beautiful letters in Italian, which were just as beautiful as that written by Petrarch himself. St. Catherine wrote to persuade the Pope to go back to Rome, and went there herself to help to receive him. It was a very wonderful thing that the great men of the time took the advice of a woman. Everywhere she went, a little band of men and women, some of the cleverest and best of the time, went with her. And though St. Catherine was a strong and firm character, there was nothing unwomanly about her. She was full of sorrow for other people's troubles. Once she spent the whole night with a young man who had committed a crime and was condemned to die. She consoled him like a mother, allowing him to rest his head on her breast, and soothing him and helping him to meet death bravely. St. Catherine and all the Italians were delighted to have the Pope back in Rome, but new troubles soon arose. Gregory IX died, and the cardinals elected another pope. But the French cardinals said they would not have him, and elected an anti-pope of their own. The pope elected at Rome was, of course, the real pope, but a great many people pretended to believe that the anti-pope was the true pope. Everyone who was friendly to France did this, while the English, who were always the enemies of France, sided with the true pope. At last the confusion was so great that it was agreed to call a general council, a meeting of bishops from all parts to settle the question. This council met at Pisa and chose a new pope, but neither of the other popes would give in, and so things were now worse than ever. A few years afterwards, the Emperor Sigismund called another council at Constance. At this council, the real pope resigned, and the other two were deposed, and then at last the cardinals elected Pope Martin V. Everybody agreed to take him as pope, and so the Great Schism, as it was called, ended. But all this trouble and disorder had made people think less of the popes, and a new spirit arose of disrespect and criticism, which made it easier for the men in the next century who said that the pope was not head even in religious things, as everyone in the Middle Ages believed. Already there were men who refused to believe what the Church and the Pope taught. In the kingdom of Bohemia, in the east of Germany, there were men who were still teaching the things that Wycliffe had taught in England. Like Wycliffe, they were educated men, not ignorant people like the Albigensians and most of the heretics of the earlier Middle Ages. They knew how to write and argue about their opinions, and so they were very dangerous to the Church. The chief of these new heretics in Bohemia was a teacher at the University of Prague, the capital of the country. His name was John Huss. The Council of Constance was anxious to bring order into the Church, as well as to settle the question about the popes, and John Huss was called before it to give an account of his teaching. The Emperor Sigismund gave him a safe conduct, that is, a promise he could come and go safely, but Sigismund broke his promise. The council treated Huss in a very rough and angry manner. Things which he had written in his books were read out, and he was commanded to agree that they were heresies. But he would not. For a month, Huss was kept in prison while the bishops tried to persuade him to give in. Everyone knew that he was a good and holy man, but the council thought that he should give in to the Church. At last, in spite of the emperor's promise, they said he must die. When he was tied to the stake with the wood piled up round him ready to burn, he was again begged to give in, but he answered that he had taught what he thought right, and that he died joyfully. Then he was burnt, and his ashes were thrown into the Rhine. His great friend, Jerome of Prague, was burnt soon afterwards. But in Bohemia, their followers still went on with their teaching. Even when Sigismund led a crusade against them, the Bohemians, under their leader John Ziska, fought desperately. Ziska was really a very terrible man in spite of his courage. He was blinded first in one eye and then in the other in 2 different battles. But he would get his officers to tell him all about the land where a battle was to be fought, and then would tell them how to arrange the army. But he was terribly cruel. His enemies told a tale of how once he fastened several priests up in barrels and then had them covered with tar and set on fire. When he heard the shrieks of the priests dying in dreadful agony, he said, "Listen to the bridal song." In the end, after Ziska's peace was made, The Hussites got their own way about most of the things for which they had fought. The Hussites always declared that they belonged to the Catholic Church, but they were in many ways like the Protestants of the 16th century. In the Middle Ages, no one had been sorry for heretics when they were burnt, but there were many people now who were sorry for John Huss and his friend, and this was a sign that things would soon change. Meanwhile, England and France had begun the second part of the 100 Years' War. Richard II of England, the brave young king who had faced the peasants in the Peasants' Revolt, married a little French princess and had made a truce with France. But Richard II ruled England badly in the end, and was deposed and probably murdered in prison by Henry, Earl of Richmond, who was called King Henry IV. During Henry IV's reign, two great parties began to quarrel in France, and while Henry IV was ill, his young son, who was also called Henry and afterwards became Henry V, sent help to the party of the Duke of Burgundy, who were called the Burgundians, while the side they fought against were called the Armagnacs. Henry IV died soon afterwards. He had never been a happy king. It seemed as though he could never forget his cruelty to the handsome and unhappy Richard II. People had never really loved him, but his son, Henry V, was loved by everyone. He was a very brave man and very religious. He seems to have believed that he really had a right to the crown of France, and at the very beginning of his reign he made up his mind to try to win it. The King of France at that time was mad. He was called Charles VI. His son, the Dauphin, was friendly with the party of the Armagnacs, and the people of the south of France liked them best. But Paris and the north of France preferred the Burgundians. In the year 1415, Henry V sailed with a great army to France. He marched through the north of the country until he was faced by a great French army near the village of Agincourt. Here the famous Battle of Agincourt was fought. All during the night before the battle, the French soldiers drank and played while the English slept or prayed. In the morning, Henry stood before the army with his jeweled crown on top of his helmet and spoke to his soldiers. Then he knelt down before them all and prayed aloud for victory. The English army still had many archers, while the French still went on using great numbers of horse soldiers, as in the battles of the first part of the 100 Years' War. King Henry put a long row of stakes in front of his army, wide enough apart for the archers to pass between. Then they went forward and shot a great shower of arrows into the French army and ran quickly back again. Then the French horsemen dashed forward but could not pass between the stakes. Those at the back crowded onto the front lines. The horses sank into the soft ground, and there was the greatest confusion, while the English archers killed hundreds of men and horses with shower after shower of arrows. Once again, it was seen how the ordinary Englishman could defeat the great feudal lords of France. After the victory, Henry sailed back to England. The people were so delighted and proud that at Dover they could not wait for the ships to come to the shore, but dashed into the sea as far as their waists to meet the king. In London, the people went nearly mad with joy. All the church bells rang merrily as Henry rode to St. Paul's to give thanks for his victory. Soon Henry went back to France and won victory after victory, and at last in 1420 the French king and queen were persuaded to sign the Treaty of Troyes. Henry was to marry Catherine, their daughter, and he was to be king of France when the mad king died. The whole of the north of France agreed to this, but the Dauphin would not give up his rights, and the south of France took his side. Henry was fighting on the river Loire when he died, at the age of 35 years. The English people have always thought of him as a hero, but after all, he had no right to France. His wife Catherine had had a baby son who became King of England and was called Henry VI. For many years his uncles went on fighting in France for him, but the English never fought so well when Henry V was dead. Joan of Arc. And now a very wonderful thing happened which saved France from the English. 3 years before the Battle of Agincourt, there was born in the village of Domremy in France a little peasant girl named Joan. She was brought up like other little peasants to say her prayers and do her sewing and to help look after her father's sheep. But from the first, Joan was not quite like other little girls. She was merry and good-tempered, but often while the other village children were playing their games, Joan would go quietly away into the woods near her home to say her prayers all by herself. All the time she was growing up, she heard stories of the terrible sufferings of the French people through the dreadful wars with the English. Always she was full of pity, as she said, for the fair kingdom of France. Then while she was praying in the woods, she thought she heard voices telling her to be very good, and that she had been chosen to save France from her enemies. Then she thought that St. Michael and St. Catherine appeared to her. Joan felt very frightened at the thought that a poor girl like her had to do these great things, but at last she made up her mind that she could not refuse. Very seriously she told her friends about her voices and begged to be taken to the king. "It was for this that I was born," she said gently and rather sadly. At last her uncle took her to the governor of the town near, and when he heard her story, it was settled that she should be taken to the king. For 11 days she traveled to reach the court. The nobles had heard of her coming, and some of them were inclined to make fun of the poor peasant girl. The mad king was now dead, and it was the Dauphin who became Charles VII of France, who was now the rightful king of France. Charles was plainly dressed and stood among a little crowd of his courtiers as Joan went into the room where he was. There was nothing to show that he was the king, but Joan went up to him at once and fell on her knees before him, saying, "I am sent to you by the King of Heaven to tell you that you shall be crowned King of France." Even the mocking courtiers began to think that the maid, as she was soon called by everyone, had been really sent by God to save France. The English were then besieging the great town of Orléans on the river Loire. If they could only take it, they thought they would be able to win the south of France as well as the north for the young Henry VI. The king said Joan could lead the army against the English. She was given a suit of white armor to wear and a beautiful white horse to ride on, and she carried a beautiful white banner with the lilies of France embroidered on one side and the face of God with angels kneeling before him on the other. The French soldiers were full of love and respect for Joan and followed her gladly. When they reached Orléans, nearly all the forts round the city had been taken by the English, but Joan soon won them back. She was wounded on the first day, but rode on just the same. The French soldiers knew that she was a saint, but the English said she was a witch. They were frightened of her, and this made it easier for Joan to win. The English in the end fled away from Orléans, and the town was saved. Then Joan begged the Dauphin to go with her to Reims and be crowned, for in the cathedral there the French kings were always crowned. And so he did. Joan knelt in the cathedral full of happiness, for now that the king was crowned, she knew her work was over. Her voices had told her to save Orléans and to take the king to be crowned at Reims. Now that this was done, she was ready to go back and look after her father's sheep once more. But the king would not let her, and his officers, who did not like Joan and hated that she should have command of the army, did not want her to go either because she was too useful. They made her lead the armies against the English in the north of France, but she no longer had any belief that she was doing God's will. At last she was taken prisoner by the English and was given up by them to the Bishop of Rouen, who was a Frenchman but on the English side. She was now told that she was to be tried for being a witch. She was taken time after time before the bishop with his court of priests. Time after time she was asked question after question about her voices. The bishop tried to make her say they were from the devil and not from God, but Joan felt that this was not true. She was kept in prison and grew very ill as the trial went on, but she always answered sensibly and wisely. And though the cunning bishop tried often to catch her in some mean way, she never once made any slip, always answering simply and to the point. Sometimes, indeed, her answers were so witty that they made the bishop seem very foolish. At last, when she was very ill, Joan signed a paper agreeing that her voices were not from God, but afterwards she was sorry and held to her word again. Then she was condemned to die and burnt as a witch in the marketplace of Rouen. As she stood tied to the stake, she said once more, "Yes, my voices were from God." And then as the flames rose up around her, she bent her head, saying, "Jesus," and died. An English soldier standing near was heard to say, "We are lost, for we have burned a saint." The French people long after said that a white dove rose out of the ashes of the fire in which Joan of Arc was burned, and that it was the dove, peace, which she had brought to France. For though Joan died in this terrible way, her work went on. The French soldiers could never forget her, and the English too were always haunted by her memory. It was not long before the English were driven right out of France, and only the town of Calais remained to them of all they had won and lost in the 100 Years' War. Joan of Arc is now looked upon by the French, and other people too, as one of the greatest women who have ever lived. The church has called her a saint, and in the marketplace of Rouen, where she was burned, may now be seen the statue of the girl of 17 who gave her life to save France. In England, even before the French War was over, things were very miserable. Henry VI grew up to be a very weak man. It seemed as though he had almost inherited the madness of his grandfather, Charles VI of France. Henry was very religious and fond of learning, but he had no idea of how to govern the country. One of the great dukes, Richard, Duke of York, made up his mind to get the crown for himself. He fought against the king and shut him up in prison, and at last Henry said that Richard should rule England for him while he lived and be king when he died. Margaret of Anjou, the king's wife, would not hear of this. She meant her son, the young Prince Edward, to be king after his father, as was right. For years all the great nobles in England fought, some on the one side and some on the other. The wars were called the Wars of the Roses, because the Yorkists wore white roses and King Henry's side red. King Henry died miserably early in the struggle, and the poor little Prince Edward, whom Margaret had tried so hard to protect, was killed on a battlefield. Richard, Duke of York, was killed too, but his son Edward became king as Edward IV. Nearly all the nobles of England had been killed in the Wars of the Roses, and King Edward IV was able to rule England more strongly than any king during the 15th century. Parliament, which still met, had grown very weak now that there were so few nobles to lead it. From the time that Edward IV became king, the kings of England were almost despots for some hundreds of years. Parliament met, but only to do what the king told it. Edward hardly ever called Parliament together at all. But at the time, this was quite a good thing for England. The people wanted peace after so many years of war abroad and at home. Even during the Wars of the Roses, the middle class in England had gone peacefully on with their business and trade. Towns were getting larger and new ones were growing up. Things were growing more orderly than they had been in the Middle Ages. When Edward IV died, there was a short time of trouble. His two little sons, the elder of whom should have been king, were shut up in the Tower of London and probably killed there by their uncle, who had made himself king and was called Richard III. But he did not reign long. The crown was taken from him by Henry, Earl of Richmond, who belonged to the family of Henry VI. He fought with Richard, who was killed in the Battle of Bosworth Field, and was crowned on the field with the crown which rolled down from the dead king's head. The new king was called Henry VII. He was the first king of the great House of Tudor. He ruled England very much as Edward IV had done, and in his time the Middle Ages seemed to come to an end in England. Great new changes were coming near, which seemed to bring the beginnings of modern times. In France, after the English had been driven out, the kings grew more powerful too. Charles VII, the Dauphin whom Joan of Arc took to Reims to be crowned, got an army together of the middle classes of Frenchmen, like the English armies, and no longer depended so much on the great lords. Charles VII became almost mad like his father before he died, but his son, Louis XI, went on with the struggle against the nobles. He was a clever and cunning king, but not a good man. He tried hard to get the lands of some of the greatest French nobles for the crown, and even sometimes murdered people who stood in his way. He was naturally cruel, and it was said that he even shut up some of his enemies in iron cages and kept them there for years. Louis had a long struggle, especially with Charles the Bold of Burgundy. In the end, he won Burgundy for the French crown, but Flanders and the Low Countries, the lands to the north of France, which are now called Holland and Belgium, and which also belonged to Charles the Bold, went to the Emperor Maximilian, who married Charles's daughter Mary. Louis XI left the French crown very strong and powerful for the kings who came after him, and in the next century the kings of France were despots like the Tudor kings of England. In France, too, this change seemed to be the beginning of modern times. End of chapter 27. The end of the Middle Ages.
Chapter 28 of The Story of the World. A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. The Story of the World. A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 28. The Beginnings of Modern Times. Towards the end of the 15th century, many changes took place which made immense differences in all the countries of Europe. It is often said that this time was really the end of the Middle Ages and the beginning of modern times, and in many ways this is true. Yet we must remember that the people of the 16th century were very different in many ways from the people we know today. All changes in history have taken place slowly. Still, the people of the 16th century were more like ourselves in their ways and thoughts than like the people of the Middle Ages. In the later 15th century, many things were happening to bring about this change. People were beginning to ask questions about all sorts of things which they had never thought of in the Middle Ages. In Italy, especially, men were beginning to take a new interest in learning. Instead of studying chiefly theology and the writings of the philosophers of the Middle Ages, they began to take a new interest in the old Greek and Roman philosophers and poets. In nearly all the city-states of northern Italy, some great family had seized power. In Florence, a great family of bankers called the Medici really ruled the city and country round, which Florence had conquered. All these great families, and the princes at their head, tried to make their courts famous for learning and poetry and art. The greater number of scholars and artists they could gather round them, the better pleased they were. Ever since the time of Giotto in the 14th century, there had been great painters in Italy, but it was at the end of the 15th century and the beginning of the 16th that the greatest Italian painters did their work. All these new interests, which began in Italy and soon spread to the other countries of Europe, are described by one word, the Renaissance, which means the new birth. It seemed as though the minds of men, after a long time in which they obeyed and kept to certain ways of thinking, were now set free to think how they pleased. The result of the Renaissance, or the revival of learning, as it was sometimes called, was that the scholars and artists of the time began to despise the Middle Ages as savage and barbarous and to look back to the great days of Greece and Rome as times of the highest civilization. Sometimes these men forgot the terrible cruelties of the Greeks and Romans and forgot too how much better the world had become in many ways during the Middle Ages. The scholars of the Renaissance in Italy did not write very interesting things because they were always trying to imitate the writings of the Greeks and Romans, so that in this time, although men were much more learned than in the Middle Ages, there were no great poets like Dante and Petrarch, the poets of the Middle Ages. The Italian scholars were always pleased to find a Greek and learn his language from him, for though Latin was, of course, spoken by all scholars in the Middle Ages, very few knew Greek, and these Italians of the Renaissance were eager to read the writings of the great Greeks in their own language. Then something happened which brought great crowds of Greeks into Italy, ready to teach the Italians all they knew. This was the capture of Constantinople by the Turks in the year 1453, which is often said to have been the beginning of the Renaissance. The fall of Constantinople. For many years before this, the Mohammedan lands of Western Asia had been conquered and overrun by a new branch of the Turks, called the Ottoman Turks. They then crossed into the east of Europe and conquered land to the north of the Balkan Peninsula. Hungary and Poland were only saved by the desperate bravery of the Hungarian hero John Hunyadi, whose son, Matthias Corvinus, became king of Hungary later. Since the days when the Venetians and other crusaders had taken Constantinople from the Greek emperor, The Eastern Empire had been very miserable and weak. The Greeks had won back Constantinople, but never got back their former possessions. New kingdoms like Bulgaria now grew up out of land which had once belonged to the empire. In the Balkan Peninsula, the Ottoman Turks had already won much land when they turned against Constantinople. The last emperor was named like the first who had taken Byzantium for his capital, Constantine. He was a weak man, and his nobles had no idea of fighting, yet they did their best to defend their city. Constantine begged for help from the Pope. There had been attempts during the century to join the Eastern and Western churches again, but they had not been successful. Now no one went to the help of the Greeks. A Christian had invented for the fierce Turkish Sultan, who was called Mohammed II, a gun which could throw a cannonball weighing 300 pounds, the length of a mile. The Greeks had nothing but the most old-fashioned weapons, and the nobles, who had spent their lives in luxury, were not strong enough even to wear the heavy armor which it was still the fashion to use. Mohammed, who was a terribly cruel man and lived a very wicked life, easily took the city. Picture caption: the capture of Constantinople in 1453 by the Turks when the last emperor of Byzantium met his heroic death. From the painting by Tintoretto in the Ducal Palace at Venice. End of picture caption. Constantine, weak though he was too proud to be taken prisoner by his conqueror, and mixed with his soldiers so that no one might know that he was the emperor, and so he died with the rest. Mohammed turned his soldiers loose for 3 days to rob and kill. Thousands of people were killed in the streets and churches. Many had taken shelter in the great church of St. Sophia, but they too were killed. The church itself was afterwards changed into a mosque for the Mohammedans, though the other churches were left to the Christians. Many thousands of people were sold into slavery. Constantinople has belonged to the Turks from that day to this. It was not long before they conquered the whole of the Balkan Peninsula, and not till more than 300 years later did Greece win back her freedom. Other nations like Bulgaria and Serbia are still fighting for theirs. No sooner was Constantinople taken than scholars in hundreds, collecting the precious manuscripts which held the writings of the great Greeks, fled west, chiefly to Italy, where the princes and scholars of the Renaissance welcomed them. Above all, they were welcomed in Florence, which was always the chief city of the Italian Renaissance. It had great memories to look back to. Dante and Petrarch were both Florentines. The first Medici ruler of Florence, Cosmo de' Medici, who was still ruling Florence when Constantinople was taken by the Greeks, was a great builder. He had for his architects Michelozzo and Brunellesco, two of the greatest artists of the time. It was Brunellesco who built the beautiful white marble cathedral of Our Lady of the Flowers at Florence. The architects, like the scholars of the time, despised everything belonging to the Middle Ages, so Brunellesco did not build a Gothic cathedral. He studied the old Roman buildings and built in the same way as the old Roman architects, and his cupola, or dome, at Florence is one of the wonders of the world. The Italian cathedrals generally have a baptistery and a bell tower built quite separately from the cathedral. The baptistery at Florence has bronze doors covered with the most wonderful sculpture done by an artist called Ghiberti. For the new sculpture of the Renaissance was quite different from that of the Middle Ages. The porches of the Gothic cathedrals were often covered with statues of the saints, but they were often stiff and lifeless, though very charming in their way. But the men of the Renaissance carved beautiful statues, often nearly as beautiful as those of the great Greek sculptors. Especially in Florence were great sculptors to be found. Perhaps the best of all the early sculptors was Donatello, whose work may still be seen in some of the most beautiful marble tombs in the fine churches of Florence. Picture caption: Cosmo de' Medici as one of the wise men, from the painting of the Adoration of the Wise Men by Sandro Botticelli, who included a portrait of his patron. End of picture caption. Later, the sculpture of the great Florentine Michelangelo was perhaps even more wonderful than that of the Greeks, just as beautiful in form and with more expression. Cosmo de' Medici got Brunellesco to build other places for him besides the cathedral. He built the Dominican convent of San Marco, on the walls of which may still be seen the wonderful pictures by one of the friars, Father Angelico. Although Father Angelico was a painter of the early Renaissance, he was quite different from the other painters of the time, and even from Giotto, who was so much earlier. The other painters tried to paint much more naturally than Father Angelico. They painted religious subjects too, but they made the figures like the people they saw around them. One of the painters whom Cosimo de' Medici helped was Sandro Botticelli, and in his picture of the Adoration of the Magi, one of the wise men was a portrait of Cosimo himself. But Father Angelico had a gift of producing beautiful colour, and his saints had faces of the most wonderful expression, although they were stiff and not well drawn. It is said that he would cry all the time he was painting a crucifixion, which was one of his favourite subjects. His real name was John, but he was called Angelico because of his goodness and sweetness of temper. Cosimo de' Medici was a good Christian, but many of the great men of the Renaissance turned against their religion and became, or pretended to become, pagans like the old Greeks and Romans, whom they admired so much. Cosimo's grandson, Lorenzo the Magnificent, was one of these. He was the greatest of all the Italian princes who took part in the Renaissance. He himself wrote poetry and was full of all the learning of the time. He had at his court the greatest scholars, painters, and sculptors. He collected all the beautiful old statues that he could find from different parts of Italy and placed them in the beautiful gardens round his palace. It was in these gardens and studying this sculpture that Michelangelo took his first lessons. When Lorenzo de' Medici heard one morning a friend saying that he had been to church and heard Mass, he said, "I have been better employed. I have been asleep and dreaming." But the popes of this time were as anxious as the other princes of Italy to help the men of the Renaissance. Pope Nicholas V, who was a scholar himself, had many of the Roman churches rebuilt, and sent for painters to come and paint their pictures on the walls. For in those days, frescoes, or paintings of pictures on walls, were the chief way of decorating churches. Father Angelico died in Rome after doing some painting there. Pope Nicholas V collected 5,000 manuscripts for the Library of the Vatican, the Palace of the Popes, at Rome. The only way the Greeks and Romans had of making books was writing with a pointed instrument on long rolls of parchment. A long book would fill many yards of parchment. These were rolled up and kept in jars or wooden boxes. In the days of the early Renaissance, the only way of spreading the writings of the Greeks was to copy the valuable manuscripts bought by the Greeks who had fled from Constantinople. But in the middle of the 15th century, suddenly printing was invented. The beginning of printing. In the 14th century, people had begun block printing. A drawing would be made on a block of wood, and then all the wood which was not drawn on would be cut away. The letters or drawing was then smeared with oily ink and pressed onto paper. In this way, pictures and even books had been made, but it was in the 15th century that real printing was invented. Then, someone in Germany or in Holland arranged letters cut out of metal which could be put together to form words, and then, when they were smeared with ink and many copies printed off, the letters could be put together again to form other words, and so on. Most people think that it was a German called John Gutenberg, who lived at the town of Mainz on the river Rhine, who invented this way of printing. One of the first books printed by Gutenberg was the Bible. It was a very beautiful book, for the early printing was beautifully clear. Soon, Gutenberg's invention spread, and every big town and even the larger monasteries in the countries of Western Europe soon had their printing press. Before the end of the century, there were over 1,000 in Germany. German printers travelled into France and Spain and Italy, but soon these countries had their own printers too. Sometimes the trade will be passed on from father to son in one family. The family of the Aldi at Venice became very famous for their beautiful printing, and collectors of beautiful books now are very glad when they get an Aldine edition. Picture caption. An early printer's office, from a 16th century engraving. End of picture caption. The first printing press in England was set up in the sanctuary of Westminster Abbey sometime about the year 1475 by a man called William Caxton. He had been a merchant and lived for a long time at Bruges and had gone to Cologne to learn the new art from a printer there. The first book he printed was called The Game and Play of the Chess, but this was before he came back to England. In England he printed many books, and among others were Chaucer's works. The invention of printing was a very wonderful thing and had very important results. Instead of one book being copied out with much labour by one man, many copies could be printed in less time by the press, though, of course, even the printing presses at first could not print books as quickly as we can have them done now. At first, people called printing the holy art, or sometimes the divine art, and in England no book could be printed without permission of the Church and the King's Council. Of course, it was still only the richer people or those who were going to be priests who could read, but later education spread and the printing of books helped this. When people had books to read for themselves, they did not feel so dependent on the preachers of the Church as they had done in the Middle Ages, and this again encouraged the new free and independent feeling which so many men of the Renaissance had. Another great discovery which gave people new thoughts and ideas about the world was that the earth was not standing still, as people in olden days and in the Middle Ages had believed. It had always been thought that the earth was the centre of the universe, and that the sun, moon, and stars whirled around her once in every 24 hours, and that this was what caused day and night. When the sun came round and shone opposite any particular place, that place had day, and when the sun had passed over, then it had night. But at the end of the 15th century there appeared a scholar who told people that this was not true, that it was the earth which was moving and not the sun. This scholar was named Copernicus, and he was born in Poland. When he was a boy, he loved mathematics and astronomy, the study of the stars, and when he was a young man, he went to Rome to lecture there. But soon he went back to Poland and spent years and years making instruments and searching the sky night after night, hoping to find out the truth. When he at last told people that the earth was moving faster than anything we know can ever move, and that it turns right round on its axis once in every 24 hours, and that this was what caused day and night, people laughed at him. Some people even thought it was wicked for Copernicus to say these things, and when his friends asked him to explain all these things in a book, these other people were very angry. But Copernicus wrote his book, and it was taken to be printed at Nuremberg, one of the chief places for printing in Germany. People had become so excited and angry about the new teaching of Copernicus that the printers had to work with a loaded gun beside them to protect themselves. Two of the scholar's friends stayed by day and night to protect the book. At last it was finished, but Copernicus lay dying. He was worn out with work and anxiety, but as he lay on his deathbed, horsemen galloped up with copies of his book, and so he had the happiness of knowing before he died that nothing could now prevent the truth which he had found out being known to all the world. And so he died happy. Since the time of Copernicus, many new and wonderful discoveries have been made about the sun and the stars, but his was the greatest discovery of all. While Copernicus had been, as it were, showing people a new heaven, great and wonderful discoveries had been made also about the earth itself, and great and brave men were able to show a new earth too. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Glover. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 29, A New World. At the end of the 15th century, there appeared a man who startled people as much as Copernicus with his new ideas about the stars. The thing which this man, the great Christopher Columbus, said was that the earth was round. People thought this very ridiculous, for could not anyone see that the earth was flat? But Columbus only repeated, "Sail to the west and you will find the east." This sounded like the words of a madman, but what Columbus meant was that if men could sail across the Atlantic, they would come round to the other side of the continent of India. Of course, everyone knows now that Columbus was right when he said the world was round, but to the people of that time it sounded foolish. Columbus himself was soon to sail across the Atlantic, the Sea of Darkness as it was then called, and find land across it. He thought that it was India, and never knew before he died that it was really the great continent of America, which people up to that time had known nothing about. It was true that if Columbus had sailed round the coast of America and on, he would have reached the coast of India. Columbus was born in Genoa, one of the great seafaring towns of North Italy, but it was to the court of the King of Portugal that he went to tell his tale, and to ask for money and ships to help him sail across the Atlantic, to reach the east by going west. The reason for this was that the sailors of Portugal had been making voyages of discovery all through the century, though none had ever ventured across the Atlantic. Portugal was one of the Christian kingdoms which had been formed in the Spanish peninsula during the long struggle between the Christians and the Saracens, which went on all through the Middle Ages.
The little kingdom ran along the western coast of the peninsula,
and its people naturally were very much interested in the sea. At the beginning of the 15th century, one of the sons of King John of Portugal, called Prince Henry, had made up his mind to give his life to helping to find out something about the new lands which lay beyond those which the men of the Middle Ages had known. In the Middle Ages, the Mediterranean Sea had been, as it were, the center of the world. The lands which had been won by the Roman Empire were thought to be the most westerly part of the earth. Beyond them, men thought that the Atlantic Ocean stretched across to the ends of the earth. To the east were the great stretches of Asia, and China had been reached by Franciscans who went to try to convert the Great Khan, the great ruler of the Mongol race, which had conquered so much of Asia in the 13th century. The only men in the Middle Ages whom we know traveled for the love of discovery were three Venetians, Marco Polo and his father and uncle, who also traveled to the court of the Great Khan,
and lived there many years.
Marco Polo wrote an account of all he had seen, but very few people took any notice of it, although they were ready to believe the wildest and most impossible tales about the East. Marco Polo's father and uncle had started off from Venice to trade at Constantinople the year that Marco was born. He was 15 years old when they came back and told how they had crossed Asia, reached China, and seen the court of the Great Khan. They were going back again, and the boy begged to go with him. He went, and the Great Khan was pleased to have him at his court. He learned the Chinese language and traveled into Persia, but always he went back to the court of the Great Khan. After some years, Marco and his father and uncle were anxious to go home again, but the Great Khan hated to let them go. But at last, after 17 years, he did. When they arrived in Venice, dressed in strange clothes, like the people of Asia, people would not believe them when they told them who they were. But Marco prepared a great feast, to which they asked their friends, and he and his father and uncle appeared dressed in beautiful crimson satin robes. When the banquet had begun, they removed these clothes and put on others, just as beautiful, while the first ones were cut up and divided among the servants. Then the old clothes in which they had come back from Asia were brought in, and the seams were slit up. The most beautiful jewels fell out of them. And then, at last, their friends believed that it was really the Polos, come back with great treasures from the East. But they were really the only men in the Middle Ages who seemed to have been anxious to visit strange lands. In the 15th century, it was quite different. People became filled with a wish for discovery and adventure. It was part of the new spirit of the Renaissance, and this was how Prince Henry of Portugal gave up the pleasant life at his father's court, and went to live on a lonely spot on the southern coast of Portugal, so that he might give all his time to the study of seamanship. The prince's motto was "Desire to do well," and he seems to have felt that this was the best way to carry it out. Up to that time, the northern deserts of Africa were all that were known of that continent, but Prince Henry sent out men and ships every year, and they sailed farther and farther south each time. Before this, people had believed that anyone who passed beyond a certain point on the coast of Africa would be changed from white to black. It had been thought, too, that that part of the world would be too hot for white men to live in. Some people said that there were great monsters there, and the sea was made of fire, or at least of boiling water. But now it was seen that these old tales were ridiculous, and Prince Henry's sailors even landed on the coast of what is now called Guinea, and brought back gold dust which they found there. They also brought back Negroes as slaves for their prince, who was kind to them and taught them to be Christians. But this was the beginning of that dreadful slave trade, in which the Negroes for hundreds of years were carried off to work in far-off countries as slaves to white men. One of the most daring sailors who sailed along the coast of Africa in Prince Henry's ships was a Venetian called Catamosto,
and he has written an account of his adventures.
He tells how he sailed to Madeira, where Portuguese settlers were already living,
on to the Canaries, and then on to Cape Blanco, or the White Cape,
and then farther south still, to the mouth of the river Senegal, where the Negroes thought at first that the ships were birds, and then that they must be great fishes. They thought, too, that it was very funny to see white men, and they tried to wash the white off. Catamosto sailed on past Cape Verde, which was the farthest point yet reached by the Portuguese. He could not understand why the pole star seemed to be so low in the sky as he went farther south, and when he got back he told Prince Henry about it, and also how he had seen a new and brilliant group of stars, which we now know to be the Southern Cross. He did not know that the world was round, and that these changes in the position of the stars were caused by his moving over the curved surface of the earth. Prince Henry died in 1460, but the work he had begun went on. In a few years, the Portuguese had crossed the equator and had landed near the mouth of the river Congo. The Black King of Congo received them with great honor. He sat without any clothes at all on a throne of ivory. He wore copper bracelets on his arms and a horse's tail hanging from his shoulder. He became a Christian and sent his children to Portugal to be educated. At last, after some years, a brave sailor called Bartholomew Diaz, one of a family of sailors who had been for long in Prince Henry's service, sailed right round the south of Africa, past the Cape of Good Hope,
and into Algoa Bay.
Diaz would have liked to sail much farther, but his men were weary and impatient, and he had to sail for Rome. He told the King of Portugal about the great storm they had had to face as they passed the Cape, and he wanted to call it the Cape of Storms. But the king thought that the Cape of Good Hope would be a much better name, and so it has been called to this day. The King of Portugal had called the Cape of Good Hope because he hoped that round it a new way would be found to India, and new trade with that land would begin between west and east. 10 years after, he sent out 4 ships under one of his noblemen called Vasco da Gama to try to reach India in this way. The ships sailed south and were nearly wrecked in trying to pass the Cape of Good Hope. The sailors wanted to turn back, but their commander was very stern and grave. They were going on, he said, whatever happened, and so they did. They sailed joyfully into a calm sea on the other side of the cape. But another storm came, and again the men wished to turn back. But their leader was determined to push on. He worked as hard as any of his men in managing the ships against the storm. They passed the island of Santa Cruz near Algoa Bay and saw the cross, which Diaz had set up. For this was how the Portuguese showed that they had taken possession of the land, in the name of their king. At last, on Christmas Day, they sailed into the mouth of a great river, which they called the River of Mercy, to show their gratitude for the time of peace and rest they were to enjoy there. But this name has not remained, as most of the beautiful names which the Portuguese and after them the Spaniards gave to the lands they discovered. And because they found it on the birthday or natal day of our Lord, they called it Natal. It is now called the Zambesi River.
From here they sailed up the east coast.
And a friendly king gave them a pilot to lead them across the sea to India. It was 23 days before they reached Calicut. Here the natives received them gladly, hoping they had brought gold, silver, corals, and scarlet cloth, for which they were ready to give them cinnamon, cloves, ginger, and many spices in return. These natives did not belong to the Aryan race, like the people of northern India, but were smaller and darker, and rather like Negroes. The Portuguese had not brought so much as the king of Calicut had hoped, but they sailed home again, very content, and landed in Portugal nearly 3 years after the time they had sailed away.
There was great rejoicing in Portugal and in Europe, except indeed in Venice.
The Venetians were sad, for it was they who, up to now, had received the rich silks and spices of India,
and sold them in Europe.
Arabs and Moors had carried these things to Ormuz, a town on the Persian Gulf. Caravans had carried them across Asia Minor to the Venetian ships on the coast, or they were carried in ships to the Isthmus of Suez, and then in caravans to Cairo, and in ships again down the Nile to Alexandria, where again Venetian ships were ready to receive them. But now the way by sea would be much simpler, and besides, the Portuguese took care to prevent things going in the old way, and so Venice was ruined. The days of her greatness were over. She has remained ever since beautiful but sad. Strangers crowd to see her beautiful churches and palaces, both Gothic and Renaissance, and her wonderful pictures, for Venice was only second to Florence in the part she took in the Renaissance. But she could never again be the proud and busy city she had been
in the days when she was queen of trade between East and West.
When another expedition arrived in Calicut, the king killed many of the men, and when the news reached Portugal, Vasco da Gama set out once more to take vengeance on him. His ships sailed, carrying banners and crosses, but the leader had no idea of Christian forgiveness. When he reached India, he captured 800 peaceful merchants, cut off their hands and ears and noses, piled them up in a ship, to which he set fire and sent it drifting to the shore. This was to be a lesson to the king of Calicut. Then the king sent ships to fight the Portuguese, but they were clumsy ships, and the Portuguese easily fought them and killed still more men. Then they left a little colony of Portuguese on the coast near, and sailed back to tell their king what they had done. Vasco da Gama went once more to India some years later and died there. Another Portuguese named Albuquerque set up a colony at the town of Goa, to the north of Calicut, and it became the great trading city of the Portuguese in India. It was called Golden Goa because of the great riches which were carried from it in ships to Portugal. No one but the Portuguese were allowed to trade with India. On the south of Africa, Algoa was so called because ships going from Goa stopped there, and on their way back they stopped at Delagoa, which means from Goa, and so got its name. The story of how the Portuguese sailed round the coast of Africa and across to India is indeed very wonderful, but after all, they did the work gradually. One man followed where another led, and when they left Africa to sail bravely across to India, they knew that land was there, if only they persevered to reach it. But the story of the brave Columbus, the red-haired sailor with the blue eyes, who stood gravely before the king of Portugal and told him that the world was round, and begged for money and ships with which to sail across the Atlantic to the other side of India, is more wonderful and romantic still. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 30. Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus was only 14 years old when he first went to sea. His father was a weaver at Genoa and wanted his son to be a weaver too, but Christopher loved the sea passionately, and in the end his father let him be a sailor instead. Columbus learned all he could about the sea and ships, and he came to this conclusion, which seemed so strange to the people of his time, that the world was round. When he was 28 years old, he went to Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, to learn what he could there. And it was 6 years after this that he went to the court to get help from the king who had done so much for sailors and ships. The king listened as Columbus gave his reason for believing that at the other end of the Atlantic land would be found. He told how pieces of wood, carved in strange ways, had been carried to the shores of Europe by the west wind. This, he said, showed that inland to the west of the Atlantic there were men who had carved this wood. He told them, too, how once the dead bodies of two men, quite different from any Europeans, had been found, and how on the west coast of Ireland strange plants grew up, whose seeds must have been carried by the wind from some country much warmer than Ireland. The counselors of the king persuaded him not to trust Columbus, and got him to send off some ships to sail some distance west on the Atlantic to see if they really did come to any signs of land. The ships were caught in a storm and soon came back. But when Columbus heard of this, he felt that he had been insulted and would have nothing more to do with the Portuguese. Columbus himself was always very polite to other people. He now went to the King and Queen of Spain, the famous Ferdinand and Isabella. Ferdinand had been King of Aragon and Isabella Queen of Castile when they married each other. Aragon and Castile were the two great Christian states formed besides Portugal in the struggle with the Moors. When Ferdinand and Isabella married, their two kingdoms together covered nearly the whole of Spain. Both Ferdinand and Isabella were people of strong character and clever. They made up their minds to drive the Saracen rulers right out of Spain. There was only the little kingdom of Granada left to the Moors, and against this Ferdinand fought. He led his armies himself, while Isabella looked after the government of his country and her own. Granada was taken, and the Moorish rulers sadly gave up this kingdom and went to Africa. And so at last Spain, after a struggle of hundreds of years, became a united country like France or England. The Moors who remained in Spain were allowed to follow their own religion. But 2 centuries afterwards they were driven out of Spain altogether. It was then to this great king and queen that Columbus went to tell his tale when he was insulted by the Portuguese. But the king and queen were busy in these years fighting the Moors, and it was not until the year 1491 that Columbus was allowed to see them in their camp near Granada. They also thought his ideas were mad, and he left them sadly. But some of his friends persuaded Queen Isabella to help him, and when she began to understand how splendid a thing this might be, she declared she would sell all her jewels if it were necessary to help him. In the same year that Granada fell, Columbus started out in a Spanish ship on his strange voyage. He had received the title of admiral, and his ship was called the Santa Maria. 2 other ships went too, the Nina and the Pinta. The sailors were very frightened. It had been very hard to get anyone to go. Even as they left the shore, many of them wept, and when they had passed the Canary Islands and were out of sight of land altogether, they even spoke to each other of rebelling. Some said that it would be best to throw the mad admiral into the sea and sail back to Spain. Columbus knew all this, but he remained quiet and brave as he always was. He had learned to bear disappointment in all these weary years while he had been waiting for help in his great plan. He spoke to the men and tried to make them interested, like himself, in the voyage. After a while, even the sailors began to see that land was near. Birds which belonged to the land were seen and heard round the ship. There was plenty of floating seaweed, which must have come from some shore. And best proof of all, there was a branch of a tree with red berries on it. At last, one night Columbus saw a light, and the next day they landed on a beautiful island covered with grass and with many trees. In the evening before, when the men knew that at last they were close to land, the sailors of the Pinta had struck up the great Latin hymn of thanksgiving called the Te Deum. There were dark-skinned natives watching Columbus as he planted the flag of Spain on the shore, set up a large cross, and took possession of the island in the name of the King of Spain. The island which Columbus had discovered was one of the Bahama Islands in the West Indies off the coast of America. So Columbus, without knowing it, had discovered America, that great new continent to which in after years so many thousands of people from Europe, especially from England, were to swarm. The discovery of this little island by Columbus was the greatest thing that has happened in modern history. But Columbus himself only knew that he had come round to land on the other side of the great sea, which people had thought reached to the end of the world. Columbus sailed to one island after another, always looking for the gold and spices which he wanted to take home from India to the king and queen. The Santa Maria struck on a rock off the island of Haiti and was wrecked. Columbus and his sailors went on board the Nina. It was not big enough to hold them all, so a little colony was left behind on the island, while Columbus, with 2 ships left, started back to Spain. On the way great storms arose, and the Pinta went down with all its men. Columbus was in despair because he thought his ship would be wrecked too, and no one would ever know in Spain that he had really found land on the other side of the Atlantic. So he wrote on parchment an account of all his adventures, wrapped it up in a waxed cloth so that the water could not get through to spoil it, and put it in a barrel, hoping that it would be washed up on the coast of Europe. But he got safely back to Spain after all. As he sailed into the mouth of the Tagus, Bartholomew Diaz, the other great explorer, went on board to talk to Columbus. Then Columbus went to Seville, the capital of Spain, and people crowded to see him riding past with the parrots and bright-colored birds which he had brought back, and with 6 natives who had come back with him too. From Seville he went on to Barcelona, where he was received with great joy by the king and queen. 3 times more Columbus sailed to the West Indies, and once he reached South America, from whence he brought back beautiful pearls. A Spanish town called Isabella was set up in the island of Haiti, and it was ruled by the brother of Columbus. From his 3rd voyage Columbus was brought home a prisoner in chains. The king and queen had heard that he had been unjust to the settlers and cruel to the natives, but this was not true. When Columbus, now a white-haired old man, weary and worn, threw himself weeping at her feet, Isabella knew that he had been misjudged. Once more he was given ships and sailors, and so set out on his 4th voyage. When he got back, the queen was dead, and in a few years Columbus died too, very poor and friendless at the last, in spite of the great work he had done. He died at the beginning of the 16th century, a time in which the great results of his discovery were to be seen. This century and the next had many splendid and heroic sailors, but none so great as Columbus. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of the Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 31, The Reformation. At the end of the Middle Ages, when so many new things were happening and so many discoveries were being made, some people began to have new ideas about the church and religion too. And in time, this led to the great religious change which was known as the Reformation. Just as poets and painters and sculptors were stirred up with new ideas about beauty, so other men as great or greater in their own way were full of new ideas about goodness. They were anxious to make people more truly religious and to do good in the church. Most of these reformers were scholars, too. At the end of the Middle Ages, though many people were still very good, there was not any very great holiness in the church. It was not a time of great saints like the 12th or 13th century. There were no great new orders of monks, and though the monasteries of the old orders were spread over every country of Europe, the monks were often not nearly so strict as they had been in the early days of their orders. A few monasteries, like those of the Carthusians in England, were just as strict as ever, and there the monks lived just as St. Bruno had taught them to do so many years before. But in some of the monasteries the monks lived quite wicked lives. Even in the better monasteries many of the monks did not know very much. The reformers thought the people could pray and serve God better if they were better educated. They wanted to have Greek taught in the schools and universities. Some of the people who hated changes were very much against this new learning of the Renaissance, and taught that the old learning was quite enough. Sometimes at Oxford and Cambridge the students would actually fight among themselves about this question. Those who wanted Greek to be taught were called in fun the Greeks, while those who wanted the old learning were called the Trojans, in memory of the battles of the Greeks and Trojans in the early history of the Greeks. One of the first and greatest of the reformers in England was Sir Thomas More. He was the son of a lawyer and was born in Milk Street, London, and went to St. Anthony's School in Threadneedle Street. While he was still a young boy, he became a page in the house of Cardinal Morton, the Archbishop of Canterbury. In those days the sons of gentlemen often became pages in the house of some great man, so as to learn perfect manners. Already More was very clever and witty, and the cardinal and his friends guessed that he would one day be a great man. When he was older, More was sent to the university at Oxford, and there he met some of the greatest men of his time. The chief of them was a priest called John Colet, who was one of the first people in England to study Greek. He gave lectures at Oxford on the New Testament and part of the Bible, which tells us about the life of our Lord. It was written first in Greek, but in the Middle Ages, when hardly anyone knew Greek, it had only been read in Latin, the great language of the Church. John Colet became a priest of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, and he set up a school for boys who were taught the new learning and brought up to be very good and religious men. Dean Colet, as he was called, was very fond of these boys, and we may still read a beautiful letter of his to them, in which he begs them to pray for him, saying, "Lift up your little white hands to God for me." Thomas More loved John Colet very dearly, although Colet was older than he. He had, too, another great friend called Erasmus, who was about the same age as himself. Erasmus was the cleverest man of his time. He was a priest, but the only thing he really cared for was learning. He belonged to the Low Countries, as the countries which are now Holland and Belgium were called. But he traveled about from one country to another, always studying and writing. He was very witty, and people roared with laughter when they read his books. He made fun of all the old ways and the people of the old learning, and especially of those monks and people who were against the new ideas. Colet and Erasmus and More were all good Catholics. They never thought of disobeying the Church or saying that the Church's teaching was wrong. But there were other reformers who were quite different and who rebelled against the Church. These were the first Protestants, and it was they who began the Reformation. Martin Luther, the first great Protestant reformer. The first and greatest of all the Protestant reformers was Martin Luther. He was the son of a German peasant called Hans Luther, who was quite poor when Martin was a little boy, but became richer later on. Martin's family were all good people in their way, and his mother taught him to say his prayers and to sing the beautiful German hymns which the people then sang. But they were terribly strict and severe, and even his mother would beat him terribly for a little fault. Once he ran away from home after his father had punished him cruelly, and even when he was brought back he found it very hard to forgive his father. It was perhaps because of his sad childhood that Luther grew up into rather a sad young man, always worrying about his sins and hardly able to believe that God would forgive them. He was sent to school as a poor scholar and was fed and taught without paying, but sang in the choirs of the churches to which the schools belonged. Later on he went to the town of Erfurt and there became an Augustinian friar. The Augustinians were one of the orders of friars which were set up soon after the Dominicans and Franciscans. Martin Luther studied hard, especially the Bible, but he did not care much for Greek or the new learning. After a time he was sent to lecture on theology at the new University of Wittenberg, which had been set up by the ruler of Saxony, who was one of the electors who had the right to choose the emperor. This elector was called Frederick the Wise. At this time, Germany was still made up of many little states, each ruled by its own prince, but with the emperor over all. At Wittenberg, Luther began to preach, and people crowded to hear him because of the simple yet strong way in which he spoke to them. At this time, there were things going on in the church which Erasmus and the other reformers did not like, but which Luther made up his mind to fight against. The Catholic Church taught that even after people had had their sins forgiven, there might still be punishment for them, which they would have to suffer in purgatory when they died. But the Church said, too, that this punishment could be made less or taken away altogether if people said certain prayers or did good works for this reason. Sometimes indulgences, or the letting off from punishment, were promised to people who would do certain things. Unfortunately, the poor people who were not educated sometimes thought that they could really buy forgiveness for their sins. They did not really understand what indulgences were. Just at the time when Luther was preaching at Wittenberg, a Dominican called John Tetzel was going about Germany with the news that a great indulgence would be granted to anyone who gave money to help in the building of the Church of St. Peter's at Rome, which the popes had got the great architect Bramante to plan for them, and which was now half built. It was a magnificent building of great size, stretching out in the form of a cross, with a wonderful dome over the part where the arms of the cross met. It was a good work to help to build this wonderful church, but Luther and the other people were shocked at the way Tetzel spoke to the people about indulgences. It seemed to them that he was trying to sell forgiveness of sins and was telling lies to the people just to get money for the Pope. Some of the German people were already beginning to have much less respect for the popes than they had had in the Middle Ages. Some of the popes of the second part of the 15th century had lived very dreadful lives indeed. Even Pope Leo X, the Pope of whom John Tetzel was preaching the indulgences, did not care for many things except pleasure, although he was not a wicked man. So when Luther began to preach against indulgences, and to say that it was wrong of the Pope to allow them to be preached as they were, there were already many people who were ready to listen to him. Generally, the preacher of an indulgence was received with great joy at each place to which he came. As he drew near to a place, the priests and people would go out in a procession to meet him with lighted candles and banners. The message from the Pope giving permission for the indulgence was carried on a cloth of gold and velvet. The church bells were set ringing, and the practicer of the indulgence was taken to the chief church, where he could tell the people all about the indulgence. To Luther, and to his elector too, this all seemed just like a great auction sale. Frederick the Wise would not allow Tetzel to preach his indulgence in Saxony, but some of his people went to the nearest place in other states where they could get the indulgence. Some of them crowded back to Wittenberg with the papers on which the description of the indulgence was written to show Luther. They were very much disappointed when he told them that the indulgences were no good to them at all, and that no pope or bishop could do the thing that they promised when they gave indulgences. He preached against them to the people, and at last he wrote down on a paper 95 reasons for not believing in indulgences, and nailed them to the door of the castle church at Wittenberg. Copies of this paper were printed off as quickly as the university printing press could do them, and in the short time they were spread all over Germany. Everybody was very much excited. Soon afterwards, Pope Leo sent a message to Luther that he must go to Rome and give an account of what he had done. But the elector persuaded the Pope to allow Luther to be tried by the Pope's messenger, or legate as he was called in Germany. When Luther stood before the cardinal legate at the town of Augsburg, he was told that he must immediately say that the things he had said against indulgences were not true, but he declared he would never do that. He felt that he had spoken what he thought was the truth, and that he could not now say differently. So he went back home, and the cardinal went back to the Pope to tell him how the German peasant monk had defied him. For 2 years the question was not settled, and then the Pope sent a message to Luther telling him that he was excommunicated and no longer belonged to the Church. But by this time Luther had begun not to believe any longer that the Pope ought to be head of the Church. At first he had certainly not meant to rebel against the Pope, but as the struggle went on, he grew more and more angry with the terrible anger he had inherited from his father, and in the end he made up his mind to rebel against the Pope and to get as many people as he could to follow him. He showed how little he cared for the Pope when he got a great bonfire lighted outside the walls of Wittenberg and burnt the Pope's message there before all the people. As the flames rose up, Luther's friends gave a great shout. This was the beginning of Protestantism, by which half the people of Europe broke away from the Pope and set up religions of their own. It was the greatest change in history since the coming of Christianity into Europe, and it is very strange to remember that it was the preaching of one German peasant which brought it about. Still, the Reformation would never have come if people had not already begun to get used to many new ideas which were brought to them by the Renaissance. As time went on, Luther said that many other things which the Church taught were not true. He said that there were not 7 sacraments, but only 3, and later on he said there were only 2. Many people listened eagerly to his teaching. All the friars of his monastery at Wittenberg gave up their monastic life and went out to live in the world again. Many of them got married, as Luther himself did. He now hated monks and monasteries and nearly everything belonging to the Catholic Church. He wrote many books against the Pope. In these days, people who disagreed about any subject thought nothing of calling each other dreadful names in their books, and Luther was even more violent than the other people of his time in this way. Luther told the people that there was really no need for priests, that people could save their souls only by really believing in Jesus Christ. He told them, too, that it was not true, as the Church taught, that in the Mass the bread and wine which the priest consecrated were changed into the body and blood of Christ, which were received by the people who went to communion. But still he said that Christ was really present in the sacrament. Above all, he told the people that they should read for themselves the word of our Lord in the New Testament, and he himself translated the Bible into German so that the people might read it for themselves. Many of the German princes were pleased with Luther's teaching because they were able to take the money and lands of the monasteries which were broken up. The Emperor Charles V was against the Protestants, but in the end he had to agree that each prince should settle the religion of his state for himself. About half the states, chiefly those in the north, became Protestant, while the other half remained Catholic. One half of Saxony, under Duke George, was Catholic, while the other half, under Luther's friend the Elector, Frederick, became Protestant. There was a great deal of discontent and unhappiness at the time in Germany, and all these changes made the people ready to rebel. The towns, many of which became Protestant, were rich because the early 16th century was a time in which trade was growing. But in the country, the poorer gentlemen, who were called the knights, were growing poorer. Now they thought they could become Protestants, fight against the rich Catholic princes, and especially the bishops who ruled over some of the German states. They fought what was known as the Knights' War, but they were defeated. Then the peasants in Germany rose in revolt, but they were put down also. Thousands of people were killed, and there was terrible misery in the country. Many of these people said that they were doing what Luther had taught them, but he would not have anything to do with them. Once he had started the Reformation, he really left it to itself, and he did not become a leader who could give commands to the people like other reformers did, but settled down to his writing at Wittenberg. He said, in fact, that the people should take the religion given to them by their princes. And this is what soon happened in Germany, so that there were almost as many kinds of Protestantism as there were Protestant states. The great kings of the Renaissance, Charles V, who became emperor the year after Luther had begun his fight against indulgences, was a young man. He belonged to the family of the Habsburgs, who were the rulers of Austria. It had now become the custom for these rulers to be elected emperor. But the young Emperor Charles V had many other lands to rule over too. From his grandmother he had the Low Countries and the free county of Burgundy, that part of Burgundy which had not been won by the kings of France. From his mother, Joanna the Mad, the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, he had inherited Spain and all the Spanish possessions, which were very great. Soon after he was made emperor, Charles gave up Austria and the kingdoms of Hungary and Bohemia to his brother Ferdinand, but still he had an immense empire. If only Charles could have governed Germany strongly, he would soon have been the strongest king in Europe. But it was very difficult to govern Germany, and the Reformation, which divided the princes still more against each other, made it more so. There were other kings who were watching Charles carefully for fear he should be too strong. France was now a strong and united nation under another young king, Francis I. England had almost forgotten the Wars of the Roses and was becoming a strong and important country under its second Tudor king, Henry VIII, who was also a young man at this time. Both Francis I and Henry VIII were handsome men at this time, though they both became very ugly through too much self-indulgence as they grew older. They were both clever, but vain. They were both self-willed, too, and got things very much their own way in the countries they ruled. In England, the Parliament was hardly ever called now to give advice, and when it was, it did very much what the king told it to. Charles V and Francis I were enemies from the beginning, and they were each anxious to get Henry VIII's help in fighting the other. It was to talk over this question that Henry met Francis in the north of France, when both kings dressed themselves and their servants so magnificently that the meeting was ever afterwards called the Field of the Cloth of Gold. In spite of this, Henry afterwards helped Charles in his battle against the French king. A great deal of the fighting was done in Italy, for both Francis and Charles said that certain parts of Italy ought to belong to them. Although the greater Italian states were rich, and the palaces of their Renaissance princes very beautiful, they were weak just because there were so many of them. They were jealous of one another, and could not all join against enemies like Francis or Charles. Instead, when they quarreled among themselves, some prince was sure to ask help from France or Germany, although they were sorry for it afterwards when they saw the misery which the foreign soldiers brought to Italy. In one of the quarrels between Francis and Charles, the Pope, Clement VII, took the part of the French. The emperor, though he was such a good Catholic, let his army march against Rome. Many of his soldiers were followers of Luther and hated everything belonging to the old church. They made a terrible attack on Rome, burning and killing and robbing, turning priests and nuns, children and old people into the streets and torturing them with the greatest cruelty. The Pope shut himself up in the castle of St. Angelo, but at the last got the terrible foreign soldiers to go away by promising to pay a great deal of money to the emperor. Rome never seemed quite so great and beautiful again after the terrible destruction of this time. It happened in the year 1527. Indeed, this seemed to be the end of the greatest time of the Renaissance. A sort of sadness came to Italy with these terrible wars. There were nearly always foreigners fighting over some part of her land, and there was no longer the great joyfulness which seemed to fill Italy in the days of the Renaissance. The great Michelangelo lived and worked on far into the 16th century, but he was the last of the really great artists, and there is a sadness in his work. The artists who came after imitated the earlier painters and sculptors and were not nearly so great. All through the early years of the 16th century, the Protestants were preaching and teaching not only in Germany but in the other countries of Europe. We must see what happened to them, and which countries became Protestant and which remained Catholic. The Reformation in England. In England, at first, people took very little notice of the new German reformers, but neither did they take much notice of the Catholic reformers like Colet and Sir Thomas More, who wanted to make the church better but would not rebel. This made some of the young scholars from Oxford and Cambridge feel inclined to follow Luther and his friends. Some of them went over to Germany to listen to the teaching of the reformers there, and then in a few years came back Protestants, and anxious to make all England Protestant too. King Henry VIII was a clever man, and he was proud of the fact that he knew as much about religion and theology as most priests. When Martin Luther taught that there were only 2 sacraments, baptism and the Holy Eucharist, Henry wrote a book against him, trying to prove that there were 7 sacraments, just as the Church taught. Pope Leo X was so pleased with this book that he said that Henry should be called Defender of the Faith, and all English kings and queens have kept this title ever since, although most of them have been Protestant. The letters F.D. after the name of the king or queen are always still to be seen on English money. The early Protestant reformers were always anxious to print the Bible in the language of their own country, so that all the people might read it for themselves. They thought that the people could learn much more from the Bible than from any church. One of the young Protestant reformers, who had been to Germany and come back, translated the New Testament into English and had it printed, but the king had all the copies that could be found burnt before all the people at St. Paul's Cross in London. Sir Thomas More wrote against Tyndale, and Tyndale thought it would be safer to flee away to the Low Countries, for according to the law, heretics were to be burned to death. We shall see how, a little later, hundreds and thousands of both Catholics and Protestants were killed for believing in their religions. It was not for many years that people learned toleration, that is, to allow people to believe what they liked. Meanwhile, the rulers of the Protestant states killed the Catholics, and the rulers of the Catholic states killed the Protestants, and there was terrible misery everywhere. Although Henry VIII was so strong a Catholic at first, it was not many years before England became Protestant. When he found that the Pope would not give him something he wanted, Henry turned against him and began to believe, like Luther, or pretended to believe, that the Pope had no right to be head of the Church. The thing that Henry wanted was a divorce from his wife, the good Queen Catherine of Aragon. Catherine was a Spanish princess who had been married to Henry many years when he first began to think of a divorce. She had only one child, the little Princess Mary, and Henry would have liked to have a son to be king after him. He said that he thought that there was no blessing on his marriage because Catherine had been married first to Henry's brother, who had died in a few months while he was still quite a boy. The church did not allow a woman to marry the brother of her dead husband, but the Pope had given permission for the marriage of Henry and Catherine. Now, Henry wanted the Pope to say that there had not really been any marriage, so that he could send Catherine away and marry again. But the Pope would not. Henry's chief adviser was the great Cardinal Wolsey. He had done everything he could to please the king. Indeed, he said afterwards, as he lay dying, that he wished he had served God as well as he had served the king. But when he could not get the Pope to give him a divorce, Henry turned against the cardinal and sent him away from the court. Afterwards, when the cardinal was at York, Henry sent for him to go to London to be tried for treason, which meant plotting against the king. Henry must have known that this was not true. Wolsey was very ill when the message reached him, and he died on the journey. It was a terrible thing about King Henry VIII that he was never grateful to anybody, but turned against his best friends as soon as they were no longer useful to him. Henry then said that the Pope really had no right to judge in cases which came up in England, and he got Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, to give him the divorce. Queen Catherine was sent away, and Henry married a young and pretty lady of the court called Anne Boleyn. Soon afterwards he got the Parliament to declare that he was supreme head on earth of the Church of England, and that anyone who would not agree to this was guilty of treason and should be put to death. So in quite a different way from the German states, which followed Luther, England became Protestant too. Most of the English people changed their religion with the king, but many of the best people would not. The monks of the Carthusian monastery in London were asked to take the oath of supremacy, that is, to swear to take the king as head of the church, but many of them would not, and so they were put to death in a very terrible way. Then Sir Thomas More, who had been Chancellor of England, but had given up his post, and Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, who had preached against the king's doings, were sent for to go before Archbishop Cranmer at his palace at Lambeth. There they were to swear to agree that the children of the new queen had a right to have their father's crown after his death. A little daughter, who was afterwards Queen Elizabeth, had been born. More and Fisher were also asked to take the oath of supremacy. They would not do this, though they were both quite ready to swear to be faithful to Henry and to the children of Anne Boleyn. The king might have been pleased with this, but Anne was very spiteful against More and Fisher, and persuaded the king to have them put to death, so they both had their heads cut off. It is said that More joked even on the scaffold. He was a very brave man. He had lived a splendid life, and he was not afraid to die. His beard had grown while he was in prison, and as he laid his head on the block, he put it to one side, saying, "Pity that should be cut. It has not committed treason." Yet at the same time, King Henry did not like the Protestant teaching any more than before the death of the Carthusians and of More and Fisher. For their clinging to the Pope, Protestant reformers had already been burnt for teaching the new doctrines. The first to die for Protestantism in England was a Cambridge man called Thomas Blenny. He was a simple, gentle person, and his friends called him Little Blenny. But Henry was very angry because he taught, like Luther, the people could save their souls through faith alone. Before the end of his reign, Henry had had many people, both Catholics and Protestants, killed for their faith. He would not let the people keep their Catholic religion, but he would not let them become too Protestant. John Forrest, a friar and a friend of Queen Catherine, was burnt in a fire made of a wooden image of a saint brought from Wales, for Henry was against the use of images and had them destroyed wherever he could. He got rid, too, of all the monasteries all over England. The monks and nuns were turned out and their property was taken by the king. Sometimes the beautiful churches and buildings of the monasteries were given to the king's friends. Many of them fell into ruin. Some of the monks who gave in easily were given money by the king. Others were turned out with nothing to live on. Some were put to death. The poor people whom the monks had fed and clothed now became poorer still, and many people were angry that the monks should be treated so badly. In the north of England, the people rose in a rebellion which was called the Pilgrimage of Grace, but it was easily put down. The new lords who got the monks' lands were often not so kind to the people who lived on the land as the monks had been, and there was a great deal of misery among the country people by the end of Henry's reign. When Henry died, his son Edward, who was only a boy, became king. He was fond of the Protestants, and during his short reign England became much more Protestant. But Edward VI did not live long. After him, his sister Mary, the daughter of Queen Catherine of Aragon, became queen. Edward had been the son of Henry's third wife, for Anne Boleyn had had her head cut off because the king said she was not faithful to him. Henry had 6 wives altogether, and another besides Anne Boleyn had her head cut off. Queen Mary made England Catholic again, though she could not get the people who had the monks' lands to give them up again. Most of the people seemed to be quite pleased to become Catholic once more, but the people who really believed in Protestantism would not, so Queen Mary had them burnt. Although she was a good queen, she thought it was her duty to do this. Among others, Archbishop Cranmer, the great archbishop who had helped Henry VIII so much, was burnt too. He had been very frightened in prison and had signed a paper saying that he did not believe in the Protestant religion. But when he learned he was to be burnt all the same, he was sorry that he had done this, and when he was tied to the stake to be burnt, he plunged his hand into the flames, saying that his hand should be burnt first, because he had done this wrong thing with it. Queen Mary did not live long. She died broken-hearted at the way she was left alone by her husband, the great King Philip of Spain, who had married her because he wanted the English people to help him in his wars. They would not help him, and as he did not really love Mary, he left her and stayed at home in Spain. When Queen Mary died, Elizabeth, the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, became queen, and England became Protestant once more. This time it was really Protestant, and all through Elizabeth's long reign, which was a very great and glorious reign in many ways, the Catholics were hunted out. Priests who were found in England hiding so that they could say Mass for the Catholics were put to a very terrible death, while all Catholics had to pay great fines for not going to church, and even the Catholic noblemen and gentlemen became very poor. Many of them sent their sons to Catholic countries to be educated, although this too was forbidden. Yet Elizabeth also was against the people who were too Protestant. She punished the Puritans, as the people were called, who at the end of her reign were trying to do away with the ceremonies which made the English Church seem to them too Catholic. Some Puritans who wrote books about these things had their hands cut off or their ears slit. Some were even put to death, for Elizabeth was in many things very like her father, Henry VIII, and she was determined that the people should do things just as she told them. Queen Elizabeth and Mary Queen of Scots, Scotland, became Protestant too, although its beautiful young queen, Mary Queen of Scots, was a Catholic. Mary had been brought up in France and had been married to the young French king, Francis II, but he had died and she came back to Scotland soon after Elizabeth became Queen of England. But the Protestant Scottish nobles turned against her, and the great Protestant preacher, John Knox, preached against her, calling her terrible names. Mary did some foolish things which gave her enemies the chance of doing her harm. She was shut up in the castle of Loch Leven, but was helped by a young page to escape. The Catholic nobles helped her to fight her enemies, but she lost the battle and fled into England, hoping that Elizabeth would help her. But Elizabeth had always been very jealous of Mary because of her beauty. Mary, Queen of Scots, had very beautiful golden brown hair and a fair complexion. She had lovely brown eyes and was very graceful and charming. Elizabeth, who was very vain, was not nearly so beautiful, and this was one reason for which she had always disliked Mary. For years she kept her shut up in prison. The English Catholics thought that Mary had a better right to the throne of England than Elizabeth, and some of them plotted to kill Elizabeth and make Mary Queen of England. The plot was found out, and the plotters were put to death. Elizabeth said that Mary had known about it all, and had her put on trial, and in the end put to death. When Queen Mary, dressed in crimson, walked onto the platform in the great hall of the Palace of Fungi, where she was to be killed, she was an old woman. Her golden hair had become white in the long years she had been in prison, but she was still beautiful, and she died very bravely, comforting the women who were with her and who were crying. John Knox and the Scottish Protestants were not Lutherans. They were followers of the great French reformer John Calvin. King Francis I began to persecute the Protestant reformers as soon as they appeared in France, and when he died, the kings who came after him did the same, and France always remained Catholic. But there were always some Protestants in France, although later on, as we shall see, the Protestants suffered more terribly there than in any other country. John Calvin was one of the early French Protestants, but he fled away to Switzerland, and there became one of the greatest Protestant leaders. Switzerland became almost altogether Protestants, though a few of its cantons, as its divisions were called, remained Catholic. The city of Geneva, which had been before governed by a bishop, gave itself up to Calvin, and he governed it in his own way. Protestants from all over Europe traveled to Geneva to hear his teaching. He taught very different things from Luther. He did not believe at all that Christ was present in the Holy Eucharist. He taught, too, that men had no free will, that is, that people cannot really choose whether they will be good or bad, and that even before a person is born, he or she is destined to go to heaven or hell after their death. This seems a very terrible teaching, and it might seem that the people who believed it might think it would not really matter how they behaved. But this was not so. Still, the Calvinists were often rather sad and gloomy people, and there was not much joy in their religion. But they loved it dearly and fought for it with their lives. The French Protestants were Calvinists, and so were the Protestants in the Low Countries. In both places they were terribly persecuted. The year before Francis I died, 3,000 Protestants were killed in the province in the south of France. The south was always the Protestant part of France, just as it was the part where there had been the most heresy in the Middle Ages. In spite of persecution, the Protestant religion grew strong in the south of France. The great nobles there became Protestant and were always ready to fight their Catholic king. So strong did the Protestants become that they were able to fight hard battles against the Catholics, and during the second half of the 16th century there were the most terrible civil wars, in which Frenchmen fought against Frenchmen because of their differences in religion. The chief ruler in France in the second part of the 16th century was Catherine de' Medici, one of the Medici family which ruled in Florence. She was married to Henry II, who was King of France after Francis I. While her husband was alive, she had very little power in France, but when he died, she ruled the country for her sons, who were very delicate and died one after the other. It was the eldest, Francis II, who was the husband of Mary, Queen of Scots, and it was when he died that Mary went back to Scotland. Catherine loved power above all things. Just like many Italian princes of that time, she would do anything to keep it. She seemed never to think whether a thing was good or bad to do, but only whether it would help her to keep power. It was this which led her to make a most terrible attack on the Protestants of France. At first she tried to keep the Catholics and Protestants fairly equal in power, and she invited the Admiral Coligny to the court. He was the chief Protestant nobleman in France. Catherine's son Charles IX, a young boy, was king at this time, but Catherine soon saw that her son had taken a great liking to the brave old admiral, and she began to be afraid that Coligny would get power over the boy and her own power would grow less. She had arranged, too, that her daughter, Margaret, should marry another Protestant, the handsome young King Henry of Navarre. The French part of the Kingdom of Navarre is on the borders of France and Spain. The wedding was to be a very splendid one. It was in the summer of the year 1572. Even the Catholics of Paris could not help liking the young Henry, with his pleasant ways and his charming smile. On the wedding day he was dressed in pale yellow satin, ornamented with silver and pearls, and there was a wonderful procession of bishops and cardinals and knights. For 3 days there was feasting and gaiety in Paris, but the Queen Mother got a man to shoot at the Admiral in the streets, hoping to kill him. The shot did not kill the Admiral, but blew off one of his fingers. No one knew who had given the order, but the Huguenots, as the French Protestants were called, were very angry, and Charles was full of anxiety. But his mother told him that the Protestants must be killed, and especially the admiral. The poor boy hated the idea, but he was very weak and used to doing what his mother ordered. At last he cried out that if the admiral was to be killed, then all the Huguenots in France should die too, so that there would be none left to reproach him. Catherine was only too pleased at this idea. She gave secret orders that the Huguenots throughout France should be killed. The thing was to be done suddenly and quietly one summer night, and so it was. In Paris and all over France the Huguenots were suddenly attacked and killed in thousands. Admiral Coligny was thrown by a servant from a window and fell dead to the street below. The massacre took place on the night before the feast of St. Bartholomew, and was ever afterwards called the Massacre of St. Bartholomew. Henry of Navarre was not killed because he was the Queen's son-in-law. All of the Protestants in Europe were full of surprise and anger at this terrible massacre. The young king, Charles IX, could never forget it himself. He died 2 years afterwards, full of the horror still at the memory of it. Catherine's favorite son then became king as Henry III. He was killed in 1589, a few months after the death of his mother, who kept power to the last. All during this time there were still miserable struggles between the Catholics and the Protestants. A new and better time came when Henry III died, and after some years of fighting, the handsome King of Navarre became King of France. He was called Henry IV, and he was one of the best kings France had ever had. He became a Catholic because he saw that if he did not, the Catholics of France would never have him as king. But he was never very serious about religion, and the story is told that when someone spoke to him about changing so easily, he laughed and said that Paris was well worth a mass. But Henry would not have any more persecution of the Protestants. They were now allowed to set up churches and pray in their own way in certain towns. Indeed, it was through his kindness to the Huguenots that Henry IV died after a very short reign, and before he had time to make France into the greatest state of Europe, as he would have done if he had lived. Henry was going to start in 2 days' time for a great war with Germany, when he was stabbed to the heart in the streets of Paris by a man named Ravaillac, who thought that he was not a good Catholic. It will be interesting to see what had been happening to the Protestants in other countries ruled by Catholic kings. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Frame. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 32, The Counter-Reformation. We've seen how, even before the Protestant reformers rebelled against the Church, Catholic reformers like Erasmus and Colet and more had tried to make the Church better. People had read their books and laughed at the witty and clever things in those of Erasmus and more, but there was no reform, and the Church and the people did not become more religious and better educated as the reformers had hoped, though there were always some people who were hoping for better things. But when first Luther and then other Protestant reformers rose in rebellion against the Church, at last the Pope and the Catholics were startled. People began to think more seriously about religion. Many people were sad when they saw how the old teaching and ways of the Church were attacked by the reformers. This led to a new time in the life of the Church, a time when religion spread once more among the people, and new religious orders and great saints arose once more in the Church. The changes at this time are called the Counter-Reformation, which means the movement against the Reformation. In this wonderful Counter-Reformation against Protestantism, many countries were kept from being Protestant, and some which had become Protestant were even won back. It was the rise of this great eagerness and new love for the old Church which led to the great struggle between Catholics and Protestants during the second half of the 16th century and on to the 17th. In the end, it was chiefly the southern people who remained Catholic. There was never more than a very few Protestants in Italy and Spain, and it was in these countries that the Counter-Reformation began. After many years of struggle, nearly all South Germany was Catholic, and the northern parts Protestant. Countries where the Slavs had settled, like Hungary and Poland, were Catholic. The northern nations, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, were Protestant. We've already seen how England and Scotland became Protestant, while Ireland, which had been conquered by England, was always Catholic. It was in Catholic countries under Protestant rulers and Protestant countries under Catholic rulers that the bitterest struggles between the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation took place. The great new religious order of the Counter-Reformation was the Society of Jesus. Those who belonged to it soon came to be called Jesuits. The man who started it was Saint Ignatius Loyola. Ignatius was a Spaniard and the son of a noble house. When he was a boy, he was a page at the court of King Ferdinand of Aragon. He afterwards became a soldier, but was wounded in battle and made lame for life. While he lay in bed, ill from his wound, Ignatius asked for some books to be brought to him. He wanted stories of knights and ladies such as he had read before and loved. But someone gave him instead the lives of the saints. He began to read them without much interest, for though he was a good Catholic, he had not before thought very much about religion. But now, all of a sudden, it seemed to be the only thing worth living for. Ignatius felt that he too could try to be a saint, and if he could no longer be a soldier of the king, he could be what was much better, a soldier of Christ and a knight of Our Lady. Ignatius had always been very brave. When his leg was first hurt, the bone had been joined badly, and the doctors had to break it and set it again. Ignatius bore it without a cry, just clenching his hands tightly. Now when he changed his life altogether, he made up his mind to suffer bravely for the sake of Christ. At first he thought he would go and fight in the Holy Land, like the Crusaders of the Middle Ages, and he did make a pilgrimage there. But then the thought came to him that he might do far better work by fighting against Protestantism in Europe. He was not very well educated, as he had been trained to be a soldier, and so, though he was a grown man, he went to several universities and studied beside young boys, quite simply and humbly. At the University of Paris, several young men joined him, among them another Spaniard who became the great St. Francis Xavier. They made up their minds to form a society, and in the end they got the Pope to allow them to do so. Many men joined the Society of Jesus, and Ignatius was head of all. He was called the General, and everyone in the society had to obey him, just as soldiers obey their generals without any question. It was this wonderful obedience which made the Society of Jesus different from any other religious order. The general knew that he only had to give an order, and any member of the society would obey, whatever it might be. And the only reason for the setting up of the society was to work for the Pope. In a short time, the Jesuits spread into every country of Europe, and the Pope knew that he had in them a great army to help on the work of the Counter-Reformation. No Jesuit ever thought of himself, but always of the society. He was taught to do this from the first day he joined it. St. Ignatius wrote a wonderful book called The Spiritual Exercises. The exercises were thoughts and meditations about God and religion, and every novice, as the young men who were being trained to be Jesuits were called, went into retreat for 4 weeks when he joined the society. That is to say, he did not speak to his companions, but gave up his time to prayer and went right through the spiritual exercises. The Jesuits set up many schools for boys and trained their pupils to feel about the Church and Pope just as they did themselves. Jesuits traveled into far-off countries like India and Japan and the newly discovered America, giving their whole lives to teaching the Catholic religion. Some Jesuits were always to be found in England under Elizabeth, although they knew that they would certainly be put to death if they were found, as many of them were. After St. Ignatius died, his work went on, and the Jesuits today are still governed by a general whom all must obey like soldiers. As there had been so much questioning about the Church's teaching, a great council was called at the city of Trent in the north of Italy to lay down once more the teaching of the Church. It met in the year 1545, and with interruptions went on until 1563. The Emperor Charles V and some of the Catholics hoped that the council would make some sort of agreement with the Protestants, and so perhaps get them back to the Church again. But the greater number of Catholics, and especially the Jesuits, would not hear of this. Charles V was dead before the Great Council of Trent came to an end, but he already saw that there was no hope of the Catholics and the Protestants coming to an agreement. The council made the teaching of the Church plainer than ever, and made it plain, too, that no one who had any other opinions could remain in the Church. The struggle between Spain and the Netherlands. Among the strictest Catholics of the Counter-Reformation was King Philip II of Spain. He was the son of the Emperor Charles V, who in the year 1555, tired out and old before his time, gave up all his empire and went to live quietly in Spain. He did not become a monk, but he lived near a monastery and joined the monks in their long prayers. He did not live long. Charles's brother Ferdinand became emperor after him, but his son Philip became king of Spain and ruler of the Low Countries. Philip was a young man with fair hair and a broad forehead and blue eyes like his father Charles V, but he was not like his father in other ways. Charles had always been wise and fairly tolerant and had treated the Protestants much better than any of the other Catholic rulers. But Philip was quite different. He was absolute ruler of Spain. No one but the king had any power there, and he was determined to rule the Low Countries in just the same way. He hated the Protestants, and as there were many Protestants in the Low Countries, a terrible struggle broke out between them and Spain. There were 17 provinces altogether in the Low Countries, or the Netherlands, as they were called. Each had its own ways and its own government, but they were all joined under one ruler, and this ruler was now the King of Spain. The people of the different provinces belonged to different races. There were Dutchmen in the north, many of whom were fishermen. The land was very low indeed there, and great walls or dikes were built to keep the sea from covering it. There is the story of how a little boy was once going to his home at night when he saw there was a hole in the dike and the water was pouring in. He was afraid that if he went on to tell anybody, the water would have time to flood the land, so he bravely pushed his arm through the hole. It was just big enough to stop it, and there he stayed all night in the cold and dark, until in the morning some workmen passing to their work found him. The hole was mended and the land was saved through the courage of the boy. In the south and east, the people were Flemish and Dutch. There were many cities and much trade. Very early, the Protestant reformers had spread their teaching among the Netherlanders, and even Charles V had put many of the people to death, for he could do there what he did not dare do in Germany. Yet Charles was really a Fleming and liked the people of the Netherlands, while Philip was a thorough Spaniard. As soon as he became king, Philip sailed away to Spain and left his sister Margaret to rule the Netherlands. But he left orders, too, that the Protestants should be rooted out of the land. "I shall not rest," he said, "while there is one man left believing in the teaching of Martin Luther." He sent men called inquisitors to find out which people were Protestants and to have them burnt to death. In Spain itself, the Inquisition had been set up. It was in the hands of Dominicans, and it showed no mercy to Protestants. The story of the terrors of the Inquisition spread all over Europe and made the Protestant countries like England hate Spain more than ever. Not only the Protestants in the Netherlands, but the Catholics, too, were angry against Philip. They were ready to fight not only for their religion, but also for freedom. Even Margaret, though she was a Catholic, sent word to Philip by the Catholic Count Egmont that he was making a mistake in his rule of the Low Countries. But he took no notice. Then 200 nobles carried a petition to Margaret at the court of Brussels, and when it was read to her, she said nothing, but tears ran down her face. A story is told that someone standing near her said, "Surely your Highness is not afraid of these beggars." The name beggar stuck to the Protestants and became their watchword. Still, Philip took no notice. Then the news came that he was sending the great Duke of Alva to govern the Netherlands. Everyone had heard of him and knew that he would have no mercy. "I have tamed men of iron," he said. "Shall I not easily crush these men of butter?" He was to find out that here again he had men of iron to deal with. Alva arrived with a great Spanish army. He had kept them in order while they marched, but in the Netherlands they were allowed to treat the people in the most terrible way. The first thing Alva did was to put the two Catholic counts, Egmont and Horn, who had stood up for the freedom of their country, in prison. He pretended to be friendly to them and asked them to his house at Brussels. When they were there, they were seized and carried off as prisoners to the castle of Ghent. After being there a year, they were brought before the Council of Blood, as the people called the judges whom Alva had set up to try the Protestants. They were condemned to die, and even the Spanish soldiers cried when they saw them led to the scaffold in the great square at Brussels. They walked bravely to their death, Count Egmont dressed in red, with a short cloak of black and gold over his shoulder. He prayed as he walked. Alva wished to frighten the people by these things, but he only made them hate him. Margaret, who had now gone away from the Netherlands, had said that he would make the very name of Spaniard hateful to the people, and he did. Hundreds of people beside the two counts were condemned to death by the Council of Blood, but the beggars only grew more determined than ever. They now had for their leader William of Orange. Orange was a little district in the southeast of France, but William had lands in the Netherlands and Germany too, and was much more German than French. William's father was a Lutheran, but Charles V had the boy brought up as a Catholic at his court. He was fond of him, and when he resigned his crown to Philip, in the great court of his palace at Brussels, the emperor leaned on the shoulder of William, who was then a young man of 22. William fought for Charles in his wars with France, and he was one of the men who made the treaty with France, which ended the wars. He was very careful not to say anything too much at this time, for fear the French would take advantage of some slip of the tongue, and ever afterwards he was called William the Silent. But he was not at all a quiet man. He was always very eager for what he thought was right, and was a great speaker. He used fine language, and could easily persuade the people who heard him to do what he wanted. When Philip became king, William the Silent was made ruler over Holland and some other of the provinces of the north. But he never liked Philip, and he joined the counts of Egmont and Hoorn against him. Soon afterwards, William became a Protestant, first a Lutheran and then a Calvinist, and from this time he led the Protestants in their struggle with Philip. William had left the Netherlands and gone to his lands in Germany before Alva came, but his eldest son, Philip William, a boy studying at the University of Louvain, was seized by the Spaniards and carried off to Spain. There he was brought up by Philip as an enemy to his father. Many of the beggars had begun almost to live on the sea. The Netherlanders were always very much at home on the sea, and they now began to revenge themselves by attacking the Spanish ships and taking their treasures. Suddenly, on the 1st of April in the year 1572, some of the beggars' ships sailed into the mouth of the river Meuse and attacked the town of Brill. A ferryman saw them coming and told the Spaniards and the people in the town, which was under the rule of Alva. The ferryman stated that perhaps there were 5,000, although he knew that there were not more than 300. Then all of the people fled away from Brill, and the beggars took it for their own. It was the beginning of a great change. All over the northern provinces, the people rose against the Spaniards and took William the Silent to rule over them. The Duke of Alva was terribly angry, but the Netherlanders were full of joy, and the people sang in the streets, "On April Fool's Day, Duke Alva's spectacles were stolen away." The name Brill means spectacles in Dutch, and the rhyme was a pun on the name of the town. The Protestants had to fight many a hard battle still against the Spaniards. In the first winter, the Spaniards were surprised to see the Dutchmen skating over the frozen waters to fight them. But the Spaniards ordered skates too, and soon learned to use them. The beautiful city of Haarlem was besieged for 7 months, but it had to give way at last. Still, thousands of Spaniards had lost their lives in taking it. Then began the siege of the town of Leyden, which lasted for a year. The people in it were dying of starvation, but still they would not give way. Then William the Silent, Father William as the Dutch lovingly called him, thought of a way to save it. He had holes made in the dikes, and the water flowed in on the land. The people went into their ships. "Better a drowned land than a lost land," said William. The Spaniards laughed, for they thought the water would never rise as high as Leyden. But it did. The Spaniards fled away, and the beggars sailed up in their ships to save the people of Leyden and to give them food and comfort. For many years yet, the struggle between Spain and the Netherlands went on. The Duke of Alva went back to Spain, but Philip sent his own half-brother, the brave Don John of Austria, to take his place. One thing which prevented the Netherlanders from conquering the Spaniards was that the provinces would not really join themselves together as William advised them. He himself had no wish to be ruler and was quite ready to set up a republic. But the southern provinces, which were Catholic, did not like this. There were many nobles there, and they did not like the idea of a republic. In the end, William lived the last part of his life very quietly in the north. He had spent nearly all his money for his country, and at last he was to give his life, too. Philip had declared William an outlaw and a traitor, and offered a reward of a great deal of money to anyone who should rid the world of such a pest. A Spaniard shot at William in the streets of Antwerp, but the ball went in by his right ear and out through his left cheek. He was not killed, but his wife died from the shock. Though William knew that he was always in danger, He could not bear to have himself guarded all the time, and at last he was shot down by a Frenchman in his own house at Delft. The people and even the children wept at the news, but William had, after all, won freedom for his country. It was not long before the Spaniards had to give the Netherlands their freedom, for Philip had great battles to fight in other places. Great English soldiers crossed the sea to fight for the Netherlands against Spain, and so at last in 1609 the 7 northern provinces became independent of Spain. The 10 provinces of the south remained under the government of the daughter of the Spanish king and her husband, but they too had won the liberties for which they had fought. The northern provinces are now the little Protestant kingdom of Holland, and the southern provinces the little Catholic kingdom of Belgium. So ended one of the bitterest struggles between the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation. End of chapter 32, The Counter-Reformation. Chapter 33 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Frame. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 33, England and Spain. In the year 1558, Mary Tudor, the sad daughter of Queen Catherine of Aragon, had died, and her half-sister Elizabeth, the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, had become Queen of England. She was only 25 years old then, and she ruled England until she was 70. Mary Tudor had said that when she died, 2 names would be found written on her heart, those of Philip and Calais. Philip, the Spanish husband whom she loved, and who had left her lonely, and Calais, the only place which England had kept in France, and which had been taken again by the French when Philip got the English to help him in his wars against France. Now Philip would have liked to marry Queen Elizabeth and so keep the help of England. But though Elizabeth never meant to marry him, she did not say no at once. She never really meant to marry anybody. She was very vain, and loved to think that men admired her, although they never did fall in love with her, as people did with Mary Queen of Scots, of whom Elizabeth was so jealous. But all through her reign, Elizabeth pretended that she was going to marry first one foreign prince and then another. She did this to keep other countries friendly to England when she needed them, for with all her faults, Elizabeth loved England and was wonderfully clever in keeping her country safe and strong at a very difficult time. When Elizabeth came to the throne, England was not one of the greatest countries in Europe, but it was the greatest of all when she died. There were sad sides to her reign, such as the persecution of the Catholics and Puritans, but in other ways it was a golden age. England became the greatest power on the seas, and the people were full of joy and interest in life. There was a kind of late Renaissance in England, when the Italian Renaissance was really ending. Great poets arose in England at this time. There was Edmund Spenser, who wrote the great poem called The Faerie Queen in honor of Elizabeth, and there was Sir Philip Sidney, who wrote beautiful sonnets. Sidney was a brave soldier as well as a poet, and one of the noblest men of his time. He was killed while he was fighting for the Protestants of the Low Countries against Spain. A story is told of how when Sidney lay wounded on the battlefield, he was very thirsty, and water was brought to him to drink. But he saw a poor soldier who was lying near, also wounded, look longingly at the water, and he told the person who was offering him the water to give it to the poor soldier instead, saying, "He needs it more than I do." There was, too, the greatest poet England and perhaps the world has ever known, William Shakespeare. Before the end of the reign, he was writing his wonderful plays, and they were being acted in London. It was a time, too, of great English sailors and soldiers and adventurers. It was no longer Italians like Columbus who were the leaders of discovery, but Englishmen like Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh. It was partly this new love of adventure and the determination to be the greatest of all on the seas that led to the terrible hatred between the English and the Spaniards in Elizabeth's reign. It was partly, too, the question of religion. By this time, Englishmen loved their new religion and hated Catholicism, and they hated Spain because she was the most Catholic power of all. All through Elizabeth's reign, the English people were longing for war with Spain, but it was many years before Elizabeth would allow it. She waited until she felt that England was strong enough to conquer. Yet long before the war began, English sailors were attacking the great Spanish ships, or galleons as they were called, which were always sailing home to Spain laden with gold and silver and other treasure from the rich mines of the great continent of South America. For nearly the whole of South America belonged to Spain. This is how it had happened. After Columbus had found land across the Atlantic, other discoverers followed him. In the year 1497, an Italian, John Cabot, with his son Sebastian, sailed out of Bristol harbor in a ship given to him by King Henry VII of England. He discovered the land which is now called Newfoundland, and in other voyages he came upon Labrador. But he always thought, like Columbus, that it was some part of China. It was another Italian, called Amerigo Vespucci, who first declared that he believed the new land to be another continent altogether, and that another great ocean separated it from China. He had sailed to the northern coast of what was afterward called South America. And so although it was through the genius of Columbus that the great new continent was discovered, it was called America, after Amerigo Vespucci, who first guessed that it was not China. But though it was Italians who made the first discoveries in America, it was Spain which had helped them, and soon Spaniards began to be most eager in the search, especially when it was found that the gold and silver and treasure which Columbus had searched for and never found in the north were really to be had in the south. It was a Spaniard named Bilbao who was the first European to look upon the great ocean on the other side of America. Bilbao was one of the many Spaniards who left Spain and went to live at Haiti, the colony set up by Columbus. But Bilbao was not a good farmer, and he was soon in debt. It was a rule that no one could leave Haiti without paying his debts, but one day Bilbao hid himself in a barrel on a ship which was to sail away from Haiti. He crawled out when the ship was well out to sea, and so he got away. But the ship was wrecked on the coast of the Isthmus of Darien, now called Panama, the narrow piece of land adjoining North and South America. Bilbao found that there were many rich villages of natives near. The discoverers called all the different peoples in America Indians, but they were not at all like the people of India, and they were very different too from one another. In the north, the chief race were a red-skinned people, who were called the Red Indians. They were not exactly savages, though they lived very simply. In the south, the people were darker, but were quite different from the Negroes whom Prince Henry's explorers had found in Africa. In some parts of South America, these Indians were civilized and had built great cities, but it was not a very high civilization. In some ways, they lived rather in the same way as the Persians in the days of Xerxes or Darius. They made a great show of gold and precious stones, but they had never found out how to use iron, and were not, of course, nearly so civilized as the peoples of Europe. But it was not these more civilized peoples whom Bilbao saw, though he was told about them. Bilbao made up his mind to climb the high mountains which divided the isthmus, and so he did. From the top, he saw the great ocean to the west. He and his companions sang the Te Deum, the great hymn of joy, and set up a cross, taking possession of the sea for the King of Spain. It was a Portuguese, Magellan, who shortly afterwards sailed in Spanish ships right round the south of South America and into the great sea beyond, which he called the Pacific Ocean. Then, too, he sailed right across that ocean for over 90 days, until, nearly dead with starvation, he and his men reached the island of the Philippines, as they were called later after Philip II. Everywhere these discoverers went, they tried to make the natives Christians, and got them to pay tribute to the great King of Spain. But one native prince in the Philippines refused to do this, and Magellan was killed in a fight with him. Many of his men were killed too, and others had died of starvation. And so it was only a few in the Victoria, one of the 5 ships which had set out on the voyage, who came again to Spain. They had suffered terribly, but they had done one of the most wonderful things men have ever done upon the seas. They were the first to sail right round the world. The straits to the south of South America were called after Magellan, the greatest explorer after Columbus that the world has ever had. Spain's conquests in America. It was not long before the Spanish took for themselves 2 of the richest and most civilized parts of the new continent, Mexico, the land just to the north of the Isthmus of Panama, and Peru, to the south of it. Mexico was conquered by a Spanish gentleman called Fernando Cortez. He landed on the spot which was afterwards called Veracruz, or the True Cross, and was surprised to see natives in fine cotton clothes and ornaments of gold coming down to meet them. These men could draw and sketch, for they immediately began making drawings of the Spaniards and their ships, which they called water houses. These drawings they carried away to their king, Montezuma. He was a very splendid king and lived in a very magnificent way in his chief town of Mexico. He never walked when the people could see him, but was carried by noblemen. In his palace when he walked, rich tapestries were laid down before him. He never used the same cup or dish twice. He agreed to see the Spaniards, but would not listen to their story of Christ or become a Christian. Cortez really took him prisoner, and the Spaniards, thinking the Mexicans were going to attacked them first, and a fight broke out. Cortez made Montezuma appear at one of the high windows of his palace and tell his people to stop fighting. But the people were angry and threw stones at him. He was hurt and broken-hearted and died a few days after. Cortez had to go away, but he brought back from Spain more ships and men and laid siege to Mexico. It was a terrible siege, but the young king, Montezuma's nephew, would not give in. At last the city was taken, and the young king thought that he would be killed, but Cortez treated him with great respect, telling him that the Spaniards knew how to respect courage even in an enemy. But Mexico now belonged to Spain, and another beautiful city was built on the ruins of the old. It was Pizarro, a very different man from Cortez, who conquered Peru. Peru was the most civilized part of all America, and the richest. Its kings were called the Incas. They had a great army, but they did not know anything about guns or swords. Pizarro, with a few men, easily conquered them. He had to march miles and miles to reach the capital of Peru and to cross a great range of mountains. He was very brave, but very cruel. The Inca refused to become Christian and was taken prisoner. He made a mark on the wall of the room in which he was shut and told Pizarro he would give him the room full of gold to that height. Pizarro took the gold, but soon afterwards had the king killed, and now Peru, too, belonged to Spain. In the city of Cusco, the capital of Peru, wonderful treasures were found. There were figures made of gold and floors made of silver. The Spaniards sent great shiploads home to Spain, and it was these ships which were so often attacked and taken by the English sailors. At last the Spaniards found that it was safer to send several ships home together, and so they used to gather together in the mouth of the La Plata River in the southeast of South America and sail off at regular times. A number of ships sailing like this came to be called the Plate Fleet. The English and French ships soon began to sail to South America to take their part in its trade, but the Spaniards forbade this. English sailors who were caught were carried off to Spain, and dreadful stories were told of how they were tortured by the Inquisition. All this made the sailors of the two nations very bitter, and this is how there came to be endless struggles on the seas long before Elizabeth and Philip began the war between the two nations. One of the greatest sailors of Queen Elizabeth's time was Francis Drake. He was a Devonshire man, like many of the best sailors of the time. He was one of those who had most often attacked the Spaniards on the sea and carried off their treasure. His relation, John Hawkins, was another of these Devonshire men. It was he who started the cruel slave trade, carrying off Negroes from Africa in shiploads to America, where the Spaniards were glad to buy them. For the native Indians were not fit for hard work and were fast dying off, as certain natives always seem to do when the more civilized people take their lands. This dreadful slave trade went on for many years. When Englishmen had settled in North America, they too bought slaves to work for them. The Negroes are a strong race, and there are thousands and thousands of them in America today. They're free now, but this is how they came to America. Francis Drake sailed round the world after attacking the Spanish treasure ships on the coast of South America. It took him 3 years to do it, and he had to put down rebellion among his men, as so many of these early leaders had to do. It was his friend, Thomas Doughty, who led the rebellion, and Drake had his head cut off, although he loved him, for he knew that only so could he keep himself and his ships safe. When after 3 years Drake landed in England, Elizabeth went herself to Plymouth and knighted him on the deck of his ship, the Golden Hind, which she ordered to be kept in memory of the voyage, and people felt that now at last England was as great as Spain on the seas. She was soon to be much greater. King Philip took it as a great insult that Elizabeth should honor the man who had taken Spanish treasure. He was more angry still at the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots in 1587. He said, too, that now he was the real King of England, because the Catholics did not really think that Elizabeth had a right to the throne, because Queen Catherine was still alive when Anne Boleyn married Henry VIII. Philip had already been getting together a great fleet to fight England, and in April 1587, 2 months after Mary Stuart's death, Drake sailed into the harbor at Cadiz and set fire to 30 ships of the fleet which was lying ready there. He boasted afterwards that he had singed the King of Spain's beard this time, and he wanted to do the same over and over again so that the Spanish fleet would never be able to attack England. But Elizabeth was afraid that while the English fleet was away, the Spaniards might suddenly attack England in another direction and land a great army. The Spanish armies were very fine, and they had many years of training in the wars in the Netherlands. The help given by Englishmen to the Netherlands was another thing which had made Philip angry. So in the spring of 1588, Philip had a great fleet ready to attack England. Some of the Spaniards boasted that it was so strong that it could never be conquered, and called it the Invincible Armada. But one great mistake that the Spaniards made was to build great ships, chiefly to carry large numbers of soldiers. They did not understand that the ships themselves should be easy to move and difficult to attack. Their ships rose high out of the water, and their great sides could be easily pierced with bullets from ships lying lower, as the English ships did. The defeat of the Armada. The English ships had more sailors and better ones than the Spanish, which were crammed with soldiers, for they meant really to land their men and fight on land. Still, the Spanish Armada was a fine sight as it sailed into the English Channel. The admiral of the English fleet was playing the old English game of bowls with his captains when the news came that the Spaniards were sailing into the Channel. Drake was anxious that everyone should keep cool, and his story tells that he said carelessly, "There's plenty of time to finish the game and beat the Spaniards too." For a week, the two fleets fought in the Channel, the English driving the Spaniards before them toward Calais. The English were careful never to get too near the Spanish ships, but would sail just near enough to pierce them with their shots, and then sail quickly away again. The Spanish shots passed over the top of the English ships, and the great army of Spanish soldiers were useless. At the end of the week, the Spaniards had lost 3 of their biggest ships and thousands of their men. Powder and shot ran short on both sides, but the English could get more from the shore, while the Spaniards could not. At last, the Spaniards anchored off the coast of France, but the English sent fire ships in among them and destroyed many more ships. The others put out to sea again. More ships had come to the help of the English, and now at last the two fleets fought a great battle. Again the English won. The wind was with them, and they were able, when they liked, to sail against it, because they knew how to manage their ships, which the Spaniards did not. At last the Spaniards made up their minds to sail round Scotland, and so back to Spain. But a great storm broke out, and many of the ships were wrecked on the coasts of Ireland. Not half of the ships of the Great Armada got back to Spain again. It was partly bad management, and partly bad luck, which caused this great misfortune to Spain. Philip tried to comfort the commander of his fleet by telling him that he had sent him to fight against men and not against the wind. Elizabeth had medals made in memory of the victory, and on them were the words, "God blew with his wind, and they were scattered." The defeat of the Invincible Armada was indeed the end of Spain's greatness. Her fleet still carried home great loads of gold, but the English often captured them, and it was not long before the command of the seas was divided between the two great enemies against whom Spain had fought so bitterly, the Dutch and the English. Later, these two were to fight each other for the mastery also. The English sailors would have liked Elizabeth to go on fighting Spain until the power of the country was quite destroyed, but Elizabeth was wiser than this. She knew that it would be a mistake to make Spain too weak, because Spain could help her in preventing France becoming too strong. Elizabeth kept in mind what came to be called the balance of power, which means that no country may be allowed to become too strong and so conquer the other countries of Europe. Twice since Elizabeth's time, it has seemed that France might conquer all Europe, and the balance of power be upset. Elizabeth was wise to see the danger, and this was why she would not fight too hard against Spain in the last years of her reign. We cannot help being glad that Englishmen won in the struggle with Spain, but we still must remember that the Spaniards had proved themselves to be a wonderful people. They had led the way in the marvelous discoveries of the new times and proved themselves over and over again thoroughly brave men. If their great time was soon over, and they sank to a low place among the nations of Europe, still it had been a very brilliant time indeed. Just as in other countries, great writers have appeared when the nation had been doing great things, so Spain's greatest writer, Cervantes, lived and wrote in the second half of the 16th century. His great book was the romantic novel called Don Quixote. It is one of the world's great books. Children enjoy it because it's full of fun and adventure, and grown-up people because it pictures for us the many different kinds of people who lived in Spain in the 16th century, just as Chaucer's writings show us the people who lived in England in the 14th century. The work of Cervantes and the colonies she still has in South America remain to remind us of the heroic days of Spain. End of chapter 33. England and Spain.
Chapter 34 of the Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Glover. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls, by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 34. The 17th Century. The 17th century was different in many ways from the 16th. Things were settling down. Religious questions were still very important, but other things became still more so. Yet one more great war of religion was fought in the first half of the 17th century. It was the great struggle between the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation in Germany. It began in 1618 and ended in 1648, and is always called the 30 Years' War. The emperor at the time was Ferdinand of Styria, who had been a pupil of the Jesuits, and was as eager a Catholic as Philip of Spain had been. He was anxious to make as many of the German states as possible Catholic again. The little Protestant kingdom of Bohemia generally elected as its king the prince who was going to be the emperor, and it elected Ferdinand in this way. But when the Bohemians saw that Ferdinand was going to be hard on the Protestants, they said they would not have him for their king, and chose instead Frederick, the Elector Palatine, the ruler of one of the German states called the Palatinate. Frederick had married the daughter of James I of England, who had become King of England when Elizabeth died in 1603. James was the son of Mary Queen of Scots, but had been brought up as a Protestant. Frederick naturally thought that James would help him, but James always took a long time to make up his mind about anything. He was a clever man in some ways, and proud of his learning, but he never really understood other men. He was always so long in making up his mind how to act towards other countries that people despised and laughed at him. Someone said that he was the wisest fool in Christendom. He was the only one of the Stuarts who was not good-looking. His curious loose limbs and weak face gave a good idea of his character. Frederick was driven from Bohemia, and even from his own Palatinate, before James had made up his mind to help him. And when he did send help, it was of little use. James was full of an idea that countries should not fight with each other about religion, and he was anxious to show how tolerant he was by marrying his son to a Spanish princess. Then he thought that Spain would help him against the Catholic emperor, but all this was nonsense. The Spanish king would never marry his daughter to a Protestant prince, though he did not say so immediately to James. Meanwhile, the struggle between Ferdinand and Frederick had become a fight between the emperor and the Protestant princes of the empire. It was the last great war of religion, and one of the most terrible that have ever been. For 30 years the Germans suffered in the most terrible way, and at the end of the war, half of all the people had been killed. A great soldier called Wallenstein was the chief general on the emperor's side. He did not really care very much about religion, but he wanted to give the emperor real power over all Germany. And this frightened the Protestant princes very much, for till this time they had been like little kings in their own states. Wallenstein's soldiers loved him and were proud of him. He won many victories, and the Protestants were almost in despair when the great Protestant king of Sweden, Gustavus Adolphus, crossed with an army into Germany to help the Protestants. The king of Sweden was afraid that if the emperor got real power over the northern states of Germany, as far as the Baltic, he would then threaten Sweden. Gustavus Adolphus was a very earnest Protestant too. When he landed in Germany, the Protestants crowded to follow him. At first, he was victorious everywhere. He encouraged his men by telling them that a good Christian could never be a bad soldier. At first, he did not fight against Wallenstein, but against another general named Tilly. But at last he met Wallenstein at the great battle of Lutzen. Even here, the Swedes were really victorious. But towards the end of the battle, a thick fog covered the armies, and in the darkness, Gustavus Adolphus, the Lion of the North, was killed. He had said goodbye to his people before he left Sweden, holding his little daughter Christina, who was only 3 years old, in his arms. She was now Queen of Sweden, but when she grew up, she became a Catholic and so gave up her crown. She lived most of her time in Italy and was one of the cleverest women of her time. In a little over a year after the Battle of Lutzen, Wallenstein was murdered. He had always wanted to have things very much his own way, and the emperor was afraid that he might even turn against him. And as the general could make the soldiers do anything he wished, this would have been very dangerous. So Wallenstein was declared a traitor, and soon after, some men, hoping to please the emperor, for whom he had done so much, murdered him. After this, the war went on for many years. The French, under the great Cardinal Richelieu, helped the Protestants, although, of course, France was a Catholic country. He did this to keep Germany weak, for in the 17th century there were only a few statesmen, like Gustavus Adolphus, who were really fighting for religion. The others made it an excuse to bring about the things that they wanted. At last, when peace was made by the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, things were not altered very much. The northern states remained Protestant, and the southern states Catholic. The son of the Elector Frederick, who was now dead, got half of his Palatinate back, but Bohemia remained to the emperor. After this, the emperor had less power than ever in the empire. He became really the ruler of Austria, with Hungary and Bohemia, the countries which still belonged to the Emperor of Austria. The little states of the north and west of Germany remained separate, until 200 years later, the ruler of one of them, Prussia, which had grown stronger and stronger, won the rule of the others, and so began the German Empire of today. In the 17th century, all the rulers in the countries of Europe were really absolute. That is to say, neither the people nor the nobles had any power, but had to do just what the kings ordered. In many countries in the Middle Ages, there had been the beginning of parliaments, in which the people had power to help in the government of their country. But only in England had this power grown. In England, too, Parliament had lost much of its power under the absolute rule of the Tudor kings. Still, parliaments did meet, and even the Tudor kings pretended at least to take the advice of Parliament, though really the parliaments passed any laws which the king ordered them to. But towards the end of Queen Elizabeth's reign, the Parliament several times sent very plain messages to the Queen. They complained of the way in which she gave some of her favorites monopolies, that is, the right to trade in certain things. When a monopoly was granted, no other person could sell that thing, and the favorite could charge almost any price he liked. This was very hard on the people, but when Parliament complained, Elizabeth was wise enough to give way. But when James I came to the throne, troubles began between the king and Parliament. And when his son Charles I became king, a real struggle began, which ended in the Great Civil War. The Great Civil War in England. Charles I became King of England in the year 1625. He was a handsome man and very good and religious. He married a Catholic princess, Henrietta Maria of France, and he always loved her and his children very much. Charles was almost a saint in some ways, but he was not a wise king. He could never understand that Parliament had a right to help in the government of the country. He saw how other kings ruled absolutely, and he could not understand why the English king should not do the same. Parliament first really began to quarrel with the king about religion. Archbishop Laud of Canterbury was a great friend of Charles. He wanted to make the English church very much more like the Catholic Church that it had grown to be. He was fond of ceremonies, and he had the communion table railed off like an altar at the east end of the churches. He said that the sign of the cross should be used for baptizing babies. The Puritans in the church hated these things, which seemed to them popish. There were many Puritan gentlemen in the House of Commons, and they complained about these things in an act called the Petition of Right. Charles had to give his consent to the petition, but he soon sent the Parliament away, and for 11 years did without. But the king required money. Generally he had got it through grants made by the Parliament, but now he had to get it in some other ways. He began to gather taxes which had not been used for hundreds of years, especially one called ship money, but even then he could not get enough. The Scots too rose in rebellion because Archbishop Laud had tried to force them to have a new prayer book, which was very like the English prayer book read in their churches. Scotland was now joined to England, but had a separate parliament. The Scots were much more Protestant than the English, and they hated the new prayer book. On the first Sunday it was to be read in the churches, a servant woman called Jenny Geddes threw a stool at the head of the preacher in St. Giles Cathedral, Edinburgh, and the people had to be turned out before the service could be read. When the Scots rebelled and an army marched into England, Charles had not enough money to fight them, and in the end he had to give way about the prayer book. He had to call Parliament again, and in 1640 the Long Parliament met. It was so called because it did not really come to an end for 20 years, though the friends of the king left it, and it suffered many other changes. The Puritans were now very angry against the king, and tried to take all power out of his hands. They tried, too, to get rid of bishops altogether from the English church, and make it much more like the Calvinistic churches of Scotland or Geneva. This made many gentlemen leave the Parliament and take the king's part. The Earl of Strafford, Charles's friend and chief servant, had his head cut off. Archbishop Laud was put in prison, and in the end, his head was cut off too. At last, in 1642, the Great Civil War began. Nearly all the great lords were on the side of the king, though some fought against him. Charles had splendid horse soldiers to fight for him under his brave nephew, Prince Rupert. At first, the two sides were equal, but later, Oliver Cromwell, a Puritan gentleman, got together a splendid army of foot soldiers. He drilled them splendidly and would have no drinking or swearing. They had to be what he called godly men. They came to be called Cromwell's Ironsides. In the end, Cromwell won. The king was taken prisoner and had his head cut off in front of the people at Whitehall. It was chiefly Cromwell who was determined that the man Charles Stuart, as he called him, must be got rid of in this way. Many people looked on Charles as a martyr, and he died very nobly and bravely, after saying goodbye to some of his children. On the morning he was to be executed, he put on an extra shirt, saying with a smile that he did not wish to tremble with the cold, for fear his enemies might think that he was shaking with fear. His eldest son, Charles, escaped to France after many adventures, and for 11 years, Cromwell and the Parliament tried to govern England. Cromwell tried to set up a republic, but he could never get a parliament to suit him, and all the time, he was really ruling like an absolute king. There were no more bishops, and the Puritans had things all their own way. Cromwell was a very earnest Protestant. He thought all the time that he was doing God's work, He had many wise plans for the government of England, but many of the people felt that he was really more of a tyrant than Charles I had been. When he died, his son was made Lord Protector, but England was tired of the new ways, and a message was sent to Prince Charles asking him to come back and govern the country. There was great rejoicing when King Charles II rode into London on the 29th May 1660. The bishops were brought back, and there began a very merry time in the history of England. After the Restoration, as the return of Charles was called, the Puritans had a very hard time. Although Charles, the merry monarch, had promised to give them liberty of conscience, he could not have been kind to them, even if he had wished, for the new parliaments, full of love for the king and angry at the memory of the sorrows of his father, were determined to have their revenge. The bodies of Cromwell and 2 of his friends were taken from their graves in Westminster Abbey and hanged on the scaffold. They were buried again, but of course not in the abbey. Charles II was always very careful not to interfere with the rights of Parliament, and so England was the one country whose government left some power to the people. Later, when the peoples of other countries rose up and fought for power, they imitated the English government, so that our Parliament is often called the Mother of Parliaments. The Puritans could no longer preach or teach or meet together for prayers or services. Those who did so were thrown into prison. One of the most remarkable men who was put into prison at this time was John Bunyan, the son of a Bedford tinker. He was a very good and religious young man, but he tortured himself over his sins, the worst of which were dancing on the village green or ringing the church bells. To the Puritans, nearly every amusement was a sin, and Bunyan thought himself very wicked because he loved these things. But in the end, he gave them up and became a preacher. He was put in prison after the Restoration, and in Bedford jail, he wrote the wonderful book called The Pilgrim's Progress, which tells the story of how a man named Christian traveled to the celestial city, and all he suffered on the way. But it is really the story of any soul which is struggling to get rid of sin and find peace. John Bunyan was not an educated man, but he wrote simple and beautiful English, and his book is still read by everyone today. John Bunyan was the great Puritan prose writer, but the Puritans had their great poet too. This was the blind poet John Milton, whose greatest work was a wonderful long poem called Paradise Lost. But many Puritans fled overseas, to a land where some who believed as they did had already made their homes. It will be interesting to hear something of their story. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of the Story of the World, a simple history for boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Story of the World, a simple history for boys and girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 35, The Pilgrim Fathers. When the English Puritans found that they could not worship God peacefully in their own way at home, many of them made up their minds to sail away to America and make new homes for themselves there, and so be free to worship as they pleased. The colonization of North America by the English had already begun. It had been very difficult indeed. The first man who tried to set up a colony there was Sir Humphrey Gilbert, who took men and ships to Newfoundland. But everything went wrong, and soon the men begged to be taken home. It was the stormy time of the year, and the smaller of the 2 ships, which were all that were left, was really not fit to cross the sea at such a time. But Sir Humphrey sailed in this. One night the ship went down in a storm, but the men on the other ship told how they saw Sir Humphrey sitting calmly with his Bible in his hands, comforting his men as the ship went down. The next attempt was made by Sir Humphrey Gilbert's brother-in-law, Sir Walter Raleigh, one of the cleverest and handsomest of the courtiers of Queen Elizabeth, and a great favourite of the Queen until the last years of her reign, when he fell into disgrace. But while he was still in her favour, he sent out 2 ships to find a spot on the coast of North America suitable for a colony. The captains sailed like Columbus to the West Indies, and then along the coast to a place 100 miles north. It was a beautiful spot, with forests filled with birds, and grapes growing in the open air. When the captains came back and told Raleigh about it, he said that his new colony should be called Virginia, after Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen. Raleigh did not go himself to his colony, though he had been on voyages before to America. It is often said that it was Sir Walter Raleigh who brought the potato plant to Ireland, and first smoked tobacco in England. But it was probably Sir John Hawkins who did both these things, though Sir Walter was a great smoker too. But these first colonists in Virginia did not want to work hard. They were always dreaming of gold, and gold is not to be found in North America so easily as in the South. So one day, when Sir Francis Drake sailed up with food and men for the colonists begged to be taken home. Raleigh did not despair, but sent out more colonists, this time with women, to make the homes comfortable. A baby was born in Virginia, and was called Virginia too. But these colonists soon came back also. Raleigh did not try again. He spent the last years of his life as a prisoner in the Tower of London. It had been said that he had plotted against King James I when he first came to England, and he was condemned to death, but kept in prison instead. While there, he wrote in very fine English part of the history of the world, but it was never finished. Raleigh was always dreaming of his old adventures. Men in those days told of a wonderful city full of gold in Guyana in South America. They called it El Dorado. Raleigh begged King James to give him ships to go to find this city and bring back gold. James allowed him to go, but said he must not go near the land of the Spaniards. He must have known that this was ridiculous, but he was pretending to be friendly with Spain. Sir Walter went, but fell ill on the way. When he reached the mouth of the great river Orinoco, he sent his young son Walter on with some of the men up the river to find the mine, but the Spaniards attacked them, and little Wat, as Sir Walter fondly called his son, was killed. No gold was found, and Raleigh came back broken-hearted to England. The Spaniards complained to James, that though he would been only too pleased to forgive him if he had brought home the gold, James, to please the Spaniards, said he should have his head cut off after all, and so he had. He died like the brave man he was, and though he had not been a great favourite with the people in the last years of his life, every one was sorry for him, and felt that the English king had not been just to the man who had loved England so much. Raleigh had said, "I shall yet live to see Virginia an English nation," and before his death new attempts were made to found a real colony that would last in Virginia. During Elizabeth's time, great riches had come to England, and the richer people and the people of the middle class had begun to live much more comfortably. New and bigger houses were built, and windows of glass, which had been very uncommon, now became quite common. Even Erasmus, who was used to the great poverty of many students at the foreign universities, had complained of the dirtiness of the floors in English houses, and the Spaniards at Queen Mary's court had said that the English had their houses built of sticks and dirt, though they ate like kings. In Elizabeth's time chimneys were put into the houses, and there was more air and chance of the people being healthy. Carpets were used instead of the old floor coverings of rushes, which had been very dirty. In the Middle Ages people had slept with logs of wood for their pillows, except the very rich people. But in Elizabeth's time even poor people had bolsters or pillows, and the rich used feather beds, though these were thought great treasures. Instead of the old wooden plates, people now began to have silver or pewter and glasses to drink from. But while the rich grew richer, the poor grew poorer. This had been so ever since the destruction of the monasteries by King Henry VIII, though there were other causes for it. At the end of Elizabeth's reign, the first Poor Law was passed, which made the people of each town or village pay rates to buy food for the poor people who could not earn their living. It was partly this, perhaps, which made Englishmen leave England and try to earn their living in America. At the beginning of James I's reign, another little band of Englishmen, 140 altogether, sailed in 3 ships to try once more to make a colony in Virginia. A poet wished them good luck. To get the pearl and gold, and ours to hold, Virginia, earth's only paradise. But again it was this wish for gold which nearly ruined the new colony. They landed at the mouth of the Chesapeake River, and they called the town which they built Jamestown, after King James I. Only a few of the men were used to work, and the same thing happened as before. There was not much food, and the men began to die. The Indians, too, attacked them. John Smith, the first great English colonist. At last, a young man named John Smith, a very strong and determined person, made himself the leader or captain. He defended the town against the Indians and led little groups of men in hunting expeditions to bring back food. He was once taken prisoner by the Indians and led away to their king. His head was laid on a stone, and the Indians were just going to kill him with great wooden weapons when a little Indian girl called Pocahontas, the daughter of the king, rushed forward and put her head on his. So the king let him off, and he was taken back to his colony. At last, through his great courage and the way he managed his men, the colony began to do well. He made everyone work 6 hours a day, and he made a rule that anyone who swore should have a can of cold water poured down his sleeve. This made the men laugh very much. It was now seen that work was the secret of success. Hundreds more men with their wives and children went out to the colony, and so Virginia was the first successful English colony. It soon set up its own little parliament called the House of Burgesses. It was not a Puritan colony, but kept the religion of the English Church and used the prayer book. Soon the land was divided into large estates. Younger sons of English gentlemen went out and became planters. The thing they grew chiefly was tobacco. Many Negroes were brought to work on the plantations. There were some poor white people too, and some were even used as slaves. But there were not many of them, and generally they were allowed to go free. They did not require much to keep them in such a mild country, and lived idly and happily enough. The second great English colony in North America had a very different beginning. It was a Puritan colony. When James I came to England, the Puritans, who had been persecuted under Elizabeth, hoped that they would now be well treated by a king who had been brought up in Scotland. But James was quite tired of the Scottish religion, which did not show enough respect to kings. He was never tired of saying that no bishop meant no king. Puritans were very disappointed. As soon after the beginning of James's reign, people of a church at Scrooby in Nottinghamshire made up their minds to go to Holland, where they would be free to worship as they chose. But after 12 years they decided to go to America, and so crossed over to England again. I went on board a ship called the Mayflower, and another smaller ship, and so sailed off men, women, and little children, with all they possessed, to find a home in a new and strange land for the sake of their religion. They meant to land in Virginia, but after a voyage of 64 days, during which they were very crowded together and miserable. They reached land far north of Virginia, and they made their new colony there. The men built a new town called Plymouth, while the women and children stayed on the ships. After a terrible winter, the Mayflower was ready to sail back to England. Not one of the colonists wanted to go back with her. As time went on, new settlers joined the colony, and Plymouth became the chief town of the great colony of Massachusetts, a name which was taken from the Indians. The memory of the Pilgrim Fathers, as the first settlers in this great Puritan colony were afterward called, is honored by all the world today. As time went on, new colonies were formed in New England, as the lands around Massachusetts where the English were settling were called. Some were started by people anxious to grow rich, but the greater number of colonists were people who left England in order to be free to worship as they pleased. Before the end of King James I's reign, an English nobleman called Lord Baltimore, who had become a Catholic, started a colony for Catholics. His son governed it after him, and it was called Maryland, after King Charles I's Catholic queen, Henrietta Maria. But England was not the only country which had sent out colonists to this part of America. After its great struggle with Spain, the little Republic of Holland had become very rich and important indeed. In fact, it became the most important country of all on the seas. The first half of the 17th century was the great time in the history of the Dutch, just as the 16th century was the great time of Spain, and the later 17th century the great time of France. The Dutch ships had nearly all the trade of the world. Even when merchants of other countries brought things from far-off lands, they got Dutch ships to carry them, so that Holland had what was called the carrying trade of the world. And just as other countries at their great times have had great writers, or poets, or philosophers, or painters, so in the 17th century the Dutch painters were the greatest in Europe. The chief of them were Rubens, Rembrandt, and Van Dyck, the great portrait painter who painted portraits of Charles I and his children, and many of the great Englishmen of his time. But the English too were now very great at sea, since their victories over Spain, and they made up their minds to become even greater than Holland. And so a great struggle began under Cromwell. Cromwell had a Navigation Act passed, by which things brought from other countries could only come in English ships. Before this, the Dutch ships had done a great trade between England and America or the East, and the new act was very bad for their trade. They were very angry, and soon a war broke out between the two countries. In the battles which followed, sometimes the great Dutch Admiral Tromp, and at other times the brave English Admiral Blake, were victorious. After Cromwell and Tromp and Blake were all dead, the struggle still went on. The Dutch had an even greater admiral than Tromp, named Ruyter, and on the English side Prince Rupert fought against him. Once, after a victory, Admiral Tromp had tied a broom to his mast and said he would sweep England from the seas. But after all, Holland was only a very little country, and in the end England won the command of the seas and has kept it ever since. Holland, too, had sent out colonists to North America, and their land, called the New Netherlands, lay between the colonies of New England and Virginia. Its chief town was called New Amsterdam, but during the war between the two countries, the English took New Amsterdam. When peace was made, they were allowed to keep it. Its name was changed to New York, after James, Duke of York, the brother of King Charles II. It became King of England afterwards and was called James II. New York, which is the greatest town in America today, now became the capital of a great English colony. The last of the colonies founded in North America for the sake of religion was Pennsylvania. It was founded at the end of the reign of Charles II by William Penn, a Quaker. The Quakers were looked upon as very dangerous people indeed, even worse than the Puritans. They lived very strict lives, always dressing very plainly. They thought it wrong to take an oath or to become soldiers, and many men among them who would not fight against the Dutch were put in prison and even whipped. At last, William Penn, a Quaker gentleman, got the king to let him have some land near New York for a colony of Quakers. He wanted to call the new colony Sylvania, or the Land of the Woods, but the people said it must be called after him, and so it was called Pennsylvania. There were 13 colonies altogether in North America at the end of the 17th century. The northern colonies were different in some ways from the southern. They did not grow tobacco and large plantations, but were divided into farms. There were not many Negro slaves there, because they were not so much needed. Most of the colonists treated the Indians very badly, except the people of Pennsylvania, and they began to die out. Today there are only a few hundred of the Redskins left. It is a pity in some ways, for some of them were very simple and gentle people, though others were fierce and cruel. Although so many colonies were begun by men who wanted freedom of religion, each colony had its own religion, and people who believed in a different religion were not allowed to live there, except in the one little colony of Rhode Island, which tolerated all religions like the little kingdom of Holland did. People at that time thought very little about these colonies, yet from them grew the great country of the United States, where so many millions of English people live today. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 36. The Age of Louis XIV. In the year 1643, the year after the great Civil War broke out in England, a little French prince, only 4 years old, became King of France. A story is told that as his father lay dying, the child had said to him, "I am Louis XIV," and the father answered, "Not yet." The little Louis XIV grew up to be a very remarkable king, but he was always thinking about himself, just as he had done when he was only 4 years old and standing beside his dying father. All the time that Louis was growing up, Cardinal Mazarin was doing his best to go on with the work of Cardinal Richelieu and make France the greatest country in Europe. They did their work so well that by the time King Louis XIV was old enough to rule France himself, France was very great indeed, so great that at last it seemed that the thing which people were always trying to prevent had happened, and that the balance of power in Europe was upset. In the end, nearly all the countries of Europe were joined together to fight France. Louis XIV was not really a clever man. He was very vain and self-willed, yet even his great idea of his own importance and his determination to make other people feel it did help to make France great. Under Louis, French trade was made much better, and for the first time France had a good navy, which became for a short time as great as either the English or the Dutch navies. Louis looked on himself as the center of France, the sun from which everything drew its brightness and even its life. He took the sun as his emblem, and was often called Le Roi Soleil. Although Louis had not a great mind, he had very fine manners, and everyone felt that he was a great king. He could never have done as much for France as the great Cardinals Richelieu and Mazarin had done. It was they who gave France its great time. There were great writers in France because Richelieu and Mazarin had made France great. And just as in other countries, France's great time in history was also her great time in literature. But it was Louis XIV who brought all the greatest men in France to his court, and many men from other countries too, so that the French court became the greatest court in Europe. French manners and French art became the fashion of the time. Other people did their best to imitate them, so that when we speak of the age of Louis XIV, we do not mean a time in the history of France only, but a time when the French led the way in everything, and the other countries followed. At the court of Louis XIV there were the two great playwriters, Molière, who wrote comedies, that is, plays which end happily, and Racine, who wrote great tragedies, that is, plays which end in great sorrow. There was the philosopher Pascal, and there was La Fontaine, who wrote fables, in which animals are made to speak and do things like men and women. All French children still love to read the fables of La Fontaine. Louis XIV built for himself the wonderful palace of Versailles, 11 miles out of Paris. He made the French people pay him a great deal of money so that he could build it. Visitors to Paris can still see it today, with its great rooms and galleries covered with gilt, and with great mirrors all along the walls of some rooms, while others have pictures painted on the walls by the artists of the time. The great park of Versailles was filled with marble statues and wonderful fountains, which are now turned on Sundays, so that the people who come out from Paris may see how beautiful they are. For the Palace of Versailles is now used as a sort of museum, and belongs to the people, for there are no longer kings in France. Louis XIV was not very friendly with the Pope. He wanted the king to have much more power over the Church in France than other Catholic kings in other countries, and he had many quarrels with the Pope through this. Yet Louis was a very strict Catholic, so much so that he could not bear to think of the Huguenots, who, since Henry IV had passed the Edict of Nantes, had been allowed to worship in their own way. There were thousands of Huguenots in the south of France. They were chiefly middle class and working people. Many of them worked at making things, especially silk, in which France had a great trade with other countries. Cardinal Richelieu had thought that the Huguenots had too much freedom, not in religion, but in governing themselves, and he had taken away many of their privileges. The people of La Rochelle, the great Huguenot town, had defied him, and he had besieged their strong city for 14 months. At first they were able to get food from ships, which brought it into their beautiful harbor. But Richelieu built dikes right across the harbor, and no more food could be got in. The people, men, women, and children, died in thousands in the streets, and there were very few alive when Richelieu and his king, Louis XIII, rode into the conquered city. Still, the cardinal did not prevent the Huguenots from worshipping in their own way. La Rochelle had grown rich and happy again when Louis XIV suddenly said that he would no longer tolerate Protestants in France. The Edict of Nantes was revoked, and the freedom it had given taken away. The Huguenot churches were knocked down, and children were taken away from parents who would not promise to bring them up as Catholics. Some of the Huguenots were put to death. Others were sent to work as galley slaves in the French warships. They were chained to their oars so that they could not escape. Many of the Huguenots made up their minds to flee away to Protestant countries, but even this was made very hard for them. The shores of France were watched, and so were the chief roads into other countries. Still, many thousands did get away, crossing into Switzerland and Holland and Germany, through forests and over mountains, where the king could not put soldiers to stop them. Often the Huguenots disguised themselves so that no one could tell who they were. One officer and his wife dressed themselves as orange sellers, and traveled with a donkey carrying their oranges. Sometimes people hid themselves in empty barrels and were carried on to ships sailing for England. So many got away, though some were caught and taken back. Louis XIV got his way, and soon there was hardly a Protestant left in France, but it was a very bad thing for the country. Many French silk weavers settled down at Spitalfields in London, and helped to make English trade better as others did in other countries. Many sailed away to America, finding peace and freedom like the English colonists before them. Others went to settle in the colony which the Dutch had set up at the Cape of Good Hope. All the countries of Europe were full of horror at this persecution of the French Protestants. The Pope himself blamed Louis for it. Only James II, the Catholic brother of Charles II, and now King of England, was pleased. Charles II, England's merry monarch, had always been much loved by the English people, but he had not really been very faithful to them. He had made secret promises to Louis XIV to try and make England Catholic again, and in return Louis had given him a great deal of money. But Charles II was wise enough to see that he could not really do this. It is said that he died a Catholic himself, but he never really had any hope of making the English Catholic. James II was quite different. He was a very strict Catholic, and though Catholics were forbidden by the English law to help in the government of the country, James took no notice of this, but gave the best positions to Catholics. This made the English people very angry, and when James's queen had a little baby born, they made up their minds to rebel against James, for they knew that the baby would be brought up as a Catholic, and they hated to think that they would have Catholic kings forever. So they rose in revolt against James, who fled to France, where his wife and baby had gone before him. Then the English invited William of Orange, who had married Mary, James II's grown-up daughter, to come and rule England with his wife. And so they did. This is called the English Revolution of 1688. William III, as he was now called, was a descendant of William the Silent, who had saved the Netherlands from Spain. He was the ruler of Holland, and he was only pleased to become King of England too, because he wanted England to help him to save Holland, this time against the King of France. The Wars of Louis XIV. For long before this, Louis had been fighting with Holland, for he had made up his mind to join the Netherlands to France, and make the river Rhine the boundary of his country on the north as it was on the east. Louis had married a Spanish princess who was half-sister to Charles II, the boy who soon afterwards became King of Spain. When King Philip IV of Spain, the father of Louis's wife and of Charles II of Spain, died, Louis said that the Spanish Netherlands ought to belong to him because of his wife, and he immediately attacked them. He had a very fine general called Turenne, and in a short time the French had conquered all the chief towns of the Spanish Netherlands near France. The other countries were very anxious about the balance of power when they saw the French winning town after town, and England, Sweden, and Holland joined in what was called the Triple Alliance to prevent Louis conquering the Netherlands. So Louis stopped fighting for a time, but still he kept the towns he had won. He soon broke up the Triple Alliance. He made a secret treaty with Charles II, and also persuaded Sweden not to help the Dutch, for he had made up his mind now to fight and conquer Holland. Holland had always been a republic, but it had always elected a prince of the House of Orange as its stadtholder, as the ruler was called. The stadtholder was not a king, but a kind of president. Still, as he was always chosen from the House of Orange, that house had become a kind of royal family. There were some people in Holland who did not like this, and wanted not to give very much power to the young William of Orange, who was then growing up. Two brothers called De Witt were looking after the country when Louis XIV attacked it. The De Witts were brave men and loved their country, but they had not been wise enough to see the great danger Louis XIV was going to be. The Dutch navy was fighting the French and English navy too, and was not conquered, but the Dutch army was not ready and in order. As in the days of William the Silent, the dikes were cut, the land was flooded, and the French driven off. But the people were very angry with the De Witts. One brother was put in prison, and when the other went to visit him, the two were attacked and killed. William of Orange now had things all his own way. He was a brave soldier and very ambitious. His whole life from this time was given to defending his country, or keeping down the power of France. Yet he was not really a very noble character. He did not try to save the De Witts, but took no notice, as he did many times afterwards when cruel things were done, which he could have prevented. He was a much more silent man than the William who had been called the Silent. This was partly because of the way he had been brought up. Without father or mother or any near relation, the De Witts had brought him up alone and always watched. They thought of him as dangerous to the Republic, which they loved, because the House of Orange had become like a royal family. He had begged them to let him have children of his own age to play with, but they would not, and in the end he learned to hide what he felt. He did not smile at good news or cry for bad, and he kept this quiet way till the end of his life. Yet when he loved passionately, and he hated just as passionately. Above all other things he hated France and France's king. For 6 years there was fighting between France and Holland. The French generally won. Someone asked William, "Do you not see that your country is lost?" "There is one way," he answered, "never to see it lost, and that is to die in the last ditch." When, in 1678, Louis was forced by the other countries of Europe to make peace, Holland was still free. For 10 years after this there was peace, but Louis was always offending someone, and trying to steal land on the borders of France. Then came the English Revolution, and William's great chance as King of England to fight Louis once more. 2 years afterwards the Dutch and English fleets won a great victory over the French fleet at La Hogue. This was the end of the greatness of France on the seas. Long after the time of Louis XIV, France became a danger to Europe under the great Napoleon, but she was never able to get together a really great fleet. But on land Louis still won victories, though William of Orange fought so well that Louis never got any real gain from his victories. At last peace was made again in 1697. William of Orange was given some towns in the north of the Spanish Netherlands, with which he could keep Louis from attacking Holland again. He would much rather have gone on fighting Louis, but by this time the English were rather tired of it. They thought that William was making use of English men and English money to save Holland. But Louis XIV only made peace each time so as to be able to get ready for war again. And now Louis was very anxiously waiting for the death of Charles II of Spain, in order to get as much as he could of the land he ruled. Charles II had never been strong, and people had been surprised that he had even lived to be a man. Before he died, Louis and the Austrian Emperor, who was also related to the King of Spain, had arranged that one of the Emperor's sons should become King of Spain, while Louis was to have all the Spanish possessions in Italy. No one asked the Spanish people what they wished, but when Charles II died, they made up their mind that they would not have any king who had been chosen for them, but that they would choose their own. They chose Philip, the young grandson of Louis XIV. He was only a boy of 17. Unless his elder brother died, he would not become King of France, and in any case Louis XIV had had to promise that he would not join the two countries. Yet, as the young King Philip was going away homesick and crying to his new kingdom, Louis said to him, "Remember, there are no longer any Pyrenees." The Pyrenees are the mountains between France and Spain, and Louis meant that after this Spain would always be joined to France and help her in her wars. William of Orange was very anxious indeed, and he wished with all his heart that the English people would once more declare war against France. Then Louis did a foolish thing. Poor King James II of England was dying in France, and Louis XIV promised him that he would do all he could to have his son, the little baby who was born in 1688, made King of England when William of Orange should die. When the English people heard of this, they were very angry, and so at last William got his way, and they gave him men and money to help him to fight Louis once more. But just at this point William died. He had never been very strong, and he had worn himself out. Mary, his queen, was dead already, and so her sister Anne became Queen of England. The son of James II never had any chance of becoming King of England, although in the year 1715 he did cross over to Scotland, hoping to win England with the help of the Scottish Highlanders, but failed completely. He lived nearly all his life in Italy, where he married and had children. He was always very sad, and people called him Old Mr. Melancholy. He is generally called the Old Pretender, because his eldest son, Bonnie Prince Charlie, who came to England in the year 1745, just 30 years after his father, to try to win the throne of the Stuarts again, was called the Young Pretender. When William III died, the English soldiers were not left without a great leader. The Duke of Marlborough, who was tutor to Queen Anne's little boy, was placed over the army. He was a wonderful soldier. A great Frenchman said of him that he never besieged a place which he did not take, or fought a battle that he did not win. His soldiers said that the Duke was as calm at the mouth of a cannon as at the door of a drawing-room. His armies loved him, and the sight of his calm, determined face always made his men feel braver. In the year 1704, Marlborough and Prince Eugene of Savoy won a great victory over the French at the Battle of Blenheim near the Danube. for Louis XIV had marched through Germany to attack Vienna, the chief town of Austria. He had an immense army, and would have defeated the army of the Emperor, but Prince Eugene, who was with his army in Italy, marched quickly to meet the French, while Marlborough made a more wonderful march still, across Europe from Holland. The great French army was defeated, and half its men killed in the battle. Yet there was fighting for some years after this. At last peace was made in the year 1713. After 30 years of fighting, Louis had gained nothing. His grandson Philip kept Spain, but neither he nor any of his family who became king after him could become king of France. Neither could any French king ever become king of Spain. The Netherlands, for which Louis had fought so hard, were now given up to the House of Austria. Holland remained independent, and kept a ring of Netherland towns to keep her safe. The possessions of Spain in Italy were also given to Austria. The town of Gibraltar on the south coast of Spain remained to England, and the island of Minorca and the French colony of Nova Scotia, or New Scotland, which the French had made in Canada, the part of North America to the north of New England, were also given up to the English. Nova Scotia was only one of the colonies of the French in North America, for there was a New France as well as a New Holland. There had been quarrels before this about Nova Scotia, for the English said it belonged to them, because it was first discovered by Cabot, who was sent out by the English king Henry VII. There were quarrels, too, about it later, but England kept it in the end, and we shall see later how she won all the other French colonies in Canada as well. Louis XIV died in 1715. He had lost all he had fought for in his great wars. He spent the last 2 years of his life very miserably. His eldest son and grandson died, which made the old king very sorrowful. He was still as strict a Catholic as ever, and he now persecuted some people called the Jansenists, who were Catholics, but had some peculiar beliefs which seemed like heresy to the king. The convent of Port Royal, near Paris, where some old nuns lived, had been Jansenist for many years, but Louis XIV asked the nuns to say that they were not Jansenist any longer. They would not do this, and although they were all old ladies, he sent them off to different convents all over the country. But, in spite of all his faults, Louis XIV had worked hard for France. L'État, c'est moi. I am the state, he would often say. But although there was so much vanity in his love for France, he did love her. With all his faults, too, he was in some ways the greatest man of the 17th century. His death was the end of a great time in the history of France and the history of Europe. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Glover. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls, by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 37. The East of Europe in the 17th Century. In the second half of the 17th century, the Turks began, once more, to trouble Europe. They had been troublesome in the 16th century, and Don John of Austria, the brother of Philip II of Spain, had won a great victory over them in the famous battle of Lepanto. Then, for almost 100 years, they had left the European countries alone, chiefly because there was much trouble and disorder in their own empire, which now had its capital at Constantinople. In the year 1656, the Turks seized Transylvania. It was the eastern part of the Kingdom of Hungary, but it had become an independent little state. The Emperor Leopold helped the Transylvanians, and the Turks were driven out. But Transylvania still had to pay tribute. But the rule of the Emperor Leopold was much disliked in the part of Hungary still belonging to Austria. And some years later, the Hungarians rebelled. The Turks thought this was a good chance to attack Vienna. The Emperor begged John Sobieski, the brave king of Poland, to come and fight for him. Sobieski had already, some years before, fought against the Turks, who had taken a province from Poland. For the Turks had all the Mohammedan love of conquest, and, whenever they were not weakened by disputes among themselves, were a great danger to Eastern Europe. They were always brave, and their great armies fought desperately. But fortunately, they were never disciplined like the armies of the West. And when a European army under a good general fought with a Turkish army, the Europeans could always win. While the Austrian commander was waiting at Vienna for Sobieski and his army, and the Turkish army was coming nearer, he ordered that all the houses in all the suburbs round the city should be burnt, rather than that the Turks should be able to rob them. The Turks came up and began to besiege the city. The tents of the Turkish commander, made of silk and embroidered in gold and silver with pearls and jewels, could be seen by the Austrians as they climbed the spire of the cathedral to see if Sobieski was coming, for the people were sick and starving. At last he came, and the people in Vienna could see with joy the fireworks which he set off on top of the hill, 4 miles away. In the morning, the Christian army under Sobieski heard Mass, and then a great standard of red with a white cross was set up. "We have not come to save a city, but the whole of Christendom," said Sobieski. To him it was a new crusade. The Turks prepared for battle by killing thousands of prisoners whom they had already taken. Then they faced the army of Sobieski, as it rushed down the hill upon them. Many were killed, and the rest fled away. By evening, Vienna had been relieved. John Sobieski was as humble as he was brave, and when the emperor thanked him afterwards for his help, he bowed and said, "I am glad to have been able to do you this small service." The Turks still fought for some years after this. Whenever the best of the Austrian generals were busy fighting against Louis XIV, but Prince Eugene, who helped the Duke of Marlborough to win the Battle of Blenheim, fought them several times, and at last, in 1716, they made peace and were quiet once again, for a time. Austria got nearly all Hungary back again, and Poland, too, got its lost province back. Prince Eugene had been helped in his struggle with the Turks by the ruler of Russia, the Tsar, Peter the Great. Peter the Great. It was under Peter the Great that Russia first became important among the countries of Europe. It was a very large country, but it had no sea coast, and the only way its people could reach the west was through Poland. The people of Russia were chiefly Slavs, though many Tartars had become mixed with the people, and the ruling family of Russia was descended from northern Vikings. For more than 200 years until the end of the 15th century, the Russians had been ruled by Mongol or Turkish conquerors, and then had become free again. But Russia was hardly civilized at all before the days of Peter the Great. He was a very wonderful man. He was anxious that Russia should learn all the things which the Western nations knew, and should become important among the countries of Europe. Above all, he wanted to win the lands on the Russian side of the Baltic Sea, which had been won at different times by Sweden. But the sea could only be useful to him if the Russians knew how to build ships. So Peter made up his mind to go himself to Holland and learn how ships were built. He sailed to a place called Zandam in Holland, and there he dressed himself like a Dutch boatman, with a short jacket, a red waistcoat, and wide Dutch trousers. He lived in the one-roomed cottage of a Dutch workman, whom he had once known in Russia, but he was very noticeable with his tall figure and handsome face and long curly hair. And crowds of people began to press round him as he watched the shipbuilders at work. So he fled away to Amsterdam and was allowed to work in the dockyards there. He helped in the building of a ship from beginning to end, and then the city of Amsterdam presented him with it. Peter was delighted. He called his new ship the Amsterdam, and sailed back with it to Russia. But he did not yet know all he wanted to about shipbuilding, and later, when William III sent him the present of a ship, Peter asked if he might come to see the English dockyards too, and so he did. When he got back again to Russia, he taught the Russians how to build ships too. Peter wanted to live as near as possible to the west, which he admired so much, and so at the mouth of a river running into the Baltic Sea, he built himself a great new city to be his capital instead of Moscow, his capital in the east. The new city was called St. Petersburg, and it has ever since been a very important and beautiful town. Peter got together an army too, and took back Scottish soldiers to help him to train it to fight like the armies of Western Europe. Peter was quite absolute, and he easily made the people do things as he wished. He was head of both church and state in Russia. He got some of the German states, which did not like Sweden, owning the German part of the Baltic coast, to join him in winning all the coast back from Sweden. But the young king of Sweden was a very brave and wonderful person too. He was called Charles XII. Charles was only 18 years old when he left the Swedish capital Stockholm to fight Peter the Great and his German friends. He first went against the King of Denmark and easily conquered him. He then marched against the Russians under Peter the Great, who were besieging Narva, a town on the Baltic. The Russian army was not used yet to war, and Charles easily drove them into disorder and took Narva. Then he marched into Poland and took the throne from the new Polish king, Augustus of Saxony, for Sobieski was now dead, and made the Poles elect a Polish nobleman as their new king. Then Charles made up his mind to attack Moscow, but his men suffered terribly in the severe cold of the Russian winter. Peter the Great did not attack him, but fell on the Swedish armies which came afterwards, to join their king, and destroyed them. He then marched across Russia, too, to where Charles was besieging a place called Poltawa. Charles was wounded in one foot, and though he tried not to let anyone know, his men saw blood dripping from his boot. He could not lead his army against Peter, but had himself carried to the battlefield. But Peter won a great battle over the Swedes without their leader. Charles escaped into the land of the Turks, and tried to get the Sultan to help him against Russia, but he would not. Then Charles heard that his possessions on the German coast of the Baltic had been taken by the German princes. Peter the Great had won the eastern part of the Baltic coast, and for a time there was a chance of his joining with Charles to help him to win the German part back. But Charles had now to go to Norway, which he hoped to join to Sweden, and there he died in 1718. He was only 36. When he was a boy, he loved to hear about wars, and especially about Alexander the Great. He would say that he wished he could be like him. Someone said to him, "Yes, but he only lived 32 years. The boy answered, "That does not matter, when one has won an empire." Charles XII was not much older than Alexander when he died. He had not won an empire, but he had gained very wonderful victories. With his death came the end of Sweden's greatness. Sweden was really like Holland, only fit to be a second-rate power. The one country was too small and the other too poor to belong among the most important countries of Europe. But for a time certain peculiar events had made both countries very great. Peter the Great died 7 years after his great enemy, but Russia went on becoming more important, and is one of the great powers in Europe today. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Glover. The Story of the World. A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 38. The 18th Century. At the death of Louis XIV, a new period seems to begin in the history of the world. The 18th century was very different, in many ways, from the 16th and 17th centuries. People did not even pretend now to go to war about religion. Yet there were two very great wars in the middle of this century, in which nearly all the great countries of Europe joined. The stronger countries of Eastern Europe joined together or fought with each other to take the land of the smaller states and make their own countries stronger. There was no question of right and wrong. The strong countries were fighting to get as much as they could. Kings and queens have never been so selfish before or since. In the wars of the century, England was always against France. The real reason for this was that both countries had colonies in North America and India, and each wanted to push the other out of these continents, so that while English and French armies were fighting in Europe, others were fighting in North America and India, and we shall see how, in the end, England won both these continents for herself. The people of the 18th century were very fond of amusement and dress. The richer people went a great deal to watering places to drink the waters and amuse themselves. Many philosophers began not to believe in God at all, and most people, even those who went to church, did not bother themselves much about religion. But there was one good side to this. In England, the worst laws against Roman Catholics and Unitarians were no longer noticed. They were not repealed, but they were no longer put into practice. The Unitarians were people who believed in God, but did not believe that Jesus Christ was God. After the Revolution of 1688, the dissenters, as those Protestants who had left the English Church were called, were freed from persecution and allowed to worship in their own chapels. The dress of the people everywhere was still very brightly colored, and the richer people had their clothes made of very beautiful stuffs. Men wore wigs often tied with a ribbon at the back, and ladies had their hair puffed out and powdered. But in spite of all their finery, the people of the 18th century were still very rough, and manners were not nearly so refined as they are today. Even gentlemen who were good scholars drank a great deal too much wine, and both men and women had a great passion for playing cards for money. Just as there was no longer any great enthusiasm about religion or even about other things, so there was no really great poetry. The best writers of the time were to be found in England, but poets like Alexander Pope, who wrote poems like the Essay on Man, might almost as well have written in prose. The language was clever, and the verses perfect in many ways, but it was not poetical. There were some very great writers of prose, such as Addison, Steele, and Swift, and before the end of the century there were the first real English novels by men like Henry Fielding. But before the end of the century, too, there was a great change, which came to a head at the beginning of the next century, when many new poets wrote poems full of passion. In some ways, the people of today are more different from the people of the 18th century than the people of the 16th and 17th centuries were different from those of the Middle Ages. The first great war of the 18th century was called the War of the Austrian Succession. Charles VI, the Emperor of Austria, had died. He had no sons, and he left Austria and all its possessions to his beautiful young daughter, Maria Theresa. Some of these possessions had never had a woman ruling over them before. But Charles VI had written a kind of law which was called the Pragmatic Sanction, saying that his daughter should rule after him in all his possessions. Nearly all the other countries agreed to the Pragmatic Sanction, though France would not. And so when her father died, Maria Theresa became the Empress of Austria, Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, and ruler of the Netherlands. She was only 23 years old when she was crowned. She had to go specially to Hungary to be crowned there, with the old iron crown of that kingdom. The crown had to be padded to make it fit so small a head.
The people had always loved Maria Theresa. When she was only 14, she had begun to be present at her father's council meetings. People often got her to ask for favors or mercy from her father when he was angry with them. And a story is told that he once said to her, "You think that a sovereign has nothing to do but grant favors?" And the girl answered, "I think that is the only thing that can make a crown bearable." Another story says that her father wanted her to marry Frederick the Great, the king of the new German kingdom of Prussia. But she loved her cousin, the Duke of Lorraine, and cried when she thought she was not to be allowed to marry him. And so her father gave in, and she had been married 4 years when she became Empress of Austria. But before many months had passed, the other countries began to try and steal her lands from her. France, Spain, and Prussia attacked her, although both Spain and Prussia had promised her father not to do so. The little kingdom of Prussia had been got together by Frederick's great-grandfather, the Elector of the little state of Brandenburg. He was always called the Great Elector. His son had been made king of all the possessions he had left, and the new kingdom was called Prussia. The first king of Prussia was called Frederick I. He was the grandfather of Frederick II, who was called the Great. Frederick the Great's father had been called Frederick William, like the Great Elector. His great passion was the army. He searched everywhere for the tallest men he could find, and his soldiers often looked like giants. Frederick the Great. When Frederick the Great was a little boy, his father was dreadfully strict with him. He was afraid that the boy would not grow up to be a good soldier, because he liked playing the flute and dressing himself up, and other things which seemed much more amusing to him than being drilled with the 100 boys whom his father brought to the palace, so that Fritz, as Frederick was called in German, could learn how to command them. His father planned out his whole day for him. He was to get up at 6 and not even turn over in bed, but get up at once, say his prayers, wash himself, and have his breakfast while his hair was being combed, and all was to be finished by 6:30. Then he was to learn history for 2 hours, and have religious instruction for another 2. And then, after another wash, and changing into a clean shirt and coat, he was to go in and see his father, and so on. But the little Fritz grew very tired of all the strictness, and, as he grew up into a young man, his father could hardly bear to look at him. He often beat him, and once Frederick ran away, but he was brought back, and put in a kind of prison for a year. But later on, the father and son began to understand each other better, and when he was dying, Frederick William thanked God for having given him such a good son to have the kingdom after him. Frederick soon showed that he was a splendid soldier and a very clever man. Under him, Prussia grew stronger and stronger, and it was all through the king, and that is how he came to be called Frederick the Great. Frederick did not see why soldiers need to be giants, and was not anxious, like his father, to seize all the biggest men and make them join the army. But he looked well after his army, and made it one of the best in Europe. He was also a good ruler. Although he was absolute like all the kings of the time, except the English, he used his power well. He tolerated all religions, and tried to do justice to everybody. Frederick became king in 1640, the same year that Maria Theresa became Empress of Austria. There belonged to Austria a province called Silesia, which the electors of Brandenburg had said for years should belong to them. Frederick thought that this was his chance to win Silesia for Prussia. He invaded it and defeated an Austrian army in a great battle. He had first offered to help Maria Theresa against her other enemies if she would give him the province, but she proudly refused. Then the Elector of Bavaria, who thought that he should be Emperor of Austria, and had never agreed to the pragmatic sanction, invaded Austria, and the Duke of Saxony helped him by taking an army into Bohemia. But Maria Theresa begged the nobles of Hungary to help her. They were full of love and admiration for their beautiful young queen, and declared that they would give their lives for her. She, in her turn, gave the Hungarians many privileges which the emperors had always refused them. The King of England at this time was George II, who was also elector of the little German state of Hanover. Queen Anne had no children alive when she died in 1714, and the throne of England had been settled on the descendants of the Electress Sophia of Hanover, the granddaughter of James I, and daughter of the elector who had been driven out of the Palatinate at the beginning of the 30 Years' War. Her son George, the Elector of Hanover, became King of England when Queen Anne died, and after him his son George II. Both these men were quite German, and could not even speak English. They did not even attend the meeting of the cabinet, or chief men in Parliament who ruled the country, and this helped the English Parliament to become more and more powerful. King George II went over himself to fight for Maria Theresa. The Elector of Bavaria had been crowned emperor, but he died in the middle of the war, and Maria Theresa's husband was crowned emperor and called Francis I. France had conquered nearly all the Netherlands and attacked Holland, but when peace was made in 1748, all conquered lands had to be given back, except Silesia, which Frederick kept. Maria Theresa hated giving it up, but she knew there was nothing else to do at the time, and she was always very sensible. But she made up her mind to take revenge on Frederick when the time came, and in the year 1756 war broke out again. It was called the 7 Years' War. This time, England was on the side of Prussia, and France on the side of Austria. But the greatest help to Maria Theresa came from the Tsarina, Elizabeth of Russia, the daughter of Peter the Great. The Tsarina was a very beautiful and charming woman, though almost a savage in some ways like her father. For Russia was very far from being civilized even yet. Elizabeth thought that Prussia was getting far too powerful, and besides, she hated Frederick the Great, who could say very witty and cruel things, and had said things about Elizabeth, which had been repeated to her. Her private life was far from good, but this did not make her any more pleased when people talked about it. France and England fought during the war, chiefly in America and India, and we must tell the story of their struggle later. England, which was growing richer as her trade improved, paid great sums of money to help Frederick to fight. Sometimes the English grumbled, but William Pitt, the great commoner, as he was called, who was the chief man in England at the time, told them that it was necessary, saying America must be conquered in Germany, by which he meant that by weakening France in Europe, he could better win her colonies from her abroad. He won many battles, but lost many too. France, Austria, and Russia were all powerful enemies, but it was the cleverness of Elizabeth which kept them together. In the year 1762, Frederick was talking about saving the remains of his possessions for his nephew, and he probably meant to get himself killed in battle. But just then, the Tsarina died. The new Tsar, another Peter, was a great admirer of Frederick, and immediately made peace with him. In the next year, a general peace was made. In Europe, there was no real change after all the fighting, but Frederick kept Silesia, and from this time, Prussia became an equal power with France and Austria among the countries of Europe. When next we hear of the great powers of Europe doing anything important, we find Prussia, Austria, and Russia joined together 10 years afterwards to steal land from the country of Poland, which lay between their boundaries. None of these countries had any right to Poland, but part of the Polish possessions called West Prussia lay on the Baltic, between Brandenburg and Prussia, and Frederick longed to get this for himself, and so joined the two parts of his kingdom together. He knew that he would not be able to take it unless Russia and Austria got some part of Poland too. The partition of Poland. Poland was a very weak country because of its peculiar government. The king had very little power, but there were an immense number of nobles. Nothing could be done in the government of the country unless every single noble agreed to it, and this did not often happen, and so things were not done. But the Poles were a proud and noble people, and the three great powers who now attacked them were doing a very cruel and selfish thing, There was a great deal of trouble going on in Poland when the three countries attacked it. Prussia got West Prussia, Russia a slice of the east of Poland, and Austria a province in the south. Maria Theresa did not much like the idea of the partition of Poland, as it was called, but she thought that it was her duty to Austria to take part, if Prussia and Russia did so, and she said if she took any, she must have a good share. The Polish nobles were treated very cruelly when they refused to agree to the partition and had to give in. The ruler of Russia at this time was the great Tsarina Catherine II. She was the wife of the Peter who admired Frederick the Great so much. This Peter was really a very mean and miserable little man. He was more German than Russian, and often hurt the feelings of the people whom he pretended to govern. He was very rough and cruel to his wife. Catherine was not a good woman, but she was a splendid empress. Although she was a German Protestant princess, she soon learned the Russian language and took the religion of the Greek Church, which the Russians followed, as her own. After a time, she got some of the chief Russians to seize Peter and put him in prison, where he died. Most people think that Catherine had him murdered, but the Russians were proud of their Tsarina, and she did all she could to make the country greater. For 20 years after the first partition of Poland, that part of the country which was left was very much under the power of Catherine. At last, while she was fighting the Turks, some of the Poles tried to make a new government which would make their country freer, but Catherine soon stopped this. In 1793, there was a second partition of Poland between Prussia and Russia. Frederick the Great and Maria Theresa were both dead by this time, but the later rulers of those countries were just as cruel to Poland. After this, there was only a tiny kingdom of Poland left. A brave noble called Kosciuszko tried to get help for his country from France and other countries, but could not, and then he and a few brave friends died, fighting against their enemies. Then a third partition was made of all that was left of Poland. Since then, there has never really been a kingdom of Poland, but Polish exiles may be found in every country of Europe. The best of them are always hoping for the time when Poland shall be a nation once more. The story of the partitions of Poland show, almost better than anything else, the selfishness of the kings and queens of Europe in the 18th century. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of the Story of the World. A simple history for boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Victor Sheremet. The Story of the World. A simple history for boys and girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 39. The Story of India. During the 7 Years' War in Europe, England won all India for her own. India is a great peninsula in the south of Asia and almost a continent in itself as far as size goes. It is separated from Asia by a chain of mountains in which are some of the highest peaks in the world, all through the days of Greece and Rome and the Middle Ages. People did not know much about India. It had a separate life of its own. We have seen how about the time when the Jews were wandering west from Mesopotamia to find a home in the land of Canaan, a branch of the Aryan people to which the Persians and Greeks and Romans and the English all belonged, was pouring into India. There were already people in India of another race, darker still than the brown-skinned branch of the Aryan people which now came in and conquered them. The Dravidians, as these people were called, were easily conquered by the Aryans, and soon there were far more Aryans in the north. But in the high tableland in the south of India called the Deccan, there were always more Dravidians than Aryans, and still today the people of that part of India and of the island of Ceylon to the south of India belong chiefly to these people, who are rather like the Negroes of Africa. The Dravidians were quite savage people and not very intelligent. They believed in wicked spirits and the demons and prayed to them. The Aryans made slaves of the Dravidians. They themselves were divided into 3 classes or castes. There were the priests or Brahmans who really governed the others, the soldiers and the ordinary people. The people of one caste could not marry with those of another. Not even the working class would marry with the conquered Dravidians. There were divisions again in each caste, and often the people of one division could not marry or even eat with the people of another. This caste system, as it is called, still goes on in India today. Alexander the Great, as we know, led an army into India and won some battles, but he never made any real conquest. After this, no outside people troubled India for many years. Sometimes in the 7th and 8th centuries, when the followers of Mohammed were conquering West India, North Africa and Spain, a few Arabs would cross the Himalayas, but there was never any real conquest until in the year 1004 Anno Domini, a Mohammedan leader from a place called Ghuzni in the country which is now called Afghanistan to the northwest of India, took a great army and conquered the Punjab, as the land round the great river Indus and its tributaries is called. After this, there were many Mohammedan invasions and conquests, lasting for over 500 years, right through the Middle Ages. In this way, a new people and the Mohammedan religion found their way into India. This is why today, among all the different people of India, so many Mohammedans are to be found, even more than there are Hindus, who keep to their old religion of the Brahmans. In the early part of the 16th century, a new people swarmed into India, a great band of Mongolians from the center of Asia, and their leader made himself a ruler of all India. He was called the Great Mogul and had his capital at Delhi. The grandson of this first Mongolian conqueror who ruled when his time came was called Akbar. He was a very fine soldier and a splendid ruler. The country was happy and peaceful under him. He died 2 years after Queen Elizabeth, and it is strange to think that while in the countries of Europe Protestants and Catholics were being so dreadfully persecuted for their religion, this great Eastern ruler had given toleration to Hindus and Mohammedans equally. The rulers who came after him seemed almost more splendid, but they were very different. They were cruel like so many Eastern kings and emperors, and thought very little of murdering anyone who offended them. The greatest of all for the magnificence of his court was the great Mughal Aurangzeb. He had stolen the throne from his father, whom he put into prison. To make himself safer, he then murdered his own 3 brothers. The palace of the great Mughal at Delhi was one of the wonders of the world. Before its gates stood 2 great elephants carved out of stone, with immense statues of soldiers on their backs. The great hall of the palace, where the durbar or council met, had a roof of pure white marble, held up by 30 columns also of marble. The great Mughal had 7 magnificent thrones covered with different precious stones, one with pearls, another with rubies, another with diamonds, and so on. But all this splendor could not make Aurangzeb happy. In his last years he was full of fear lest someone should murder him, as he had murdered so many. Soon after his death, his great empire broke up into many little states. Most of the rulers pretended to obey the great Mughal at so many races and so many divisions. It would be easy for a strong power to come and conquer, and that is what happened. We saw how the Portuguese, who were the first Europeans to sail to India, set up a place at Goa, where they could exchange the things they brought from Europe for the spices which they carried back from India. The Portuguese said that they alone of all the people of Europe had the right to trade with India, but it was not long before the Dutch ships began to trade with the towns on the east coast of India. In time, France and England both set up trading stations in India too. The chief English stations were Calcutta and Madras on the east coast and Bombay on the west. The chief French trading station was Pondicherry, south of Madras. The English and French each paid some money every year to one of the native princes for permission to trade. The Frenchman Dupleix, who was in charge of Pondicherry, was the first to have the idea of how easy it would be for a strong European people to win this great country for themselves. He thought that if only the English could be driven from India, France could win this wonderful prize. The two countries were on opposite sides in the War of the Austrian Succession, and Dupleix made this an excuse for attacking the English in Madras. An English fleet was quite near, but was met by a small French fleet under another Frenchman called La Bourdonnais. The fleets fought and thought neither won. The English sailed away, and so Dupleix, with the help of the La Bourdonnais, was able to take Madras, where there were very few men. Most of the English were carried off to Pondicherry, but some escaped to another little station, which the English held a few miles south of Madras. Dupleix attacked this station, which was called Fort St. David, but the little band of Englishmen held it bravely, and it was still unconquered when peace was made between France and England at the end of the War of the Austrian Succession. Dupleix was ordered to give Madras back to the English, and did so very unwillingly. The Englishmen at the trading stations in India were working for the East India Company, which had been given the rights of all trade with India by Queen Elizabeth. Among the clerks in the company's service at Madras was a young man called Robert Clive. He had been the naughty boy of the family among his brothers and sisters in his English home. He was very passionate and very mischievous when he was a little boy. Once he climbed to the top of a very high steeple, and everyone who saw him was terrified, but he got down safely after all. He went to many schools but never learned very much. When he was 18, he was sent out to India. He hated being a clerk and felt very lonely and sad. Twice he tried to shoot himself but didn't shoot straight, and then he made up his mind that he must be meant for something great. He was one of the men who escaped to Fort St. David from Madras. At last he had found something that he really liked to do, and when he went back to Madras he got the company to have him as a soldier instead of a clerk. There was not peace for very long between the English and French in India. They now hated each other bitterly. Their countries were at peace until the 7 Years' War broke out in 1756. But long before this, there was fighting again in India. The way in which the French and English found excuses for fighting was to take part in quarrels between the native princes of the states in the Deccan which broke out at this time. There were struggles about the crowns of the Deccan and of the Carnatic, a province in the Deccan. The French took one side and the English the other. The princes from the French were successful at first, and great honor was done to Dupleix. He was dressed in beautiful Mohammedan robes, and a monument was put up with the story of his greatness in 4 languages. The natives, who had before despised the white men, had begun to see how powerful they really were. In a fight which had broken out between the French and the native prince Dupleix, with a few French soldiers, had defeated a large army of natives. The Hindus had no idea of training their soldiers, but both French and English had found out by this time that the native soldiers were almost as good as white soldiers. The natives who were trained in this way were called sepoys. When the English in Madras saw how Dupleix and his friends were succeeding, they sent soldiers to help the town of Trichinopoli, where the native prince called Muhammad Ali, whose side they were taking against the French, was being besieged. Among the soldiers sent to Trichinopoli was Clive, but he saw that not much good could be done there. So he went back to Madras and asked the governor to give him soldiers to attack Arcot, the capital of the Carnatic. Natives were watching Clive with his 200 English soldiers and his 300 sepoys as he marched along the 65 miles to Arcot. A great storm came on, but Clive took no notice of the thunder and lightning and marched steadily on. This seemed wonderful to the natives, and they sent messenger on to Arcot to tell the natives there what a brave enemy was coming against them. The people of Arcot were so frightened that they fled away, and Clive took the empty town without any fighting at all. But soon soldiers were sent from Trichinopoli to attack them. Clive and his men fought them for weeks. The sepoys as well as the white soldiers loved and admired them. The sepoys did a very fine thing. There was not much to eat except a little rice, and they said that the white soldiers might have all the rice, while they could manage quite well with the water in which it was boiled. At last one day the enemy made one last great attack. In the front of the army were great elephants with iron weapons on their heads to batter down the gates of the town. But when the English fired on them, the elephants turned and fled, trading down and crushing the men of their own army. In an hour the enemy had fled, and the great siege of Arcot was over. Clive won many victories after this, and soon the English were as powerful in the Carnatic as the French had been. Dupleix was a great statesman, but not a great soldier. He had had no help from France, and in a year or two he was called home in disgrace. He died broken-hearted at the thought of the empire he had tried to win for France, and which had been taken instead by the English. Meanwhile, Clive had gone back to England for a rest, and had been praised and honored by everyone. On the day he landed again in India, a very dreadful thing had happened, though Clive didn't hear of it at once. The Black Hole of Calcutta. In Calcutta, so far, all had been peaceful. The English were quite friendly with the ruler or Nawab of Bengal, but in 1756 he died, and a young man called Sirajud Dawla became Nawab. He was really half mad and dreadfully cruel, very much like the Emperor Nero in character. He had an idea that there were great treasures shut up in the fort of Calcutta and made up his mind to get them. He quarreled with the English and then attacked the fort. The women and children were put safely on ships in the river, all but one lady, who would not leave her husband, but the fort was taken and 200 men in it. The Nawab ordered that 146 of them should be shut up in a small room with only 2 tiny windows. It was called the Black Hole of Calcutta. The night was terribly hot, and soon the poor prisoners were crying for air and water. But the native soldiers at first only laughed and held torches to the windows so that they could see the people struggling inside, for they were half mad by this time. At last they brought some skin bottles of water, but they were too big to pass between the bars. Some was poured in and a few drops caught, but the fighting and shrieking grew worse than ever, until the sound died down to a moan. In the morning 23 people crawled out when the door was opened. The lady who would not leave her husband was among them, but he was dead inside. When the story of this terrible night reached the other English in India, Clive set out at once with an army of Englishmen and sepoys as before, and sailed to Calcutta. He easily conquered the Nawab and got Calcutta back. Siraj-ud-Dawla made many promises, and Clive didn't punish him further, but soon he found out that Nawab was trying to get help from a French fort near against the English. So Clive besieged the fort and took it, so ended French power in the north of India. Then Clive went against the Nawab, who had an enormous army at Plassey, 96 miles to the north of Calcutta. Here he won the famous Battle of Plassey, with 3,000 men against nearly 60,000. Clive made Mir Jaffa, Siraj-ud-Dawla's general, ruler of Bengal, but he had to pay a great deal of money to the English. It was not long before he murdered his old master and so revenged the English for the terrible tragedy of the Black Hole of Calcutta. The Battle of Plassey was won in 1757, and William Pitt, who was choosing the men and arranging for the struggle with France and Europe and America, said that Clive was a heaven-born general. 3 years later, another English commander, Eyre Coote, defeated the French in the south of India at the Battle of Wandewash. After this, France had no further chance in India. But even the best Englishmen were inclined to think of India as a place from which to get money to send home to England. The Englishmen in the service of the East India Company were very badly paid, and so, although they were forbidden to trade for themselves, they did so. They were very unjust to the natives, and soon there was a great deal of misery in India. There was another massacre at Patna, as bad as that of the Black Hole. This was while Clive was away in England. He went back and tried to put things in order and give more justice to the natives. But even Clive had done some things which seemed very unjust to the English at home when they heard of them, for they didn't know how difficult things were in India, and how hard it was to be sure that the natives' princes would keep their promises. So when Clive got back to England again, he had to defend himself in Parliament against people who said he had behaved wickedly in India. In the end, Parliament declared that Robert, Lord Clive, did render great and meritorious services to his country, but Clive had been dreadfully upset. His old sadness came on him again, and one day he was found dead. He had killed himself. Still, things were very bad in India. The native princes had no longer any power. The Englishmen paid large sums of money to them, and they had to be content with that. All the taxes collected from the people were now paid to the East India Company, but the Englishmen didn't really understand what was going on, and the native collectors took much more from the people than they should have done, and kept a great deal of the money for themselves. The people grew poorer and poorer. Then there was a great famine. The people were starving and became as thin as skeletons. Thousands died, and their bodies lay unburied, and then plague broke out. At last, Warren Hastings, who was in the service of the East India Company and had fought in the Battle of Plassey, was sent out as governor. He was like Duplessis, a statesman more than a soldier, and he did all he could to make things better. But even then, things were still very bad. Much trouble came through the English not understanding the customs of the Hindus. Once a man who had cheated the English very badly was put to death. In those days, stealing or cheating was still punished by death even in England. But this man was a Brahman, and to the natives it seemed a terrible thing that one of the priestly caste should be killed. At last, people in England began to think that the East India Company should not have the government of India, and the president was sent out to rule India for the government at home. In the year 1788, an attack was made on Warren Hastings, and he was tried before Parliament for misrule in India. Edmund Burke, a famous Irish member of Parliament and a splendid speaker, began with a speech in which he described the terrible sufferings of the natives and the awful behavior of Hastings. People wept while Burke spoke, and there was a terrible feeling against Hastings, but as time went on, people began to understand the truth of the case, and at the end of 7 years Hastings was declared not guilty. He lived a happy, cheerful life in his English country home until he died when he was 87 years old. As time went on, England got power over all the native princes of India. Many of them made treaties with the English by which their soldiers were put under British officers and were paid by the English. At the same time, they generally gave up some of their land altogether to the English. The Indian Mutiny. In the year 1857, there was a terrible rebellion of the native soldiers all over the north of India. It was partly a religious movement. Some new guns were being used, and the cartridges fired from them were greased with fat. The end of the cartridge had to be beaten off by the soldiers. Now the Hindus and the Mohammedans were forbidden by their religions to touch the fat of cows or pigs. It was now said that the cartridges were greased with the fat of these animals. The soldiers were told that this was not true, but they would not believe the English. At last they were told that the greased cartridges would not be used anymore. But then they began to think that the shiny paper in which other cartridges were wrapped was also polished by the same grease, and the rebellion broke out. All over the north of India, the native soldiers attacked the English, men, women, and children. There was a terrible massacre at Kanpur, and Lucknow was only saved after a terrible siege. The English had been taken completely by surprise, but the rebellion was soon put down. There were not many English soldiers, but many of the natives remained faithful, and when they took the sepoys prisoners, it would not have been easy to carry them with them. The English were dreadfully angry, too, at the thought of their women and children, and were not sorry to kill their prisoners. After the mutiny, it was thought better that India should be taken altogether from the East India Company, and so that company came to an end at last. Since then, India has been ruled by a viceroy or representative of the King or Queen of England. England now owns 2/3 of all the land of India, and the other third is ruled by native princes under her. The king is called Emperor of India. In India, the English people have done very wonderful things, which the natives could never have done for themselves. Railways, roads, and bridges have been built, and it is now easy to get from one part of India to another. In old days, when a time of dry weather came, the land was burned up and there was famine, but the English have made canals in which water which has been stored up can be carried to the fields in dry weather. The population of India grows very quickly, almost too quickly, for it sometimes seems that the land could never give food for all. But now the English have set up factories, and many of the people leave the country parts and work in the towns. Bombay is famous for its manufacture of color stuffs and muslin. Some people are even afraid that the cotton goods made in India will take the place of those made in Manchester and the great towns of Lancashire, and that the cotton trade of that county will be ruined. These cotton goods and Indian tea and wheat are bought by the countries of Europe. Many of the higher class of natives come now to be educated in England, and some of these young students think that India should be governed by its own people. The English are allowing some of the educated people to help in the government of their country, but though it may seem strange that a little country like England should govern a continent like India with its millions and millions of people, it must be remembered that these people of India are of many different races, that they don't seem able to join together in any way, and that if England or some other European country hadn't interfered there, might have been fighting in misery for centuries yet. On the whole, the people of India and the native princes honor and respect Great Britain, and when King George and Queen Mary paid a visit to India in the year 1912, there was a great gathering of princes at the Durbar to do them honor. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Story of the World, A Simple History for Boys and Girls by Elizabeth O'Neill. Chapter 40. The Story of Canada. To many men, from the earliest times, there has come a strange longing which they cannot put aside. It is a longing to go out and travel to the unknown parts of the world, to see what they are like, what people live there, what these people do, and what things grow there. It was this longing which drove Columbus across the ocean to discover America. But Columbus was not really the first to find America. The Northmen, whose land is Norway and Sweden, had ever loved adventure, as they do still. In the last few years, men from Norway have sailed right out many times to the frozen north, and to the center of the snowy south, which we call the South Pole. It was when Ethelred the Unready was ruling in England in the 11th century that Leif Erikson sailed off towards the west, just when some of the other Northmen were swooping down upon England. After many days, he and his fellow sailors came to a land which was probably that which we now call Canada, the northern part of North America. But the Northmen sailed back to their own country, and it was nearly 500 years before anyone from Europe visited Canada again. This time it was an Englishman, John Cabot, who set sail from Bristol and came to Canada. Again it was only a visit, and the Englishman did not try to settle there. But fishermen learned soon that good fishing was to be had near the new country, and they commenced to sail and fish round the island of Newfoundland and the coasts of North America. Just 37 years after Cabot's voyage in 1534, a French sailor was sent by King Francis I to see what he could find. Jacques Cartier, as he was called, was even more venturesome than Cabot. He sailed up the Gulf of St. Lawrence to the place where Montreal now stands, and it is to him that we owe the name Canada. For it is said that when he met with some Red Indians who lived in the land in those days, they pointed to their huts, saying Canada, meaning to point out their village to him. In their language, the word Canada means village, but Cartier thought they were telling him the name of the land, and so Canada, or Canada, he called it. The first colonist in Canada. No one from Europe, so far, had attempted to stay in Canada, for Cartier sailed back again like Cabot, and it was almost 70 years before the next visitors came to the country and began to build themselves houses. Samuel de Champlain, who was the leader this time, is the first great name in the story of Canada. He will always be remembered through the beautiful Lake Champlain, which he discovered, and which was called after him. Champlain was a very wise and brave man, and when he arrived in Canada in the year 1603, he at once made friends with the Indians. He had made his plans, and intended to stay in Canada, for he had been sent out by a man to whom the French king had given the right to be the only one allowed to trade with Canada and sell the furs which were got from the wild animals there. The first thing to do was to find a place where he could live, and so Champlain sailed up the river St. Lawrence and round the coast until he made up his mind to settle at Port Royal, now called Annapolis, in Nova Scotia. Champlain had soon to go back to France, but he went back again to Canada, and this time founded the city of Quebec in 1608. He had made friends with the Huron Indians, but had to fight with the fierce tribe called the Iroquois. Champlain was a Catholic and a very religious man. He did not mind much about the fur trader or founding towns and settlements. What he did care for was ever to find new places and to bring his religion to the people whom he met. He commenced a settlement at Montreal, and thinking to find a new way to China, sailed up the Ottawa River. But the settlements he made were not well protected, and about the time he founded Montreal, the English from Virginia took Port Royal, and in 1629 an English fleet took Quebec. Champlain was taken prisoner to England, but 4 years later Canada was given back to the French, and he returned to Quebec, where he died in 1635. Struggles with the Indians. Champlain's work was not carried out without much fighting with the savage and treacherous Red Indians, and the warfare went on for many years longer. It was not a life to persuade many people to leave their homes in France, but many people did go. There were the missionaries, Black Robes, as the Indians called these priests, who were the bravest colonists of all. They thought it was their duty to go out and tell the Indians about God. Yet 30 years after Champlain's death, there were only about 2,000 Frenchmen in Canada. Some of these pushed their way through the thick forests without paths, against wild beasts and savage men, to the great Lake Superior, and south to where the great river Mississippi enters the ocean, and founded a colony which they called Louisiana, after their King Louis. Some of the priests in Canada thought that the Indians were being made wilder and fiercer through the white man, giving them brandy and other spirits to drink, and they tried to prevent it, but did not succeed very well. One night, in the August of the year 1689, the Iroquois took a terrible revenge on the French. It was a dark and stormy night, and the people in a small village near Montreal had gone to bed, when suddenly there burst in upon them a large number of Indians. 200 of the colonists were killed at once by 1,500 Iroquois, and they were indeed happier than those who were left, for 100 of these were carried off and tortured in the most horrible ways before they were killed. At this time, a brave Frenchman called Louis de Bode had been sent back to France, but when he returned he fought against the Iroquois so fiercely that in a few years he had so thoroughly conquered them that no Frenchman ever needed to fear them again. The French king, Louis XIV, had been thinking what a glorious chance he had of making a great empire in America, and Louis de Bode tried to bring this about. So he attacked the English colonists in New England to win their land for France. But the fighting went very badly for the French, and when peace was made in the year 1713 by the Treaty of Utrecht, they had to give up the land where they had first settled, Nova Scotia, as well as Newfoundland, and the land round Hudson Bay. Still, they held the land round the St. Lawrence, and they tried to make up for what they had to give to England by pushing farther west and founding new towns. One very brave man, after terrible hardship, even traveled right across Canada to the Rocky Mountains. This is still a very long journey by the fastest trains. But La Vérendrye, as this man was called, had no train to go by. He simply struggled on, sometimes fighting with wild beasts, sometimes with Indians. Often he had very little to eat for days together. George Washington. Other Frenchmen traveled south to the colony of Louisiana and founded the large town which is called New Orleans. It was through these Frenchmen, who were trying to get as much land as they could to the south of Canada, that a young man, who afterwards became very famous, first came to learn how to fight. George Washington had not much chance of education in the things most boys and girls of his age are expected to know now. Most of what he knew he had taught himself. He could spell and write good English, which very few colonists could do. He also liked mathematics. But he learned other things which were much more valuable for him. He had finished his schooling when he was 15. He had on the whole been happy, though his father died when he was young. He could shoot, hunt, fish, and look after the big plantations which had belonged to his father, and now belonged partly to his half-brother and partly to himself. He had learned other and harder lessons. The Washingtons lived on the borders of Virginia, and life was not very safe there. They might be attacked at any time by Indians or by the Frenchmen from the north. George learned to ride about amongst these dangers without any fear, and also to be cool and calm if he was attacked by man or beast. When he was only 16, he was sent to look after large plantations. Even then he knew exactly what he wanted, and was so wise and sensible that grown men respected him. When he was 19, he had an attack of the dreadful disease of smallpox, which left marks on his face till he died. He was only just a man when the governor of Virginia chose him for a difficult task. The French, as we have seen, were pushing their settlements south, and the English colonists thought that they were taking some of the land which they looked on as their own. So George Washington was sent to tell them to go back. It was winter, and traveling was not easy, even if there had been no enemy near. But he made the journey. The French officers were very polite to him, but they told him to tell the governor that they meant to stay where they were. So Washington went back. He did not seem to have done much, but he had looked carefully at the country and had made up his mind where a fort should be built to keep the enemy back. Next year he was made a lieutenant colonel and sent to fight the French and the Indians near the Ohio, where they had made their camp. He defeated them, but a month later had to give in and go back. The next year he went back again under General Braddock to try to take Fort Duquesne, which stood where the large American town Pittsburgh, with its huge smoky factories and iron foundries, now stands. General Braddock was a brave man and a good fighter, but he did not know how to fight against the French and Indians, and in the battle he was defeated, and nearly all his men were killed. It was here that Washington first showed how brave a fighter he was. All over the battlefield he could be seen on horseback, cheering the men to fight harder. Many an Indian shot at him, and they could shoot well and straight, but somehow he escaped with some of his soldiers unharmed from the terrible battle. A few months after his return he was made head of all the soldiers in Virginia. He was only 23 years old, but he defended the borders of Virginia against the enemy, and was one of the leaders when, 3 years later, Fort Duquesne was taken. The rest of his life belongs to the story of America, which is told in the next chapter. One of the most terrible things in this warfare between the French and English was done by the governor of Nova Scotia. This, as we have seen, was the first French settlement made in Canada, but it had been taken by the English. A great number of the people who still lived there, however, were simple French Catholics, who were quiet, peaceful farmers and traders. They were still Frenchmen at heart, loving the French king better than the King of England. In the year that General Braddock was defeated at Fort Duquesne, the governor of Nova Scotia suddenly seized 6,000 of the French settlers and drove them from their homes and right out of Nova Scotia. In an instant their peaceful life was broken up. The country they loved, and in which they had lived so long, and their fathers before them, was to be theirs no longer. Many did not know where to go in their great sorrow. Some got as far south as Louisiana, others settled near Nova Scotia, and many years afterwards a few found their way back to the land of their birth again, after terrible suffering, but most of them had seen it for the last time. General Wolfe. But if there were Englishmen who acted with great cruelty, there were others who were so noble that their names will never be forgotten. The struggle for Canada was now at its fiercest, and although the English had won some victories, it was seen by statesmen in England that the only way to take Canada was to take Quebec. Both French and English seemed to feel that this town was the key of Canada. It was built on a high rock which stood at the head of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. From the river it seems to be built on a precipice. On the west it is defended by steep cliffs called the Heights of Abraham, and although on the opposite side the land slopes more gently, this was naturally watched more carefully. The French general Montcalm was a brave man and a clever fighter, and when he thought that Quebec was to be attacked, he called together all the soldiers he could get, and brought them, with many French settlers and Indians, into the city to defend it. The leader of the English was General Wolfe, who had already fought in North America before. Before he started out from England again, he met a young lady with whom he fell in love. They were to be married when the war was over and Wolfe was back again. Wolfe was a pale, slim man, rather delicate, but few men have ever been braver or cleverer. He had not nearly so many soldiers as Montcalm, and they were not soldiers who had had much training. But he had made up his mind to take Quebec. It was a dangerous thing to remain in the St. Lawrence, for in the winter the water freezes hard and the ships might be crushed to pieces. But Wolfe, although the autumn was coming on, made his camp on a little island in the river facing Quebec, and waited his chance to take the city. He set his guns to fire on the city, but they did not do much harm to it, and Wolfe saw that he must try to take Quebec in some other way. So he sailed down the St. Lawrence and tried to take Montcalm's camp below the city, but he was badly beaten, and many of his men were killed. He was now ill and depressed. He could hardly drag his weak body about. But he did not mean to give in, and when he felt a little stronger, he made a bold plan. Montcalm thought he was quite safe on the steep west side of the town, for he thought no army could climb the heights of Abraham, and he did not believe that even the foot of them could be reached from the river. But Wolfe had found that from a tiny inlet from the St. Lawrence there was a footpath up the cliffs which led to the heights of Abraham. In the dead of night he sailed down the river with his men. Cloths had been wrapped round the oars so that no noise could be heard. No light was shown, and there was no moon. Somehow the soldiers climbed up the narrow footpath, surprised the soldiers at the top, and when daylight came, Montcalm was astounded to see nearly 4,000 English soldiers on the heights of Abraham ready to attack Quebec. But even yet the city was not won. Montcalm brought up his soldiers for battle, and at first the English were driven back. But Wolfe made his men wait until the French came nearer, and then all fire at once. Men fell along the French line, and before they could form up again, the English rushed upon them. But Wolfe was wounded. As he lay dying and full of pain, he heard his soldiers cry, "They run! See how they run!" "Who run?" the dying leader asked, and was told, "The enemy." He was quite satisfied, and saying, "Now God be praised, I will die in peace," he closed his eyes and died. Montcalm was also wounded and died the next day. 5 days afterwards, on the 11th September 1759, Quebec was given up to the English, and when the Peace of Paris was made in 1763, the whole of New France was given up to the English. This is how Canada became English instead of French. But the country was not allowed many years of peace to settle down and grow, though the English government, which was treating the American colonists so unreasonably, acted very wisely towards the Canadians. The country was to be governed from Quebec, and the Catholics were to be treated as well as they had ever been under the French. Only the English punishments for breaking the law were brought in, and in other things the French laws were allowed. The result of this wise treatment was soon seen, for when an army of American soldiers invaded Canada at the beginning of the American War of Independence, hoping to get the French to join them against England, they were disappointed. The Americans took Montreal, but were not able to take Quebec. But the War of American Independence was very important for Canada. The United States and Canada became two separate countries, and many of the American colonists who would not give up the King of England left their lands and went to find new homes in Canada. The Americans would not give them any money for the farms and lands they left behind them, and these new men of Canada did not soon forget it. The new Canadians were equal to more than half all the Frenchmen in Canada, and many of them settled in the land which is now called Ontario. Here, and in the other places where they made their homes, they were given large pieces of land to live on and grow corn upon, and they were also given spades and plows in place of those they had left behind. But it is easy to understand why the new Canadians did not at first get on very well with the older colonists. They were English and Protestants, while the older colonists were French and Catholics. It was not long before it was thought that it would be wise to let the people of Ontario govern themselves, while the people in Quebec made laws only for those people who lived in that part of Canada. Yet, however badly the English and French in Canada might disagree, they did not intend to join the Americans. And so, when in the year 1812 the United States were at war with Great Britain and tried to take Canada, their soldiers were driven back. There were some, however, though not very many, of the French Canadians who did not like being ruled by an English governor, and rebellions took place. The leader in one of these, Louis Papineau, wished to make the people of the Quebec part of Canada join the United States, but there were very few rebels, and the rebellion was easily put down. One thing which happened just after this was the joining of Quebec to Ontario. The two provinces did not agree very well at first, but 30 years later, in 1867, other settlements in Canada joined with them. The colonies called Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island were thinking of joining together, and Ontario and Quebec suggested that they should all join. This was agreed to, and the British Parliament passed the law which made them one on 1st July, which has ever since been kept as the birthday of the Dominion of Canada. But this was but a very small part of Canada as it is today. Other huge tracts of land lay to the north and west. Much of this belonged to the Hudson Bay Company, which was founded in 1670 to trade in furs and skins. The company had made settlements round the lower part of Hudson Bay and over the country west of Ontario. The Dominion of Canada wanted this large and fertile country to join with the rest of Canada, and the Hudson Bay Company agreed at the end of 1869 to give up their land to the Queen for a sum of money. But this did not please many of the people who lived in the colonies the company had founded. One of these colonies was called the Red River Settlement, and it lay round the town which is now called Winnipeg, but was then called Fort Garry. Many of the men who lived in the Red River Settlement were half-breeds, that is, half French and half Indian, or partly English and partly Indian, and they feared that when the settlement became part of Canada, there would be changes that they would not like. Louis Riel, one of these half-breeds, persuaded the men to rebel. They made him their leader and shot an Englishman who refused to join them. This made the people of the Dominion very angry, and Colonel Garnet Wolseley, who was afterwards called Lord Wolseley, was sent to punish them. He marched as far as he could, sailed over the Lake Superior, and took Fort Garry. 3 years after this, all the settlements in Canada had joined the Dominion, but Louis Riel, who had escaped in 1870, lived to persuade some people to rebel again. This second time, in 1885, there was much fighting, and Riel was caught and hanged. In the same year, the great Canadian Pacific Railway, joining the east to the far west of Canada, was opened. There has been no fighting since. Canada has gone on, growing richer and more fertile every day. New towns spring up almost like magic. New states have been formed. There are miles of wheat fields, huge canals, and railways ever growing. The Canadians are very loyal to Great Britain, and their soldiers were sent to help the British in the South African War. A royal prince, the king's uncle, represents King George in Canada. The Canadians are building great ships of war to help the British Navy, and thousands of men and women leave the shores of Britain every year to become Canadians, and live healthy, open-air lives under the fair skies of the Dominion. End of chapter 40.